Welcome to our retelling of The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss, the first book of the Kingkiller Chronicles. Please sit back and relax as we take you beyond the Billabong. Chapter 1. The Threefold Silence. Multiple layers of silence weighed heavy over the Waystone Inn. It wasn't merely a lack of sound, but a distinct presence of its own. The first layer was the ordinary quiet of an empty room. The inn sat inert beneath this stillness, its chairs and tables abandoned, and the air laden with the absence of laughter, song, and life. Even the fire in the hearth smouldered softly as its embers whispered in the dark. Beneath that lay a deeper silence that seemed to envelop the innkeeper, a man whose hair glowed faintly like dying embers. He moved with careful deliberation, each action refined and measured as he polished the bar with slow, methodical strokes, even though the wood already shone. This was the silence of a man who had been waiting for something indescribable over countless hours. The third and most profound silence was one that seemed to settle into his very bones. It was a quiet that had trailed him for years, echoing a past when he had been more than just a keeper of an inn. A man whose words had once rocked the foundations of the world, who had defied darkness and been forever transformed by it. Kvothe, as he now called himself, was not simply hiding. He was waiting to die. That evening, the Waystone Inn was not entirely deserted. A small group of men clustered near the hearth, warmed by both the fire and the comfort of a well-worn story. Old Cobb, his face carved with wrinkles and his hair grey, leaned forward as he began a tale heavy with the past.
So there was Tamerant the Great,
he declared, allowing the name to settle in the ears of his listeners.
They had him cornered, you see, completely trapped by iron, locked in tight.
The others leaned closer.
He knew the names of things, so all things obeyed him.
Cobb said earnestly.
He told the stone, "Break," and it broke. The wall tore like paper, and iron bars crumbled like twigs.
Graham let out a low whistle.
I wish I could call the wind,
he murmured.
Ah, that's why he earned the title Tamerant the Great.
Old Cobb added, his tone equal parts wisdom and wonder.
Not just another farmhand with ideas too grand for his boots.
Kvothe didn't join in the laughter that erupted afterward. Instead, his attention shifted toward the door, just as it burst open. Carter staggered in, breathless and smeared with something dark on his clothes. The laughter faded instantly. His face was as pale as milk, and his hands trembled.
What happened?
Kvothe asked, already moving from behind the bar. Carter paused briefly before speaking, his voice rough and low.
Nellie, she's dead.
The room fell silent as the men exchanged glances.
Dead?
Shep repeated, frowning.
What, like wolves?
Shaking his head, Carter lifted a bundle wrapped in his blood-stained coat and set it on a table. With a slow pull, he revealed its contents. A piercing hiss split the air as the men recoiled. The creature before them was grotesque. A distorted, spider-like thing with too many spindly legs and a body full of jagged, sharp angles. It was nearly the size of a dinner plate, its skin black and glossy as polished stone.
Scrael,
Kvothe murmured, his face unreadable.
You know what that is?
Carter asked, his voice straining as he sought answers. Kvothe hesitated.
I've heard the stories.
The others exchanged uneasy looks. The mention of stories did little to calm the rising dread in the room.
What happened?
Bast broke the silence, his dark eyes fixed sharply on Carter. He looked much younger than one might expect here, yet there was an unmistakable intensity about him. Carter swallowed hard.
I was coming back late. Out near town, Nellie shied, just wouldn't move forward. Then suddenly, she screamed.
His voice faltered on the word.
I caught a glimpse of something moving, dark as night, and then she collapsed.
Rubbing his face with both hands, he added,
I barely escaped. I even managed to kill the thing with my lantern.
Coat moved to the scrawl and lightly touched it.
It's turned to stone.
Aye,
Old Cobb confirmed grimly.
that's how the tales go.
A heavy silence descended until Graham cleared his throat.
Maybe it's just one then.
He murmured, as if speaking aloud might confirm it.
Maybe?
Coat answered, his tone impenetrable. Outside, the wind whispered among the trees, and the night stretched long and empty. One by one, the men departed, their wary eyes constantly scanning the darkness behind them. When only Coat and Bast remained, Bast leaned forward on the table.
You knew what that was.
He said, softly. Coat didn't reply. Instead, he stared at the lifeless scrawl and traced the edge of its hard, stony shell with his fingers.
The roads have been rough for 3 years now.
Bast observed.
Levymen, war, bandits, and now this.
Coat exhaled slowly.
The world is changing.
He murmured.
And what are you going to do about it?
Bast pressed. For a long moment, Coat offered no answer. Finally, he reached for a cloth and carefully wiped the blood from his hands.
Nothing.
With that, the night deepened, cloaked once again in a threefold silence. It was the kind of autumn day that seemed pulled from a story, warm, dry, with trees blazing gold and red along the roadside. The poplars shimmered, the sumac burned, and the old oaks clung stubbornly to their summer green. It was, in every way, a perfect day to be robbed. Chronicler had seen it coming. He had been on the road long enough to recognize trouble before it arrived. So when 6 men stepped onto the road, boughs in hand, he simply sighed and dismounted.
She's not much of a horse.
He offered.
One step above a dray, really. When it rains...
The leader, a former officer by the look of him, cut him off.
The king's army pays good coin for anything with 4 legs and at least 1 eye. I'd take it off you even if you were riding a hobby horse.
There was no malice in the men, just efficiency. One checked the horse's hooves and teeth, while the others emptied Chronicler's saddlebags with practiced ease. His travel sack, satchel, 2 blankets, and cloak, all laid bare in moments.
You a scribe?
The leader asked, flipping open the satchel. Chronicler nodded.
No use to you.
Finding this true, the leader set it aside. The rest was sorted with quiet precision. They took salt, bootlaces, a fine blue linen shirt Chronicler had yet to wear, and a few other essentials. When one of the men mentioned needing an extra blanket, the leader nodded. Another traded his tattered cloak for Chronicler's, leaving his own behind in return. Then came the money. Chronicler handed over his purse, watching as the leader weighed the coins in his palm.
Scribing pays better than I thought.
I don't suppose
Chronicler ventured.
you could spare a penny or 2? Just enough for a meal?
The men stared, then laughed. Their leader smirked and tossed 2 coins back.
A pair for your pair, then.
They rode off, and Chronicler stood alone. He repacked his sack, then retrieved hidden bundles of coins from his boot and beneath his clothes, moving just enough into his purse to keep it believable. Too little made robbers suspicious. Too much made them greedy. It had been, all things considered, a polite robbery. Losing the horse was unfortunate, but he could buy another in Abbotsford and still live comfortably for a while. As he stepped off the road to relieve himself, a sudden rustling in the brush startled him. His heart pounded until a crow burst skyward, wings flapping noisily. He chuckled, brushing away invisible strands of spiderweb. The leaves danced in the wind, golden and bright. It was, despite everything, a beautiful day. The sole occupant of the Waystone Inn sat quietly, idly paging through a book, when suddenly the door creaked open. Graham entered, carefully carrying a bundle.
Just finished it.
The smith said, setting the board down.
It's the best work I've done.
Coat blinked, then softened.
The mounting board. I almost forgot.
Graham gave him a look.
4 months isn't long for wood from Arian.
4 months.
Coat echoed.
A lifetime, if you're waiting for something.
His attempted smile faltered. He looked worn, his once bright hair now just red, his seafoam eyes dulled to riverweed. He pulled back the cloth. The board was nearly black, with 3 pegs above a single word. Folly.
Odd name for a sword.
Graham mused. Coat only nodded. They spoke briefly of the wood's peculiar nature before Graham left. Coat remained, fingers tracing the engraved letters. Bast appeared at his shoulder, silent.
What were you thinking, Reishi?
Coat hesitated.
I tend to think too much. My greatest successes came when I simply did what felt right.
Bast sighed.
So you're trying to avoid second-guessing yourself?
Coat smirked.
You could say that.
He climbed onto the bar and hung the board. When Bast retrieved the sword, Coat took it, reverently. It was slender, lethal, shimmering in the dim light. A weapon unlike any found in this quiet town. He placed it upon the board, where it sat stark against the dark wood. The word beneath it whispered, Folly. That evening, the inn, once empty, swelled now with travellers. Wagoneers, mercenaries, a tinker, young men in fine clothes. They filled the space, filling it with laughter, the clink of coin, the creak of chairs. Coat came alive among them, moving effortlessly, as if he were part of some great machine, precisely in sync with its workings. When the singing began, he led them in a lively rendition of Tinker Tanner, his voice rich and commanding. After the warmth of the evening had settled, a drunken man gestured to the bartender.
Kvothe,
The traveller murmured, his eyes heavy-lidded with drink.
you're Kvothe the Bloodless.
Coat only smiled, indulgent.
Coat.
He corrected, as one might correct a wayward child. But the man persisted, recounting stories of Imre, of shattered cobblestones, of whispered legends. Coat laughed it off, calling it coincidence, and turned away, only to stumble, crashing, to the floor. A gasp went through the room. He rose quickly, brushing off concern, grimacing as if in pain.
Arrow to the knee.
He explained, rubbing his leg.
Gave up the good life for the quiet one.
After some time, the moment passed, and the tales had faded back into irrelevance, overshadowed by the dying hums of inebriated patrons. Upstairs, Coat sat before the fire, his face drawn tight. Bast stood nearby, watching his master with a worry he couldn't voice. He listened as Coat laid out a new story, a false past, one for the travellers to believe. By morning, the travellers had gone, staggering into the dawn with bellies full of drink and scraps of half-forgotten songs clinging to their tongues. Coat left the table stained with spilled ale, the floor littered with crumbs and careless footprints. He didn't bother setting things right. Instead, he climbed the stairs, his steps slow, his shoulders heavy. In the quiet of his room, he stared into the darkness, waiting for sleep. Only Bast noticed. Only Bast saw the way his master was thinning, not in body, but in presence. A man unraveling thread by thread, fading into something smaller, something lesser. And so Bast watched, and he worried, and he waited. Chapter 2, The Weight of a Name. Night closed in from every side as the chronicler trudged onward, exhaustion clinging to him like sodden garments. After a full day's journey from Abbott's Ford and Ranish, with Newar still ahead, he'd hoped to stumble upon some form of shelter, a small homestead, a barn, or even an abandoned shed. Instead, all that greeted him were wide open fields and the soft rustling of trees. Then, in the distance, a small flicker of firelight appeared. His pulse quickened. Fire meant people, and people meant warmth, food, and, most critically, safety. As he drew near, he could distinguish the outline of a cooking fire, a pot suspended above it, and a solitary figure seated nearby, wrapped in a heavy cloak. Hope stirred within him. But then came the smell. It wafted through the chilly air, thick and unmistakably wrong. There was the harsh, acrid sting of burning hair mixed with something even grimmer, the decay of rotting flowers, damp earth, and the unmistakable odor of decomposition. He hesitated. The man by the fire suddenly moved, rising to his feet with a swift, precise motion. Not a blade did he wield, but a heavy iron cudgel gripped firmly in both hands. His stance was cautious, his movements clearly well practiced. Raising his hands in a gesture of peace, Chronicler said,
I mean no harm. I'm just looking for some place to rest.
The man studied him, his face obscured by the shadow of his hood. After a moment, in a low voice, he replied,
You should come over to this side of the fire.
Chronicler frowned.
Why?
The man tilted his head toward the trees.
Because there are demons out there.
Suddenly, something stirred in the darkness, a fleeting, shifting blur among the trees, moving too fast and too smoothly. Chronicler's breath caught. Too many legs glinted harshly in the firelight. In a brief, horrifying glimpse, he saw a flash of black carapace and glistening fangs before the creature struck, knocking him backward. The impact stole his breath as he felt a sharp, tearing pain along his side. Chronicler staggered, his legs no longer his own, his breath coming short and shallow, his vision blurred, the firelight smearing into long, flickering shapes as the cloaked man stepped forward and raised his cudgel. Then, nothing, as darkness enveloped the world around him. The world returned in slow, fragmented pieces, pain, smoke, and the coppery scent of blood. Chronicler groaned as his eyes fluttered open. The fire had dwindled to a low burn, casting long shadows over the devastation. There were 5 bodies scattered on the ground. Up close, they seemed less like flesh and more like monstrous, cracked stone.
You're awake.
Said the man. Now, with his hood lowered, the man, Kvothe, stood watching him, his face pale and streaked with blood. His sleeves were rolled up, and his hands were stained with soot and something even graver. Chronicler swallowed against the dryness in his throat.
How?
Kvothe offered no explanation, merely nodding toward the bodies.
We need to burn them, then bury what's left.
Slowly, Chronicler tried to sit up as the ground shifted beneath him. Unbidden, an old childhood rhyme surfaced in his mind.
Let me tell you what to do. Dig a pit that's 10 by 2, ash and elm and rowan too.
His arms trembled beneath him, the effort of rising, sending sharp jolts of pain through his body. Kvothe took a step forward. Chronicler heard a faint voice.
Rest.
Before the world faded once more into darkness. Kvothe dug alone, his spade bit slowly and methodically into the earth. Every movement brought fresh pain, yet he persevered. The ruined cloak lay discarded alongside the leather apron he'd once worn, both slashed and smeared with blood. The night dragged on, broken only by the scraping sound of iron against soil. By the time Kvothe reached Nuar, the first light of dawn began to peer through the muddled clouds. The Waystone Inn stood waiting, its windows casting a warm, inviting glow against the cold night. Bast was waiting too. Kvothe barely made it through the door before Bast stepped forward, his expression a mix of worry and barely restrained fury.
You disappeared.
I left a note.
Bast let out a sharp breath.
A note.
His voice was tight with disbelief.
You vanish into the night, bleeding, with only a few scribbled words. And you think that's enough?
Kvothe sighed, adjusting the unconscious chronicler's weight on his shoulder. Bast shook his head, the anger in his eyes beginning to fade. He stepped forward and with effortless strength took the man from Kvothe's arms.
You're bleeding.
he murmured as he carried Chronicler toward the guest room. Inside, the fire burned low, casting soft shadows along the walls. Bast moved carefully, stripping away the Chronicler's tattered clothes and settling him into bed. Then he turned to Kvothe, fetching a basin of warm water. The innkeeper sat without protest as Bast knelt beside him, dipping a cloth into the water and running it over his skin in slow, methodical strokes. Blood gave way to pale flesh, revealing the jagged cuts beneath. Bast's hands stilled. His gaze lingered on the wounds, his frown deepening.
I thought you didn't bleed.
Kvothe let out a soft breath, something between a laugh and a sigh.
That's just a story.
The words hung between them. Sighing deeply, Bast picked up the needle and thread and set to work, his movements steady and precise. When he was done, Kvothe stretched out on the bed without a word, eyes closed. Exhaustion pulled him under almost instantly, but Bast did not sleep. He sat at the bedside, watching the slow rise and fall of Kvothe's chest, listening to the wind press against the windows like something searching for a way inside. The sun had set by the time Chronicler made his way downstairs. The Waystone Inn was quiet, the common room dimly lit. Kvothe stood behind the bar, cleaning absent glasses, the practiced motions of an innkeeper lost in thought. Chronicler hesitated, then cleared his throat.
It really is you, isn't it?
Kvothe stilled for a fraction of a second before setting the glass down with careful precision.
You must be feeling better.
Chronicler let the deflection slide. He recounted his journey, the rumors that had led him here. He assured Kvothe that he hadn't come to stir trouble. Kvothe, ever the innkeeper, listened with polite interest, his expression unreadable.
And who exactly are you?
The Chronicler,
He answered.
Devon Lockhees.
Kvothe considered this, his gaze sharper now.
The great debunker.
He murmured.
The man who peels back stories to reveal the plain, dull truth beneath.
Something like that.
Chronicler admitted. But Kvothe was no longer looking at him. His focus had drifted, his thoughts elsewhere.
Rumors brought you here.
He said.
Rumors from whom?
Scarpy.
That name had an effect. Kvothe's hand tightened ever so slightly around the rag he was holding. Chronicler pressed on, explaining how they had pieced together the stories, the whispers that had led him to this quiet inn at the edge of the world. For a moment, Kvothe's jovial mask remained intact. He played the part of the good-natured innkeeper, listening, nodding, even smiling. But it was just that, a mask. Slowly, cracks began to show.
You shouldn't have come.
Kvothe said, his voice quieter now.
I didn't expect to find you.
Chronicler admitted. Something flickered across Kvothe's face. A muscle in his jaw tightened.
I'm not him anymore.
He said. Chronicler leaned forward.
Then who are you?
They spoke of stories, how they twist, shift, change. Chronicler laid out the falsehoods, testing for weakness.
Kvothe is dead.
Met silence.
Kvothe never existed.
Earned a slight crack in the facade. But when Chronicler mentioned Kvothe Kingkiller, not as a hero, but something else entirely, Kvothe nodded in weary agreement. And then Chronicler pushed further.
A red-haired man. A new Chandrian.
Kvothe flinched, his hands curling into fists. Between truth and a compelling lie, Chronicler said, Kvothe knew which would win. Then, the final blow.
Some say there was a woman.
Glass shattered. A bottle, untouched by Kvothe's hands, splintered 8 inches away. Chronicler barely breathed. His mind raced. This is dangerous. He had heard the stories, but now he saw the truth behind them. He thought of an old tale. Kvothe had once sought his heart's desire. He had tricked a demon to obtain it. He had fought an angel to keep it. This is the face of a man who has killed an angel. Kvothe's voice was hoarse when he finally spoke.
What does anyone know of my story?
Only what they're told.
Kvothe exhaled sharply, holding the scribe's gaze.
And you'll tell the truth?
As best I can.
Chronicler replied, reaching into his satchel and drawing out a fresh sheet of parchment and a quill.
Let's start with your name.
Kvothe fell silent, his fingers tightening around the rag in his hand. For a long moment, he simply breathed. When he spoke again, his voice was different, measured, and deliberate.
Names hold power. They reveal much about a person. I have worn more names than anyone seems entitled to.
Kvothe continued.
The Atom call me Maidri, a name that, depending on its pronunciation, can mean the flame, the thunder, or the broken tree. My first mentor knew me as Alir, and my first love was smitten with the sound of Dulator.
The chronicler's grip on his quill tightened as Kvothe went on.
Others include Shadakar, Lightfinger, and Six String. There are tales of Kvothe the Bloodless, Kvothe the Arcane, and even Kvothe Kingkiller.
A slow exhale escaped from the chronicler as Kvothe's eyes lifted, meeting his with newfound clarity.
I have snatched princesses from the clutches of sleeping Barrow Kings. I set fire to the town of Traben. I spent a night with Felurian, walking away with both my sanity and my life intact. I was expelled from the university at an age younger than most begin. By moonlight, I've trodden paths that others dare not speak of in daylight. I've conversed with gods, loved passionately, and written songs that bring minstrels to tears.
The fire crackled softly behind, and outside, the wind pressed against the inn's windows.
My name is Kvothe.
The statement hung in the air, carrying a quiet, pronounced gravity.
Perhaps you've heard of me.
Chapter 3, A Legend's First Chord. The Ademaru were more than mere performers. They were actors and acrobats, musicians and magicians, jugglers and jesters. They wove stories with their voices, shaped legends with their hands, and carried the weight of history in their songs. Among them was a boy named Kvothe, born to the road and raised in the ever-turning world of the travelling troupe. His father, Unwritten, was a man of great talent, a poet whose ballads could command silence in even the rowdiest tavern. His mother, Lurian, carried a grace that set her apart, her noble past hinted at in the way she spoke, the way she carried herself. Together, they led their troupe from town to town, performing for nobles and common folk alike, relying on the coin and goodwill of patrons like Baron Greyfallow to keep them moving. For Kvothe, the road was both home and teacher. He learned from those who passed through their campfires, a barrister who taught him the intricacies of law, a huntsman who showed him how to move through the forest without a sound, a Modigan courtesan who schooled him in the art of reading people. But the world outside the Rue did not always welcome them. To many, they were outsiders, vagabonds, thieves, and worse. As the troop arrived in a nameless town, they were met with suspicion. The mayor stood in the square, arms crossed, his expression sour. He did not want them there. He did not trust them. It was only the mention of Baron Greyfallow's name that softened his stance. A nobleman's favour carried weight, even among those who despised the Rue. As the performers set up their stage and the townspeople gathered, another wagon rolled into the far end of the square. Unlike the Rue's brightly painted caravans, this one was old, worn, and alone. An old man sat atop it, his posture stiff as he argued with the mayor, his voice carrying notes of both exhaustion and defiance. The mayor called for the constable, who arrived with heavy steps, his face already set with annoyance. When the constable seized the old man by the arm, something strange happened. The air shifted. A sudden gust of wind knocked the constable backward, lanterns flickering wildly in its wake. Magic! The old man dusted off his sleeves, unbothered, and with an air of practiced nonchalance, turned and made his way back to his wagon. Kvothe hesitated only a moment before following, A sign dangled off the side of the wagon. Abinthe, Arcanist Extraordinaire, Doctor of Physic, Scrivener, Dowser, Driver of Donkeys, Speaker of Many Tongues. Kvothe's pulse quickened.
An arcanist.
You can read then?
Kvothe turned to find the old man, watching him with mild amusement. His face was lined with the kind of wrinkles that came from too much sun and laughter. His eyes were sharp, thoughtful, and edged with a knowing glint. Kvothe lifted his chin.
Of course.
Abinthe nodded approvingly.
Then you're a step ahead of most.
He wiped his hands on his trousers, then leaned against the cart.
So, what's a bright-eyed boy like you doing poking around my wagon?
I was curious.
Kvothe admitted.
I've never met a real arcanist before.
Abinthe gave a short laugh.
Well, don't get too excited. We're not quite what the stories make us out to be.
He gestured toward the sign.
Most of what I do is less mystic secrets and more boil lancing and book copying.
Kvothe wasn't so easily dissuaded.
You can still do magic, though.
He said, his eyes gleaming.
Real magic.
Abinthe smirked.
Depends on what you call real.
Kvothe smiled.
Are you looking for work?
He asked, eyeing the wagon and the road-worn look of the man before him. Abinthe studied him.
That depends. Who's asking?
My father leads the Edema-Ru troop camped just beyond the village.
Kvothe said proudly.
We travel, we perform, and we're always in need of someone useful.
Edema-Ru.
Abenthe's eyebrows lifted.
I suppose that means you can read, sing, dance, and juggle knives.
Kvothe grinned.
Among other things.
Abinthe chuckled, shaking his head.
Well, I can't sing worth a damn, but I can patch wounds, balance ledgers, and tell a decent story when the mood strikes.
Kvothe extended his hand, confident now.
Then you'll fit in just fine.
Abinthe hesitated for only a moment before grasping it firmly.
Sounds like we have a deal.
Abinthe introduced Kvothe to chemistry and physics, to medicine and mathematics. He taught him how to use a sextant, how to navigate by the stars, how to measure distances with a slide rule. Kvothe learned to mix chemicals, to diagnose illnesses, to treat wounds and break fevers. He could distill liquor, craft poisons, and identify herbs with a glance. But knowledge was only part of it. Abinthe trained Kvothe's mind like a blade, making him recall conversations word for word, forcing him to play tyranny without a board, demanding he think in ways that stretched the limits of logic. Then came sympathy. Reaching inside his purse, Ben tossed a handful of iron drabs onto the wooden table in his wagon.
Tell me about these.
Kvothe picked up a coin, turning it between his fingers.
Money started with the Shaldim.
He mused.
The Shaldim introduced the first standardized currency, ensuring trade could stretch beyond a single town.
Ben smirked.
That's very impressive,
he said, though his tone suggested otherwise. Kvothe frowned.
You don't actually care about that, do you?
Not really.
Ben placed two drabs, side by side.
But I care about what connects them.
With practiced ease, he demonstrated how one object could influence another, showing how sympathy bound them through belief and will. Kvothe had seen sympathy before, but watching Ben shift one drab only to have the other mimic its movement was something else entirely.
Allah,
Ben explained,
is the ability to hold two beliefs at once. That you will move an object and that it must move.
Kvothe listened closely. Ben gave him the words, the phonetic pronunciation of the sympathetic binding of parallel motion. Kvothe repeated it under his breath, letting the cadence settle in his mind. Then, Ben left him to practice. For weeks, Kvothe experimented, absorbing new bindings as Ben layered each lesson carefully. Once he mastered one, another followed, always just beyond his reach. It was like stoking an insatiable fire, and Kvothe devoured knowledge as fast as it was given. One evening, after mastering a particularly difficult piece of sympathy, Kvothe sought out his parents, eager to show his progress. He expected to find them rehearsing a new piece of music, his mother playfully teasing his father over a missed note. Instead, he overheard them speaking in hushed voices with Abinthy.
Chandrian,
The words stopped Kvothe in his tracks. His father had been working on a new song for months, gathering old stories from villagers, piecing together myths and fairy tales. He had started with tales of Lanray and Lyra, legends of betrayal and loss. But lately, his focus had shifted. He had been asking about something else, the Chandrian. Kvothe edged closer to listen.
How many are there really?
Aladdin asked. Ben leaned back, thoughtful.
Chain means 7 in Temic.
He said.
Chandian, 7 of them. The word is older than Tema, by at least 1,000 years. If the origins hold true, there have always been 7.
Aladdin rubbed his chin.
I think I've figured out why they destroy things.
He mused.
But I won't share a half-finished song.
His wife sighed.
Better to leave well enough alone.
But Aladdin's mind was already turning, weaving the story into something grander. His mother shifted the conversation.
Blue flames are the most well-known sign,
She said.
but I've heard of others. Black eyes, goat eyes, sometimes no eyes at all. Rotting wood, rusted metal, animals going mad.
Ben hesitated.
I've heard an old tale about their shadows pointing toward the sun, he admitted, and another where one is called shadow-hammed, marked by shadow.
Aladdin's eyes lit up.
And their names.
Ben stiffened.
Names are not spoken.
The air grew heavier, the shadows in the wagon stretching long. Having already noticed his presence, Ben turned his gaze to Kvothe, his expression softening.
You realize what you have in this boy?
He asked Aladdin.
He doesn't just memorize. He understands. I've never seen anyone learn so quickly.
Kvothe's father chuckled.
Yes, he's a sharp one.
Ben smiled.
He could be the next Ilian, a legend among the Ru. He has the talent for it.
Then, more seriously,
He'd be accepted at the university.
at those words, Kvothe's heart leapt. The university, the Arcanum. What had once seemed as distant as a fairy tale was now a very real possibility. Kvothe sat, lost in thought, hands folded. When he finally looked up, he seemed almost surprised to find Chronicler still across from him, pen poised. With a sigh, Kvothe gestured for him to set it down. After a moment, Chronicler complied.
I could use a drink.
Kvothe admitted, rising.
I haven't told stories in a while, and I find myself unreasonably dry.
Moving behind the bar, he listed beverages, including ale, wine, cider, coffee, even chocolate. Chronicler raised an eyebrow.
Chocolate? I wouldn't expect that out here.
Kvothe gestured at the empty room.
We have everything here at the Waystone, except customers.
He pulled a jug from beneath the bar and called out.
Bast! Bring up some cider, would you?
A muffled reply came from the basement, followed by a louder,
Shag down here and get it yourself, you hack. I'm in the middle of something.
Chronicler tilted his head.
Hired help?
Kvothe only smiled. Moments later, Bast strode in, black-clad, blue-eyed, graceful. He set a jug down with a thump.
One customer. You couldn't get it yourself. I was finally reading Selim Tincture as you've been hounding me to do.
Bast,
Kvothe said mildly.
do you know what happens to students at the university who eavesdrop on their teachers?
Bast scoffed.
I would never.
Kvothe simply looked at him. Bast hesitated, then slumped.
How did you know?
You've avoided that book for an age. Either you suddenly became studious, or you were up to something.
Chronicler had been watching Bast closely, something gnawing at him, a flicker of shadow, the way his boots moved, the light in his eyes. Then he saw it. With sudden purpose, he withdrew a pendant and set it on the table, a simple disc of iron.
Iron,
he said firmly. Bast recoiled, doubling over with a snarl. His movement turned fluid and unnatural, one hand drawing back, ready to strike. Kvothe's hand shot out, catching his wrist. Bast lunged, but Kvothe held him fast.
Stop!
Kvothe's voice was sharp, commanding. The room fell silent.
I will have no fighting among my friends. Undo it, Chronicler, or I will break it.
Chronicler hesitated, then withdrew his hand. Bast sagged as Kvothe released him. But when he straightened, the illusion was gone. His eyes, still ocean blue, were now deep and solid as polished stone. His boots had vanished, revealing cloven hooves. Kvothe turned to Chronicler.
This is Bastas, son of Remen, Prince of Twilight and the Telwyth Mael. My student, my friend.
Then to Bast.
And this is Devon Lockheed's Chronicler. A great rememberer of stories and skilled enough to bind iron.
Bast scowled.
He attacked me.
Kvothe's look was cool.
I didn't say it was unjustified. I said it was foolish.
After a moment, Bast hesitated, then extended his hand. Chronicler eyed him warily before grasping it. Kvothe huffed.
Amazing, isn't it? Flesh with blood beneath. One could almost believe you were both people.
Guilt flickered across their faces. Kvothe poured drinks.
Sit. Talk. When I return, I don't want to find either of you dead or the inn on fire.
As they settled at the table, Bast retrieved the bottle. Kvothe shot him a warning look.
Not too much. I don't want you giggling through my story.
As they spoke, Kvothe returned with food, humming as he sliced bread. Chronicler watched him closely. How would he ever mistaken Kvothe for just an innkeeper? Kvothe studied the light through the window, then turned to Bast.
How much did you overhear?
Most of it, Reshi.
Bast grinned.
I have good ears.
That's good,
Kvothe murmured.
We don't have time to backtrack.
He drew a breath, eyes darkening.
Let's get back to it then. But brace yourselves. The story takes a dark turn now.
Chapter 4. The Price of a Story. Winter unfolded in long, quiet days, the roads dangerous and money scarce. With fewer shows to distract him, Kvothe immersed himself in lessons with Abinthy. At first, he was captivated by sympathy, the precise logic of bindings, and the careful application of Allah. But as the months dragged on, disappointment set in. He had expected magic to be more than mere tricks of will and energy. He craved the ability to command power with his words, to summon the wind. Yet the wind never answered his call. Instead, he found himself confined by sympathy's limitations, mastering how to connect objects, transfer heat from one place to another, and push and pull forces without ever truly making contact. He grasped the mechanics, but it wasn't the legendary magic he had dreamed of. Then, one idle day, he nearly ended his own life. It started as an experiment, a mental turning over of sympathy's principles, a search for something greater hidden within them. What if, he wondered, he could bind the breath in his lungs to the air outside? Could he force it? Could he shape the wind within himself? The moment he uttered the binding, his breath was wrenched away. His vision dimmed and his body seized, as if the wind itself had turned hostile, pulling the air from within. Only Abinthy's swift intervention, breaking the link by forcefully kicking Kvothe aside, saved him from disaster. For a long, silent moment, neither spoke. Shaking his head, Ben quietly muttered,
Idiot boy.
In the days that followed, Ben's lessons evolved. The bindings persisted, the mental exercises remained, but something had shifted. Kvothe had seen too much too soon, and Abenthy was no longer willing to push him further down that dangerous path. Instead, his attention was soon diverted by none other than a woman. She was relatively young, reasonably wealthy, and newly widowed. She ran a brewery that required care. As the troop journeyed on, Ben lingered by her side, offering advice, assisting with figures, and disappearing for longer intervals. Kvothe grumbled about it at first, yet a part of him understood. Before long, Ben's time with the troop was drawing to a close. His departure coincided with another important milestone, Kvothe's 12th birthday. The troop, never once to miss a chance for celebration, transformed it into a grand farewell. The fires blazed high, the air filled with music and laughter, and the evening stretched on in a blur of dancing and song. At the climactic moment, Arliden and Lorien stepped into the circle's centre, their voices intertwining in the Lay of Sir Savien Trailliard. The ballad, penned by Ilian himself, told a tale of love and tragedy, a knight, his lady, longing and loss. It wasn't solely the beauty of their voices that moved Kvothe. It was the perfect harmony between them, the way they became the embodiment of the song. The feeling rose within him, swelling in his chest, an ache for which he had as yet no words. When the final notes faded, the troop called out for another song.
Lenray!
Someone shouted. Arliden dismissed the notion with a wave, but the calls persisted, joined by more voices, by Ben's expectant grin, and by the weight of a half-spun story yearning to continue. With a sigh and a smile, Kvothe's father picked up his lute once more and began to play. The song was unfinished, its details incomplete. Yet in that very moment, with firelight casting long shadows and his mother softly swaying by his side, with music filling the night, it hardly mattered. When the song was sung, the sun was rising, and with it came final farewells. There was no grand ceremony marking Ben's departure, just a few quiet words, a firm handshake, a lingering glance. He was gone by the time Kvothe awoke in the afternoon, his absence felt more deeply than it was seen. But Ben hadn't left Kvothe empty-handed. Next to his cot lay a thick, well-worn book, its cover smooth from years of handling. Inside, penned neatly by Ben, was an inscription.
Kvothe, defend yourself well at the university. Make me proud. Remember your father's song. Be wary of folly. Abenthy.
The days following Ben's departure were empty, yet the troop made every effort to keep Kvothe occupied. His father honed his acting skills, his mother refined his courtly manners, and the senior players filled his time with dance and lively banter. Even Leclith, the huntsman, took to training him in swordsmanship, though his weapon was no more than a dulled practice stick. They travelled along quiet, winding roads, moving from town to town. One afternoon, their journey came to a halt when a fallen oak blocked the road ahead. While the others worked to clear the path, Kvothe wandered into the woods, absent-mindedly kicking at the undergrowth and gathering wild sage for his mother. When he returned, something felt wrong. The air was thick with smoke. Firelight flickered over the ruined wagons, flames licking at torn canvas and shattered wood. Bodies lay scattered across the ground like discarded puppets. The acrid scent of burning flesh mixed with the sharp bite of smouldering oak, and beneath it all, something unnatural tinged the fire's glow with an eerie blue hue. His hands trembled as he reached for support against Shandi's wagon. At his touch, the iron band on the wheel crumbled into rust. He recoiled as the wheel groaned and collapsed, the wagon shattering as though it were brittle with age. Then, he heard voices. Turning, he found himself exposed, firelight casting stark shadows around him. A man by the flames rose, effortlessly, his movements smooth as flowing water. He was beautiful in a way that was not meant for men. Porcelain skin, frost-coloured curls framing a face both sharp and narrow. His eyes were black as midnight, void of reflection. A dark sword hung at his side, an extension of himself, as lifeless as the emptiness in his gaze. The man smiled, sharp and cruel.
Is this your fire, little one?
His voice was light, mocking, as though he had merely found an amusing oddity on his evening stroll. Kvothe's throat was too tight to speak. He barely managed a nod. The man crouched slightly, tilting his head. The blue flames cast eerie shadows over his inhumanly perfect features.
Someone's parents,
he mused, savouring the words,
have been singing entirely the wrong sort of songs.
His words were casual, tossed carelessly into the smoke-filled air. From the deepest part of the shadows, untouched by the fire's glow, emerged a voice, smooth and cold, weighted with something Kvothe could not name.
Cinder, hurry up and finish the boy.
Cinder tilted his head, his smirk deepening.
Oh, but he sees us,
he murmured, stepping forward.
He sees.
The seated figure shifted slightly, though the fire's glow never touched him.
Curious.
The darkness pulled at his feet, swallowing all warmth and colour. Then, in a voice that carried the weight of distant thunder, he said,
Send him to the soft and painless blanket of his sleep.
Cinder sighed dramatically.
Come now, Haliax. You do take the fun out of things.
Kvothe's stomach twisted as the name took root in his mind. Haliax. The man moved closer, boots silent on the scorched earth.
What say you, boy? Would you rather sleep or dance a little first?
He made no move to draw his sword. His presence alone was enough to paralyze Kvothe. Haliax's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding.
Varula.
Cinder convulsed.
Ah.
He dropped to his knees, clutching his midsection as if an unseen force had gripped him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his confidence stripped away in an instant.
Who keeps you safe from the Amir, the singers, the scythe?
Haliax's voice was hollow and distant, as if the words barely belonged to him. The darkness around him seemed to coil and tremble, alive with unseen movement.
They come,
he whispered faintly. With that, the darkness began to stretch outward, twisting like ink spilled into water. Tendrils of shadow slithered toward the others, pooling around their feet. One by one, the others descended into the blackness that clung to Haliax like an open wound in the world. A dishevelled Cinder lingered a moment longer, his smouldering gaze fixed on Kvothe. Then, as if the night itself had drawn a breath, they were gone. For a long time, Kvothe remained frozen. The silence pressed in around him, thick and suffocating, as if the world itself had recoiled from what had happened. His breath came in shallow gasps, his mind struggling to accept the ruin before him. When his body finally remembered how to move, he staggered forward on unsteady legs. The cold, unmoving bodies of his troop lay at his feet. The people who had filled his world with music and laughter, with stories and song, now lay still beneath the indifferent sky. He dropped to his knees, searching desperately, whispering their names as he touched their faces. His mother, his father, each one a silent, lifeless reminder of what he had lost. His hands trembled as he brushed away dirt and ash from their skin, as if such small gestures could somehow undo the horror, could somehow call them back. But there was no one left. He tried to bury them. His fingers tore at the earth, clawing furiously, but the soil resisted, too slow, too unyielding against the weight of his sorrow. His hands bled as he worked, raw and shaking. But it was not enough. Nothing would ever be enough. Gripped with exhaustion, he wandered toward his parents' wagon, its doors hanging open like a mouth gasping for air. Inside, he found a moment's solace, lighting candles and watching their fragile glow. battle the encroaching night. He sat there for what felt like hours, the tiny flames reflecting in his vacant eyes. Kvothe awoke to a world ablaze. Flames roared around him, hungry and all-consuming, swallowing the wagon and all it held. The heat lashed at his skin, the air thick with smoke and the scent of burning wood, cloth and flesh. The world blurred, his mind sluggish from grief and exhaustion, but instinct carried him forward. He gathered what little he could, his father's loot, the book Ben had given him, clutching them. The last fragments of a world now gone. And then, with his throat burning and his heart hollow, he turned away and walked into the forest, leaving behind the smouldering ruins of his childhood. By dawn, the sky had softened into pale gold, the trees whispering in the early light. The world was silent once more, empty in a way he had never known. He sank to the ground, cradling the lute in his arms, his fingers moving over the strings. The first notes wavered, unsteady, a whisper of sound in the quiet morning. He played until the ache in his hands matched the ache in his chest, until exhaustion weighed him down, until, at last, sleep claimed him once more. Chapter 5. A Life Unwritten. Kvothe extended a hand to Chronicler before turning to Bast with a frown.
Stop looking at me like that.
Bast looked close to tears.
Oh, Reshi, I had no idea.
There's no reason you should.
Kvothe said firmly.
And no reason to make an issue of it.
But Reshi...
Kvothe cut the air with his hand.
Should I weep and wail, curse Telu and his angels, number, that is low drama.
His expression softened.
I appreciate your concern, but this is just part of the story. Not even the worst part. I'm not telling it for sympathy.
He stood, brushing his hands together.
Now, I'm fetching wood for the night. There'll be a chill if I'm any judge. Bast, get the loaves ready and collect yourself. I refuse to tell the rest of this tale with you making blubbery cow eyes at me.
He disappeared through the kitchen. Bast scrubbed at his face, watching him go.
He's fine, so long as he's busy,
he murmured. Chronicler shifted uncomfortably.
I beg your pardon?
Bast gave a small smile.
I was excited when I heard who you were, that he'd tell his story. His mood has been so dark lately. There's nothing to shake him out of it, nothing but brooding. I thought remembering the good times would help.
He grimaced.
I'm not saying this well. Sorry for earlier.
No,
Chronicler stammered.
it was my fault. I'm sorry.
Bast shook his head.
You only tried to bind me. It hurt. But it wasn't real harm. I was going to do worse to you.
His voice grew quiet.
I might have killed you before I even thought.
Before the silence stretched too long, Chronicler managed a wry smile.
Why don't we both agree we were blinded by idiocy and leave it at that?
He extended his hand.
Peace.
Bast clasped it warmly. His sleeve pulled back, revealing a dark bruise around his wrist. He tugged his cuff back into place.
From when he grabbed me,
he said quickly.
He's stronger than he looks. Don't mention it. He'll only feel bad.
Kvothe emerged from the kitchen, blinking as if surprised to see the present day instead of the past. He lifted the handles of a barrow and trundled it into the woods behind the inn, his footsteps crunching through the fallen leaves. Amid stacked cords of oak and ash, he began tossing firewood into the barrow with steady precision, his face blank, his eyes far away. As he worked, his movements slowed, like a machine winding down. Eventually, he stopped entirely. Standing still among the trees, his composure cracked. Alone in the quiet with no one to witness, he buried his face in his hands and wept, silent and unshaken. as if he had long since forgotten how to sob aloud. The mind has its own means of shielding itself from pain. It numbs memories and buries grief in forgetfulness. Sometimes sleep offers escape. Madness too can serve as relief, and for some, only death remains. Kvothe awoke in the forest with memories of the previous day blurred and softened by his mind's instinct for survival. He recalled what had happened. He had seen the bodies, experienced the chilling finality, but much of it felt remote, as if it had occurred to someone else. He had dreamt of Abinthe, of his father, and of Lachlith, the woodsman who had once travelled with the troop. Lachlith had imparted the skills of living in the wild, finding shelter, tracking animals, and moving unseen through the forest. Now those lessons emerged unbidden, guiding his every move for survival. He found water first, then food. He collected dry wood and built a fire. Later, he came upon a fallen greystone, which he used as a windbreak during his sleep. In slumber, his dreams enveloped him even more. He remembered asking his father why the Rue always stopped at waystones, and it was Ben's voice that answered, "Sometimes roads lead to safe places. Sometimes safe roads lead into danger." By the fourth day, Kvothe had secured food, fire, and shelter, everything he needed, leaving him with only time. To avoid the grip of memories, he filled his days completely. He ate with care, gathered supplies with precision, and moved mechanically, as if detached from his own being. And then he played. He played for hours, his fingers growing calloused. He performed every song he knew, filling the silent gaps with half-remembered melodies. And when those ran out, he played from his feelings, capturing the warmth of grass under his hands or the gentle caress of a cool breeze. By the end of the second month, he could perform emotions with the ease of experiencing them. Then, in the third month, he turned inward. His music recalled memories, riding in a wagon with Ben, singing with his father by the fire, the smile of his mother. Though the pain was sharp, he hoped it would eventually fade, leaving behind something stronger, something whole. At summer's end, a string snapped. It was beyond repair. Kvothe stared at the broken instrument for what felt like half a day, unable to move past the loss. Eventually, he adjusted, teaching himself to play on 6 strings, then 5, and later 4. When the third string finally broke, he tried his best, but it was impossible. After months of isolation in the wilds, he packed his few belongings and began to walk. He traveled south toward warmth. The journey was rougher than the forest. Food and water became harder to acquire. Although he saw towns along the way, he kept his distance, afraid of people and of being noticed. He hid when others passed by, until one day he could hide no longer. A wagon rumbled toward him in the soft morning light. He stepped to the side of the road, but the driver called out,
"Boy!"
Kvothe hesitated, but the sound of the call, insistent and repeated by both an older man and a younger one, drew him in. He could have run. He considered it, but instead he found himself stepping forward, pulled by an unnamed force. The father and son were headed for the city, and Kvothe found it easier to comply than to refuse. He climbed into the wagon, the weight of his own silence pressing down on him. The older man, Seth, handed him a piece of buttered bread, a simple act of kindness that made his chest ache.
"Do you play that lute?"
Seth asked, eyeing the instrument resting on Kvothe's lap.
"It's broken,"
Kvothe murmured, bracing himself for dismissal. Seth only grinned.
"Then we'll have to entertain you instead."
And with that, Seth began singing Tinker Tanner, with his son Jake joining in, their voices easy and warm. Kvothe sat between them as the song stirred something deep, a fragile, half-forgotten memory of other wagons, different voices, and a long-lost home. The wagon moved steadily toward the city, its form growing larger until it swallowed the horizon. Kvothe had never seen anything like it. Tarbeen was immense, sprawling, and impossibly vast. Even from a distance, the city pulsed with life as its endless, twisting streets wound among towering buildings like a labyrinth. They navigated through the market, weaving between merchants and hawkers until Seth discovered an empty corner near a bookshop. Without waiting for an invitation, Kvothe helped unload, eager to repay the kindness that had brought him this far. After dusting his hands, Seth turned to him and asked,
"What brings you to Tarbeen?"
Kvothe hesitated. The true reason was as simple as lute strings. But before he could speak, Seth smiled and said,
"Why don't you take some squash home for your mother?"
Those words cut through him like a blade. His breath caught and panic seized him as fragments of memory. His mother's voice, his father's laughter, and the image of blue-tinged flames spun chaotically in his mind. He recoiled, shaking. Seth's face softened with understanding.
"You've been through something,"
he said gently.
"You're welcome to come home with us if you'd like."
Kvothe only continued to back away. Seth didn't force him. He merely made sure that Kvothe knew where to find them, Seaward Square, at least until the end of the day. Without another word, Kvothe turned and ran. Tarbeen itself was like a maze, its endless streets leading nowhere. He wandered aimlessly through unfamiliar districts. Cutting through an alley, he was suddenly seized by rough hands. A burly youth, flanked by two others, towered over him, eyes wild and fierce.
"What are you doing here?"
the boy demanded. The others chuckled, referring to the older boy as Pike. Summoning his courage, Kvothe replied,
"I'm heading dockside."
Pike's expression darkened as he rammed his head into Kvothe's, a burst of pain shooting through his skull. One of the boys discovered the loot case. Greedily, they pried it open, their eyes calculating how much they might get for it, or whether the wood itself would fetch a price. Through the haze of pain, Kvothe could barely see, but he noticed that, as the boys argued. Pike held the loot apart, as if it were priceless. It was a fleeting chance. As tempers flared and the shouts grew louder, Kvothe lunged. But Pike was too strong. Kvothe fought with every ounce of energy, clawing and biting in a desperate attempt to reclaim his only remaining possession. Yet Pike, hardened by too many fights, relentlessly slammed him against the wall until his vision blurred. Then he heard it. Not his own scream, but the hollow, broken twang of the lute beneath him. It sounded like a dying dream, shattering something inside him far more devastating than the physical blows. Just as Pike sneered, ready to strike again, a shout rang out.
"City Watch, stop!"
The boys scattered in a frantic rush. Kvothe barely registered the watchman looming over him, rifling through his pockets.
"Not much for all the trouble I went through,"
the man muttered, having mistaken Kvothe's scream for that of a woman, and assuming he'd been saving someone worth rescuing. Then, without a word, the watchman departed. Slowly, Kvothe managed to move again. His nose felt off, and in the midst of his pain, he recalled the lessons Ben had taught him. All his belongings were still there, his string, his knife, Ben's book, and the shattered loot. Forcing himself to stand, he staggered through the city towards Seaward Square. By the time he reached the bookshop, both the wagon and Seth had vanished. The last tether to safety had been lost. He collapsed in the spot where the wagon had been, overwhelmed by the full force of his pain, his injuries, and his hunger. He ate the last piece of bread, but it was never enough. With nowhere to go, he realized the reality of his isolation. Although the city was surrounded by farmland, he knew he wouldn't survive out there. There was nothing beyond Tarbeen for him. With nowhere left to turn, he curled up in the doorway of the bookshop, trying to drift into sleep. A sharp kick to his ribs sent him scrambling as the shopkeeper glared down and said,
"Get out of here!"
Kvothe staggered away until he found a stack of crates in an alley. He huddled among them, seeking refuge from the cold, the pain, and the grief, pretending he was somewhere better. And so passed his first night in Tarbeen of nearly 3 years. Chapter 6. Cold Roads and Warm Hands. Tarbeen was a city of two halves. Hillside was clean and well-dressed, its cobbled streets orderly, its people polite. Waterside was filth and desperation, filled with ragged men and cruel children. Kvothe had spent years in Waterside, surviving as best he could. He had learned where to beg, where to hide, and most importantly, where not to go. He avoided the churches, not just out of habit, but out of caution. Priests would offer food, warmth, even kind words. But their kindness came with questions, and Kvothe had long since learned that attention was dangerous. He had a hiding place, a rooftop nook where 3 buildings met. It was small and cold, but it was his. Here he kept Ben's book, hidden and untouched. The last connection to his old life. The 7 days of high mourning turned Tarbeen into chaos. People in masks filled the streets, some dressed as demons, others as Tailu himself. Unlike the controlled pageantry of his parents' troupe, anyone with a coin could play a demon here. Kvothe waited until the last day of the festival, when the revelers thinned, before heading to Hillside. It was another world. Even the demons here were polite. Kvothe watched 2 masked figures jump from an alley, harassing a couple. They tossed the man's hat, grabbed the woman's arm, but when she called on Tailu's name, they shrank away, cowering. Taking this as a good sign, Kvothe picked a woman and begged. He barely had time to ask anything before he felt it. Scornful eyes watching him. A shopkeeper was speaking frantically to a guard, gesturing towards Kvothe. So he ran. Something he was used to, but this wasn't Waterside. There were no easy hiding places, no twisting alleys he knew by heart. The guard followed, his boots hammering against the cobblestones. He ran blindly, cutting through streets, darting past startled onlookers. But he made a mistake. A dead end. He scrambled at the wall, trying to climb, but it was no use. A hand caught his ankle and yanked him down. He hit the ground hard, the breath knocked from his chest. The guard loomed over.
"This is my district,"
he snarled.
"I don't want to see you here again."
The beating was swift and brutal. As Kvothe lay in the alley, half buried in snow, his body aching and broken, sleep wrapped around him like a slow, smothering embrace. The cold no longer bit at him. It felt distant, almost gentle. In the haze of exhaustion, he dreamt of a great bird with wings of fire, its ember-lit gaze fixed upon him. It did not move, did not speak, only watched, waiting. He felt hands, not of death, but a demon. A man in an Encanis mask knelt beside him, worry creasing his brow. Nearby, a woman in green shifted anxiously, urging him to move on.
"Take this,"
he said, pressing something into Kvothe's frozen fingers. It was a silver talent, more money than Kvothe had ever held, more than he could fathom. He lay still, dazed, watching their shadows retreat into the night. Moments later, the midwinter pageantry surged past him, dancers whirling, torches blazing, silver-masked Tailu riding high in his great wooden cart. All eyes were on Tailu. No one saw the broken boy curled against the wall. Kvothe could scarcely remember the days after the beating. A fever had turned everything into a slow, aching blur. He knew he'd lingered on the rooftop too long, too weak to descend, too tired to be bothered. He consumed his last morsel of food, drank from a half-frozen puddle, and floated between delirious sleep and restless wakefulness. The cold had seeped deep into him, past his skin and bones. He curled up against the chimney for warmth, letting its burning heat press painfully against his back until it became unbearable. When he eventually rolled away, he awoke shivering, his clothes damp with sweat, the fever dragging him further under. He didn't remember exactly how he left the rooftop. Maybe he mustered the strength to climb, or perhaps he simply fell. What he did recall was collapsing on the basement stairs, the cold stone pressing against his cheek as his body finally gave in. He remembered little other than the hands that found him. They weren't rough or harsh. They never struck or shoved him. Instead, they gently lifted him, carried him inside, and laid him down on something softer than the unforgiving streets. There was warmth, meagre, but enough. The air carried the scent of damp stone and something else, something familiar, a hint of stale bread, broth, and clean linen. His fingers grasped at the rough fabric of a blanket before he drifted off once more. When Kvothe next awoke, the first sight was of a man kneeling beside him. The man was old but not frail, dressed in plain, patched, and worn robes that had once been grey but were now faded. His hands were weathered from a lifetime of labour, yet they exuded a quiet gentleness.
"You're awake,"
the man said, his voice steady, soft yet firm. Kvothe tried to speak, but his throat felt raw and his body too weak. When he attempted to sit up, the man placed a firm hand on his shoulder, easing him back down.
"Rest,"
he said, simply.
"You're safe."
Safe?
Thought Kvothe, that word that now held little meaning for him. The man moved away to care for another child curled up on a mat as Kvothe took in the surroundings. It was a basement filled with low cots and pallets, crowded with children, some sick, some sleeping, all gaunt and tired. The air was heavy with the odours of unwashed bodies, damp stone, and something comforting, perhaps broth. This was neither a church nor quite a home.
Where?
Kvothe rasped, barely recognising his own voice.
"Here,"
the man replied.
"Where you need to be."
He soon returned carrying a bowl of thin broth, pressing it into Kvothe's hands.
"Drink."
Kvothe complied. Though it was scarcely more than warm water, it filled his stomach and soothed something deep inside him. Days slipped by in a fevered haze. The man, who introduced himself as Trappist, cared for him dutifully. He applied cool cloths to Kvothe's fevered brow, fed him when he could keep food down, and sat silently by his side when the high fevers overwhelmed him. When the sickness persisted, Trappist would leave and return with medicine bought with coins that Kvothe faintly recognised as his own. Still, it was kindness, and kindness was rare. When Kvothe finally regained clarity, the basement resonated with gentle, familiar sounds, low murmurs, shifting bodies, and the quiet cries of a baby. Nearby, a boy named Tanny was whining.
"I don't want to,"
he huffed, his voice rising. In a far corner, another boy, Lonnie, began rocking wildly, his hands clutching his ears as his body jerked in panic. Trappist paused from tending a child and moved over with practiced calm. He knelt beside Lonnie, speaking softly and steadily until Lonnie's frantic rocking subsided. Then Trappist turned to Tanny. His tone was not harsh, but it carried an undeniable weight.
"You know better."
Tanny scowled and lowered his voice to a mutter. Kvothe watched silently. This was not the severe discipline of the city. Trappist didn't yell or strike. He simply expected better behaviour. Tanny huffed again, crossing his arms.
"I just wanted a story."
Even Lonnie, from his corner, quieted a bit at that. Trappist hesitated.
"I don't have any stories,"
he said at first. Kvothe almost scoffed, for everyone knew at least one tale. But after a thoughtful pause, Trappist murmured,
"No. Actually, I do know one. In the early days, the world was wild and cruel. Demons walked among men, whispering in their ears, twisting their hearts. And the worst of them was Incarnus, the swallowing darkness. Telu watched, sorrowful and still. He had made the world, and now he saw it being devoured, one soul at a time. He saw the demons, and he saw the wickedness in men. So he saved only a few, for even those who spoke his name were stained by sin. But there was one who was different, Perial. She had nothing, no family, no riches, not even kindness from her neighbors. But still, she prayed, and not for herself, no. She prayed for others, even those who had wronged her, even those who would never pray for her in return.
Trappist dipped a cloth into cool water and ran it over Kvothe's forehead. His touch was careful, deliberate.
Telu came to her in a dream, bright as the sun. She knew him at once. And do you know what she asked? Not for herself. She asked if he had come to help her neighbor Deborah. But Deborah is wicked, Telu told her. I know, Periel said, but she is still my neighbor. Telu told her of the evils men had done, of the darkness in their hearts. But Periel would not be moved. They are only men, she told him. They live among demons. You do not know what it is to be one of us. Telu listened, and then he reached out and touched her heart.
Trappist wrung the cloth, folding it neatly before setting it aside.
In 3 months, Periel bore a son. She named him Menda, but he was no ordinary child. He walked within days, spoke within weeks. The people in her village grew fearful. Whispers spread. The black-eyed boy was something unnatural. So they gathered, led by the smith, Rengen. They demanded to see the child, to test him, to prove he was no demon. And at last, Periel opened the door, and the child stepped out, a man full-grown, coal-black hair, dark eyes. He touched iron, and it did not burn him. He spoke, and his voice was Telu's. He drew a line in the dirt. On one side, the path of pain and punishment. On the other, his embrace. Those who stepped across were struck down, only to be lifted again, cleansed, forgiven. But 7 refused. They denied him 3 times, and Telu struck them down without mercy.
Trappist shifted, glancing toward the far side of the basement, where Jaspin lay fitfully sleeping.
Then Telu walked the world, calling men to his side. But Incarnus was always ahead of him, spreading chaos, turning men away. For 7 years, Telu followed, and when he finally caught him, he struck him down. But his hammer shattered against the demon's body. So Telu carried him to Atur, where he took the iron of the people and forged a great wheel. He bound Incarnus to it and left him there for 10 days. On the 11th day, Telu gave him one last chance. Incarnus, ever the liar, said he would repent. The people murmured, beginning to doubt. But Telu knew. He knew a lie when he heard one, and so he threw the wheel into the great fire. The iron burned, the chains melted, and still Incarnus fought, struggling free. He rose from the flames, laughing, and Telu leapt in after him.
Trappist's voice had fallen to a hush, the way a fire fades to embers.
He held Incarnus down. The demon begged, pleaded, promised he would never trouble the world again. But Telu did not answer. He only held him tighter. They burned together, and so Telu and the swallowing darkness passed from the world.
Silence fell over the basement. A soft whimper from Jaspin broke the quiet. Kvothe laid back, staring at the ceiling as he listened to the sounds of the sick and weary. Trappist never told another story. Chapter 7. A Tale Worth Chasing. Kvothe stretched, lacing his fingers together above his head.
It's been a long time since I remembered that,
he said.
If you're looking for the reason I became the Kvothe they tell stories about, you could start there.
Chronicler frowned.
What do you mean?
Kvothe stared at his hands for a long moment.
Do you know how many times I've been beaten in my life?
Chronicler shook his head. Kvothe shrugged.
Neither do I. You'd think I'd remember broken bones, stitches, bandages. But I don't. I remember a boy sobbing in the dark. That, I remember clear as a bell.
Chronicler frowned.
You said yourself there was nothing you could have done.
I could have.
Kvothe said, his voice firm.
And I didn't. I made my choice, and I regret it to this day. Bones mend. Regret stays with you forever.
He pushed away from the table, stretching.
That's enough of Tarbean's darker side.
Bast, who had been uncharacteristically silent, suddenly blurted.
Why, Reshi? Why did you stay if it was so awful?
Kvothe nodded, as if expecting the question.
Where else was there? Everyone I knew was dead.
Not everyone.
Bast insisted.
There was Abinthy. You could have gone to him.
Kvothe sighed as he moved behind the bar.
Hallowfell was hundreds of miles away, Bast, and I had no money, no shoes, no way to get there. I survived a summer in the woods. Barely. But a winter? I'd have frozen or starved. In Tarbean, at least, I could beg or steal.
He filled his mug and added a pinch of spice, his face thoughtful.
You're right, though. Anywhere would have been better than Tarbean. But we are creatures of habit. It's easy to stay in the ruts we dig for ourselves.
He turned to the fire, his voice quieter.
Perhaps I even saw it as fair. My punishment for not being there when the Chandrian came. My punishment for not dying with my family.
Bast opened his mouth, then shut it, looking down at the table. Kvothe glanced over his shoulder with a gentle smile.
I'm not saying it's rational, Bast. Emotions rarely are. I don't feel that way now, but back then I did. I remember.
Kvothe had lived in Tarbean for more than 3 years. He had passed his 15th birthday, though it had come and gone unnoticed. Time blurred in the city's unchanging rhythm. Survive, eat, find shelter, avoid danger. Over time, he had grown leaner, sharper, and more capable. Tarbean had worn away the last remnants of the boy he had once been, leaving something harder in its place. His secret hoard of rainy day coins was a small fortune by waterside standards, but beyond survival, he had no real purpose. That changed when he overheard a conversation in Trappist's basement. A storyteller. The man told a story every night at the half-mast in Dockside. More than that, he knew every story. If he didn't, there was a standing bet for a whole talent. Kvothe turned the idea over in his mind for the rest of the day. A whole talent. Enough for food, blankets, even a proper roof over his head for a while. And even if that was a lie, it was still free entertainment, something valuable in itself. But there was one problem. Dockside was dangerous. A year earlier, Kvothe had taken revenge on Pike, the boy who had destroyed his father's loot on Kvothe's first day in Tarbean. After following him home, Kvothe discovered his secret place, a crude shelter of crates filled with small possessions he had hoarded over the years. Kvothe drank his beer, ate his cheese, and took his least raggedy shirt. Then, rummaging deeper, he found Pike's most treasured items, a bundle of dried violets, a toy horse, and a lock of blonde hair. He set them ablaze and watched the fire consume everything Pike held dear. But he lingered too long, relishing the flames. Pike and a friend came running, drawn by the smoke. Pike, taller and heavier, came at him with a crude knife, a shard of broken glass wrapped in twine. He stabbed Kvothe in the thigh before Kvothe managed to smash his hand against the cobblestones, shattering the weapon. The fight left Kvothe bruised, battered, and barely able to flee. As he ran, Pike's furious screams followed.
I'll kill you, Kvothe! I'll fucking kill you!
Kvothe believed him. After tending his wounds, he spent every iron penny he had on Dreg, a harsh, blistering liquor. Then he let Pike and his friends find him. Leading them into an alley, Kvothe climbed onto a low roof and waited. As Pike turned the corner, Kvothe Kvothe emptied the bucket of dreg onto him, the liquid splashing across his face and chest. Pike screamed, clawing at his burning eyes. Then Kvothe struck a phosphorus match and let it fall. He had wanted Pike to erupt into flames, to suffer as he had. Instead, Pike smouldered, shrieking, while his friends frantically tried to put him out. Kvothe left them there, the smell of singed flesh in the air. He never saw Pike again, but he knew Dockside was no longer safe for him. Still, the idea gnawed at him. What story would he ask for? He spent days thinking about it, turning it over in his mind as he went about his usual thieving and begging. He ran through countless ideas before the answer struck him.
Lanry.
The story his father had been piecing together before he died. The story that had been too painful to think about.
My father would have sought out this storyteller.
It was dangerous, but the weight of it settled deep inside him, a restless pull he could no longer ignore. By the time he reached the docks, the salty air had replaced the stench of the slums, and their half-mast loomed ahead, thick with pipe smoke and the low murmur of eager voices. The tables were crowded, filled with children of all kinds, some ragged, some well-dressed, all gathered in a loose circle near the front. And there, at the heart of it all, was the storyteller, Scarpi. He was old, his body thin as a scarecrow, but his eyes were sharp as diamonds. He cleared his throat, looking mournfully into his cup. The children understood the ritual. A few coins clinked onto the table, enough for the bartender to pour a drink. Scarpi took a long sip, smacked his lips, and looked out at the crowd.
Well then, what shall it be tonight?
A babble of voices, a dozen different requests. Kvothe spoke, his voice cutting through the noise.
Lanry!
The old man's eyes flicked toward him. For a moment, it felt like Scarpi was looking through him. Then he nodded, as if that had been the only choice all along. Scarpi took another sip of his drink, then spoke.
Who would like to hear the story of a man who lost his eye and gained better sight?
The children quieted. Scarpi smiled.
An old story. Lanray and the Creation War.
His voice dropped lower, drawing them in.
It begins in a shining city, years and miles away. Long ago, in the days before the Empire fell, there was a city unlike any other, Myr Tariniel, bright and vast, a city of silver towers and golden streets. It was ruled by Selaitos, a man who saw deeper than most, who could look upon a thing and know its hidden name. He was wise, just, and beloved by his people. More than that, he kept them safe, for the world was at war, and Myr Tariniel stood as one of the last great strongholds of the Empire of Ergen. But Selaitos was not alone. Across the Empire, in the remaining cities, people placed their trust in something else. They placed it in Lanray. Lanray, a warrior without equal, a man who had never lost a battle, who inspired soldiers to follow him without question. And at his side was Lyra, terrible and wise, a namer whose voice could still a storm or shatter a man's heart. Together, they fought. They won victories thought impossible. They turned the tide of the war. The final battle was the bloodiest. 3 days and nights of relentless slaughter. More men dying there than live in all the world today. And in the heart of it stood Lanray, fighting without rest. He faced a beast clad in black iron, its breath thick with darkness. Lanray fought. Lanray won. And Lanray died. His men found his body. Hope crumbled. The war would be lost. But then Lyra came. In silence, she spoke his name, a command. In fear, she breathed it, a beckoning. In despair, she wept it, a whisper, and Lanre heard her. He returned from beyond the doors of death, breathing her name in turn. He rose, alive, and hope rose with him, love stronger than death. But soon, the whispers began. Lyra was sick, or stolen, or dead. Lanre had fled, or gone mad, or killed himself searching for Lyra beyond the grave. The truth came out when Lanre arrived at Mir Tariniel alone. He asked Selitos to walk with him beyond the city's walls. Selitos had heard the rumors, but he trusted his friend, until he asked about Lyra. When Lanre did not answer, Selitos knew Lyra was dead. Before he could move, Lanre spoke a word, and Selitos, whose sight had never failed him, was bound, helpless. An army rose from the dark, creeping toward Mir Tariniel, and Selitos, silent, powerless, could do nothing as his city burned. Lanre stood by, silently watching it happen. By morning, Selitos was set free. He turned his gaze upon Lanre, and with his true sight, he saw what had taken root in his friend's soul. It was darkness, grief, something worse than madness. Lanre spoke of loss, of choices between pain and nothingness. Selitos, even then, offered hope, redemption, but Lanre refused it. Selitos raised a jagged stone, and Lanre, no, not Lanre anymore, darkness, looked back at him, desperate.
"Is it to kill me?"
he asked, and for a moment there was something like hope in his voice. Selitos saw the truth of it, the terrible power Lanre had stolen in his desperate attempts to bring Lyra back. How he had taken his own life, only to return, bound by something greater than death. Lanre had wished for release, but he knew it would never come.
"No door can bar my passing,"
Lanre said.
"No sleep will give me rest. No madness will take my mind. No death will give me peace."
Selitos straightened.
"I have been blind, but never again."
He took a shard of stone and drove it into his own eye, tearing away his blindness with pain. With blood and fury, he spoke.
"I bind you, Lanre, by the power of your name. May your face be shadow, your peace forever lost. May this curse last until the world's end."
Darkness gathered around Lanre, his features swallowed by shadow. When Selitos cast him away, he vanished like smoke in the wind. Then Selitos knelt and wept, his tears of blood dripping upon the earth.
Chapter 8, Threads of the Past. As Scarpi stopped speaking, Kvothe realized he had forgotten to breathe. Around him, the half-mast was no longer silent. The spell had broken, replaced by murmurs and questions, thanks and excitement. Kvothe waited until the other children had left before approaching Scarpi. His voice felt unfamiliar in his mouth as he spoke.
My father would have loved that story.
He placed a coin on the table. Scarpi studied him for a long moment, eyes sharp, as if reading something unseen. Then he pushed the coin back.
2 rules.
Scarpi said.
Don't talk during a story, and pay if you can, only if you can.
Kvothe hesitated.
You know a lot of stories.
I know only one.
Scarpi said simply.
But small pieces can seem like stories themselves.
His gaze deepened.
It is happening all over the world, even here, even dockside in Tarbeen.
Kvothe swallowed.
All stories touch the truth,
he murmured.
My father used to say that.
Scarpi's smile was faint, knowing.
He was right.
Kvothe left the half-mast, feeling lighter than he had in years. Through story and song, he had glimpsed into the world he had lost, one unknown to him since his childhood. Even 3 hours of fruitless begging couldn't dampen his spirits. Yet, as he sat on his corner, a vague unease began to creep in, a whisper at the back of his mind. At first he ignored it, but it clung to him, subtle and persistent. It gnawed at him like a name he couldn't recall. Something about Scarpy's story, something important. Luck found him that morning. He stole a bundle of rags, sold them, and spent his earnings on the best meal he'd had in months. Warm sausage, cheese, fresh bread, and apple tart. On a whim, he used his last penny for a mug of strong beer and sat on the steps of a bakery, watching the city move around him. But as twilight deepened, the unease sharpened. A mosquito he couldn't swat, a shadow at the edge of his mind. Then, torchlight flickered down the street. A Teklin priest approached, hood drawn up, speaking quietly with the women near the inn. Coins exchanged hands. Kvothe shrank deeper into the shadows. He had no interest in attracting the attention of the clergy, especially not on morning, especially not with a belly full of stolen food and cheap beer. As the priest turned to leave, the torchlight shifted, and for the first time, Kvothe saw his face. Or rather, he didn't. Beneath the hood, there was only darkness, a void where a man's features should be. Kvothe's breath caught. A door in his mind, long locked and hidden, swung open. Memories spilled out, sudden and raw, a flickering blue fire, a sword slick with blood. Cinder's voice, cold and amused.
Is this your parents' fire?
Not him. The man behind him, the one who had sat quietly beside the fire, his face lost in shadow.
Haliax.
Scarpy's story slammed into place. Haliax, Lanray, the same man. The Chandrian were real, and they had killed his family, and he finally understood why.
Someone's parents,
Cinder had said, his voice like the edge of a knife.
Have been singing entirely the wrong sort of songs.
Not a random slaughter, not a cruel whim. They had been murdered for a song. Kvothe ran. He scrambled to the rooftops, wrapped himself in his ragged blanket, and tried to breathe through the rush of understanding. The pieces fit now. He sat awake, thinking of revenge, of blood, of fire. But Tarbeen had taught him practicality. The Chandrian, Haliax, he might as well try to steal the moon. There was, however, one thing he could do. The thought carried him through the long hours of night. When the sun finally rose, he let sleep finally take him. When Kvothe awoke, something had changed. He didn't just remember, he felt the things he had forgotten. His mother's voice, shaping words into music, the smell of his father's pipe as he hummed over unfinished verses, the feel of a lute beneath his fingers. Had it really been years since he played? For the first time, in what felt like forever, Kvothe stretched his mind, pulling old knowledge from the dust, scales on the lute, tricks Ben had taught him to clear and focus his thoughts, recipes for calming tea, the way his father had taught him to listen for rhythm in the world around him.
Who keeps you safe from the Amir, the singers, the scythe?
Haliax had asked Cinder. The Chandrian had foes. If Kvothe could find them, perhaps they would help him. The Amir, everyone knew of them, the Church Knights, the Empire's right hand. But they had vanished centuries ago. No one believed in them anymore. But Haliax had spoken of them as if they still existed. There was more to this story. The more he thought, the more questions surfaced. The Chandrian didn't kill everyone who spoke of them. People still told stories, still sang the childhood rhyme. What had made his father's song different? He needed answers, and there was only one place to start. Kvothe gathered his meagre belongings, a ragged blanket, a pint bottle half full of water, a tattered book. He unwrapped the scrap of canvas protecting it, rhetoric and logic, the last piece of his past. Inside the front cover, Ben's writing was still crisp and clear.
Kvothe, defend yourself well at the university. Make me proud. Remember your father's song. Be wary of folly. Abinthe.
Kvothe traced the words with his fingers. Then he nodded to himself, turned the page, and began to read. The sign above the shop read, "The Broken Binding." Behind the counter sat a thin, balding man, hunched over a ledger. He barely looked up as Kvothe approached, his expression vaguely irritated. Without preamble, Kvothe placed the book on the desk.
How much for this?
The bookseller flipped through it with practiced ease, rubbing the paper between his fingers, checking the binding.
A couple of jots,
he said. Kvothe frowned.
It's worth more than that.
It's worth what someone will pay for it,
the man said flatly.
I'll give you 1.5.
2 talents,
Kvothe countered.
And I get the option to buy it back for a month.
The bookseller barked a laugh.
This isn't a pawn shop.
He slid the book back toward Kvothe.
20 days?
The man hesitated, then gave the book another glance before reaching for his purse. He counted out 2 heavy silver talents, more money than Kvothe had seen in years, and slid them across the desk. Kvothe fought the urge to snatch them up.
I'll need a receipt,
he said, instead. The bookseller gave him a long, considering look, and Kvothe suddenly became aware of how he must look. Filthy, ragged, trying to get a receipt for a book far beyond his means. Eventually, the man shrugged and scrawled a note.
Sign here.
Kvothe glanced at the paper.
I, by signing below, hereby attest to the fact that I can neither read nor write.
Kvothe met the bookseller's gaze. The man's face was impassive. Dipping the pen, he carefully wrote the letters, D, D, as if they were initials. The bookseller smirked.
What does the D stand for?
Defeasance,
Kvothe said.
It means to render something null and void, usually a contract.
He paused.
The second D is for decrepitate, the act of throwing someone into a fire, a common punishment for forgery in Junpui.
The smirk faded. A silence stretched between them.
This isn't Junpui,
the bookseller said carefully.
True,
Kvothe admitted.
But you have a keen sense of defalcation. Perhaps I should add a third D.
The man barked another laugh, then nodded.
You've convinced me, young master.
He pulled out a fresh slip of paper and set it in front of Kvothe.
You write me a receipt, and I'll sign it.
Kvothe took the pen and wrote,
I, the undersigned, agree to return the book Rhetoric and Logic, with the inscription, to Kvothe, to the bearer of this note, in exchange for 2 silver pennies, provided he presents this receipt before the date. What day is it?
Kvothe asked.
Shuden, the 35th.
He frowned. 5 days remained until the university's admissions closed. If he missed them, he would have to wait 2 months. He filled in the date and slid the paper across the desk. The bookseller, still bemused, signed without noticing the crucial detail. Pennies instead of talents. Kvothe could reclaim the book for a fraction of its worth. Not that it mattered. By then, he would be far from Tarbeen. Still, the receipt eased the sting of parting with the last piece of his childhood. He blew on the ink, folded the note into his pocket, and gathered the 2 silver talents. To his surprise, the bookseller extended his hand.
Sorry about the note,
he said, pressing a copper jot into Kvothe's palm.
Didn't think you'd be coming back.
Kvothe took the coin, deciding the man wasn't altogether bad. He almost felt guilty about tricking him. He almost felt guilty about the 3 pens he had stolen. Almost. Since there was no convenient way to return them now, he also slipped a bottle of ink into his pocket before he left. Chapter 9, A Sea of Stars. Kvothe left the broken binding with 2 talents safely tucked against his skin and a plan in mind. He had 5 days to reach the university before admissions closed, and the weight of the silver was both reassuring and urgent. His first stop was a modest inn for a real meal. Hot eggs, ham, fresh bread, and milk. He ate slowly, savouring every bite. But as he finished, he noticed the wary glances thrown his way. His burlap sack of a shirt, oversized canvas pants, and the stink of alley filth made him stand out. He needed clothes, but first, a bath. The innkeeper offered him one, for a price. 2 hours of work. Kvothe agreed and scrubbed the hearth until his arms ached. Then he was led to a back room, given steaming water, lye soap, and a stiff brush. He scrubbed until the water ran black, until his skin burned. When he wiped the fog from the tin mirror, he barely recognized himself. His hair, clean and untangled, framed sharp features that looked older than his years. He didn't look like a beggar anymore. He looked like a noble son. And that gave him an idea. Still wrapped in a towel, he strode into the street, ignoring the stairs. He approached a man loading sacks onto a cart.
Boy,
Kvothe snapped.
Where can I buy proper clothes?
The man's son, taller and broader than Kvothe, bristled, but his father quickly stepped in.
Your lordship might try Bentley's. Just up the street.
Kvothe scowled.
Is that the only place?
The man stammered, pointed, and Kvothe stormed off, the perfect picture of an irritated young noble. By the time he entered Bentley's, he was Dunsty, the petulant page he'd once played on stage.
Fetch me a robe, Lackwit. I'm sick of being gawked at.
Bentley blinked.
Are you deaf as well as slow?
Kvothe sneered. Bentley scrambled to obey. The game played out perfectly. Kvothe mocked the fabric, criticized the cut, and kept the tailor running in circles. When he finally settled on a simple but well-made outfit, Bentley made the alterations, hands working quickly.
I suppose you want to know how I ended up like this,
Kvothe said. Bentley kept his eyes on his work.
Not one to pry, sir, but what happened to you?
Kvothe nodded.
A whore stole my clothes.
Bentley paused.
Really, sir?
Tried to make me trade them for my purse.
Kvothe held up his coin pouch.
But my father always said, a gentleman's dignity is in his purse.
Bentley let out a cough that sounded suspiciously like a laugh. When the alterations were done, Kvothe paid a single silver talent. By the time he returned to the inn, the innkeeper barely recognized him.
You should burn my old clothes,
Kvothe said. The man chuckled and handed him his bookstore receipt.
I'm going to the university,
Kvothe explained. The innkeeper raised an eyebrow.
A little young, aren't you?
They take all kinds,
Kvothe said with a shrug. Instead of washing dishes, he placed a penny on the bar.
Where's the best place to find a caravan north?
Drover's Lot,
the innkeeper said. Kvothe's stomach twisted at the thought of Hillside, but he nodded.
You've got a nice place here,
he added.
I'd count myself lucky to own one like it someday.
The innkeeper grinned and pushed the penny back toward him.
With compliments like that, come back any time.
Kvothe stepped into the streets of Tarbeen, feeling lighter than he had in years. The warm cobblestones, the hum of the market, the simple pleasure of a full belly. It should have been comforting. But something felt wrong. It was the kind of unease that crept in slow, like the feeling of being watched. His instincts stirred, and before he knew it, he had slipped into a side alley, pressing himself against a wall. He waited, listening. Nothing followed. After a few minutes, he exhaled and stepped back into the street. The feeling returned instantly. He spent the next half hour ducking through alleys, scanning the crowd, searching for a pursuer, but no one was following him. Then finally, he understood. It was the crowd itself. For years, Kvothe had been a shadow in Tarbeen, slipping through people unnoticed. He had never been part of the crowd, only moving through it, hiding, dodging, surviving. Now, well-fed and clean, people saw him. Merchants called out to him. He had become visible again, and his instincts recoiled from it. He forced himself forward, pushing through waterside and toward hillside, where his journey north would begin. A flash of movement caught his eye. A city guard, unmistakable in uniform and posture. Old habits took over, and Kvothe turned sharply into the nearest shop, heart pounding.
"Be right with you,"
called a voice from the back. It was a cobbler's shop. Shoes lined the shelves, and sunlight spilled across a crowded workbench. A short, grey-haired man emerged, his face lined but warm.
"Well now,"
the old man said, eyes twinkling.
"Let me guess, you need shoes."
Kvothe looked down at his bare feet, dusty from the streets.
"I guess I do,"
he admitted. The cobbler laughed, guiding him to a stool and rolling stockings onto his feet. He tried a few pairs before settling on simple brown leather shoes that fit perfectly.
"How much?"
Kvothe asked. The cobbler ignored the question, returning to his workbench.
"Soft feet, never seen hardship. Clean feet, hiding something."
He glanced at Kvothe.
"Yours. Old souls for a boy so young."
Kvothe met his gaze and nodded. The cobbler smiled and patted his shoulder.
"They fit well."
Kvothe stood, pressing his weight into them. They were comfortable, already broken in.
"New shoes like these cost a talent, maybe more, but those on your feet, used, and I don't sell used shoes."
He turned away, humming an old tinker's tune. Kvothe hesitated, then quietly placed a few copper jots on the stool before walking out. Some generosity deserved to be repaid. Rowan was the third wagon master Kvothe had approached. The thick-bodied Sholdish man barked curses in Siaru at his workers before turning to Kvothe.
2 jots. Ride if there's space, sleep under if there's not. Eat in the evening, bread for lunch. You help if a wagon gets stuck.
Kvothe nodded, ready to agree. But Rowan's gaze flicked to a girl, speaking with his wife. She was Kvothe's age, maybe older, her dark hair catching the light as she laughed.
You bother the girl,
Rowan said, running a hand through his beard.
Bad things happen.
Kvothe held up his hands.
Understood.
Rowan studied him a moment longer, then grunted.
2 hours, we leave then.
Kvothe pulled 2 jots from his purse and placed them in Rowan's calloused palm.
Riusa tu kialus aishatua.
Rowan's thick eyebrows lifted. After a pause, he gave a short nod. As Kvothe turned to go, a voice called after him.
Someone's full of surprises.
A blonde worker approached, extending a hand.
Derek.
Kvothe shook it, feeling the unfamiliar weight of simple conversation.
Kvothe.
Derek grinned.
You gave Rowan a bit of a turn there. Where'd you learn to speak Siaru?
An arcanist taught me.
Derek nodded, then gestured toward the girl.
I'd be more worried about her. You're not the first to get caught staring.
Kvothe felt heat rise to his face, but Derek only laughed.
See you when we leave,
he said, before turning back to his work. Kvothe exhaled and set off into the city. He had a little shopping to do before he left Tarbean for good. Kvothe returned to Drover's lot with a travel sack slung over one shoulder, carrying everything he thought he might need. Clothes, food, water, pens and ink, flint and steel. But his most prized possession was a dark blue cloak he had bought for 3 jots. It was warm, sturdy, and most importantly, had plenty of pockets. The wagons were nearly ready to depart. Rowan paced like a restless bear, double-checking everything, while his wife, Reta, directed the final loading with sharp efficiency. Kvothe was ignored until they rolled out of Tarbean, heading north. As the city faded behind him, he felt lighter, as if shedding an invisible weight. The open road, the wind in the fields, it was a world apart from the filth and stone of Tarbean. He took a deep breath, reveling in the simple joy of movement. Kvothe kept mostly to himself. Rowan and the mercenaries left him be. Derek, a cheerful young man, tried to engage him in conversation, but Kvothe was too guarded, too unused to friendly company. That left the other passenger, Denner. They didn't speak until the first day's ride was nearly over. Kvothe sat beside one of the mercenaries, absently peeling bark from a willow switch when he found himself watching her. She had a grace to her, an ease in her movements. He wondered why she was traveling alone. She caught him staring.
Penny for your thoughts.
He hesitated.
I was wondering what you're doing here.
She smiled.
Liar.
Kvothe felt a flush rise to his cheeks and turned back to his willow switch. He expected her to press further, but she only returned to her conversation with Rada. He was surprised at how much that disappointed him. Later that evening, after camp was set and dinner eaten, Denner approached him.
Have you figured it out yet?
He frowned.
Figured what out?
Why I'm here.
She gave a small, knowing smile.
I've been wondering that for most of my life. Thought you might have an answer.
Kvothe smirked.
All I can guess is that you're going somewhere.
Denner laughed.
That's about as much as I've figured out too.
She turned her gaze to the horizon.
Do you happen to know where I'm going?
Kvothe found himself smiling, something that felt unfamiliar and strange.
Don't you know?
She rocked onto the balls of her feet.
I have suspicions. Right now, I'm thinking Ainulin.
They fell into an easy silence, standing there beneath the vast sky until Rada called them to supper. Over the next 2 days, Kvothe and Denner settled into an unspoken rhythm. They shared stories, pointed out shapes in the clouds, sat watched together by the fire. On the third night, they stopped at an inn, and Denner asked if he wanted to take a walk. They wandered through the trees until they came to a still pond. A pair of waystones stood at the water's edge, one upright, the other fallen, stretching into the black surface. Above and below, the stars reflected perfectly. It was as if they sat in a sea of stars. They talked for hours, never about their pasts, only about dreams, impossible things. Kvothe named the constellations. Denner told him stories he had never heard before. Kvothe found himself watching her again, but this time, she was watching him too. The words almost came. Stay with me. Come to the university. But what could he offer her? Nothing. So he said nothing, and in the silence he closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of her beside him, the sweetest, sharpest thing he had ever known. Chapter 10. Less 3 Talents. The morning found Kvothe weary and sullen, nursing the remnants of 2 hours' sleep as he drifted in and out of a restless haze atop one of Roent's wagons. The road rolled away beneath them, the sky clear and bright, but his mood was anything but. A new traveller had joined their caravan, a man named Jossen. He was all easy smiles and quick flattery, and from the moment Kvothe noticed him, he disliked him. Not for any sound reason, but because Jossen spent the entire day beside Denner, joking, preening, teasing her about marriage. And Denner, ever inscrutable, accepted his company without a hint of exhaustion from the late hours they had shared the night before. She was radiant, while Kvothe sat brooding, jealousy gnawing at him like a rat at the walls of a larder. That night, Kvothe had planned to steal a moment alone with Denner, to suggest a walk beneath the stars. But before he could, Jossen unveiled a loot. Kvothe's breath caught. It was a trooper's loot, and though objectively plain, it was a vision of aching beauty to him. Jossen played well enough, passably skilled fingers, a fair voice, but Kvothe could barely hear him past the hunger growing in his chest. He longed to play, not listen. He would have stolen the loot if desperation had driven him a little further. When Jossen finished, Kvothe did something shameful. He asked to hold it. A musician's instrument is as personal as a lover, but Kvothe could not stop himself. Jossen hesitated, but his pride would not allow him to refuse. He passed it over, though Kvothe saw the tension in his posture. Kvothe turned it over in his hands, cradled it, felt the strings beneath his fingers. It was beautiful. Then, without thinking, he strummed. The notes trembled, unsure at first. Then, something inside him broke open. and the music poured forth. His fingers, out of practice, found themselves again. The song wove through the night air, delicate and mournful. 3 years of silence, of grief, of hunger and loss spilled from the strings. It was heartbreak and longing, a prayer, a memory. By the time he finished, the firelit circle was frozen, transfixed. Denna's face was in her hands, shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. Yozen looked as if he had been struck. Kvothe offered the loot back, unsure whether to apologize or thank him. The moment passed. Kvothe turned away, retreating into the night, leaving them all behind. By the next evening, they arrived in Imre. Kvothe, still raw from the night before, kept his distance as Yozen and Denna shared a wagon. As the wagons were unloaded, he was given a parting gift, a copper jot handed to him by Reta with shouldish practicality. He turned to leave, thinking it best not to linger for goodbyes, only to find Denna standing behind him. She was radiant, hands clasped behind her back, smiling. For a moment, all his hurt, his jealousy, his pride dissolved.
Would you like to come with me to Annalyn?
She asked, lightly, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. The offer hung between them, fragile and fleeting. And oh, how he wanted to say yes. To walk away from everything, the university, his studies, his careful plans, and simply follow her. But he couldn't. He had come for the university, for the future he had clung to through years of suffering. He forced a small smile, ignoring the ache in his chest.
I can't,
he said, the words tasting bitter. Denna nodded slowly.
I guess I'll just have to come looking for you then.
She turned to go, hesitated, then smiled once more before disappearing into the twilight. Kvothe watched her go, knowing with a dull, aching certainty he would never see her again. Kvothe spent the night outside Imre, sleeping in a bed of soft heather. The next morning, he washed in a stream and made his way west to the university. His heart pounded as he searched the horizon, looking for the building he had dreamed of for years. The archives. A vast, windowless structure of grey stone, its massive doors guarding 10 times 10,000 books. He'd come to the university for many reasons, but the answers in those books were at the heart of it. He needed to know the truth about the Chandrian and the Emir. The university was more of a town than a city, vastly different from the chaotic sprawl of Tarbeen. It was orderly, with clean streets and a peculiar mix of shops catering to scholars. Glassblowers, apothecaries, booksellers, benderies, services essential to academia. Taverns dotted the landscape, one with a sign that read, "No sympathy." Kvothe wondered what outsiders made of it. Reaching the archives, he marveled at its immense, unbroken walls. Chiseled above its doors was the phrase Vofelan Renata Mori, a language unknown to him. He entered eagerly, only to be stopped by the young shouldish attendant at the front desk. Only registered students were permitted inside. Kvothe pleaded, but the attendant remained firm. Disappointed but undeterred, Kvothe asked where admissions were held. Learning that today was the last day, he sprinted across campus, heart hammering. 2 hours later, he stood before a crescent table of 9 masters. His stomach got tight with nerves. The Chancellor motioned him forward.
What's your name, boy?
Kvothe, sir, son of Arliden.
And why are you here?
I want to attend the university. I want to be an arcanist.
The Chancellor explained that students typically arrived with a sponsor's letter, detailing their knowledge and aptitude. Kvothe had none. His teacher, Abinthy, had given him a book, Rhetoric and Logic, but he had been forced to pawn it in Tarbeen. The Chancellor's expression was skeptical, and Master Hemi scoffed, outright, but Master Lauren asked where he had pawned it. When Kvothe named the shop, Lauren calmly stated he would be travelling to Tarbeen and would collect the book to confirm the story himself. With no letter to vouch for him, Kvothe had to prove his worth through questioning. One by one, the masters tested him. He solved arithmetic problems instantly, named the bones and muscles of the hand, and discussed the fall of the Aturan Empire. He listed the first 90 sympathetic bindings and identified complex chemical processes. He recognized Master Kilvin's kinetic binding without hesitation and knew how to extract phosphorus without an apothecary. Master Brandur, the master arithmetician, was first. He posed a series of rapid-fire calculations, weights, conversions, geometric puzzles.
How many grains are in 13 ounces? 6,240.
Kvothe answered each without hesitation, displaying a trained mind that worked faster than most students, armed with paper and pen. Master Arwyll, the physiker, followed with medical inquiries, pressing Kvothe on anatomy, herbs, and toxicology.
What are the medicinal properties of hellebore?
Anti-inflammatory, antiseptic, mild sedative, mild analgesic, toxic in excess and dangerous for pregnant women.
Kvothe rattled off answers with confidence, pausing only briefly to ensure he didn't slip. Master Lauren, the master archivist, asked questions about history, ancient empires, royal lineages.
Why did the Aturan Empire collapse?
Kvothe provided a detailed response, citing overexpansion, economic instability, military overreach, and the loss of the Order Emir. When asked who the greatest man who ever lived was, Kvothe answered with certainty.
Ilion.
Next came Master Mandrag, the alchemist.
If you needed phosphorus but had no apothecary, how would you obtain it?
Kvothe responded, confidently.
I could render it from urine using a kiln.
Master Kilvin, the artificer, followed, challenging Kvothe.
How would you make an ever-burning lamp?
Kvothe started to answer, using sympathy, but Kilvin cut him off.
No sympathy,
he growled. Kvothe hesitated, then suggested,
a sodium oil that burns in an enclosed... No, that wouldn't work.
Kilvin cut him off with a wave.
Enough. We will talk later.
Then came Elxir Dal, the master sympathist.
What were the words for the first parallel kinetic binding?
Kvothe recited the words without hesitation. The penultimate question came from Master Hemmer, the rhetorician. Clearly irritable, with barely concealed disdain, he asked,
how much mercury would it take to reduce 2 gills of white sulfur?
Kvothe smiled back, knowing it was a trick question.
None. White sulfur can't be reduced with mercury. If you meant red sulfur, about 41 ounces.
The response earned laughter from some masters and a scowl from Hemmer. Finally came Elodin, Master Namer. He did not ask for calculations or facts. He lifted a single finger and asked how many Kvothe saw. Kvothe considered, then answered,
at least 1, no more than 6.
Elodin grinned.
Do you know the 7 words that will make a woman love you?
Kvothe admitted he did not.
They exist.
Elodin said simply and leaned back, seemingly satisfied. Finally, the Chancellor asked,
why do you want to attend the university?
Kvothe had no answer. He dared speak. Not revenge, not power, not the archives, though they called to him like a siren. He simply said,
I guess I'll have to learn that too.
The Chancellor then asked if Kvothe had anything more to say. Unlike the other students before him, Kvothe took the chance.
If you set my tuition at more than 2 jots, I cannot attend. If you set it lower, I will come every day, but every night I will do whatever it takes to survive. I will sleep in alleys and stables. I will wash dishes for scraps. I will beg pennies just to buy pens. I will do whatever it takes.
The last words came out like a snarl, fierce, unyielding.
But admit me for free. Grant me 3 talents so I can buy what I need to learn properly. And I swear to you, I will be a student the likes of which you have never seen before.
Master Kilvin let out a booming laugh.
Ha! If 1 student in 10 had half his fire, I'd teach with a whip and chair instead of chalk and slate.
The room erupted into debate, Master Hemi protesting loudly, the Chancellor trying to maintain order. Kvothe sat tensely, unable to hear their discussion. Finally, the Chancellor called him forward.
Let it be recorded that Kvothe, son of Arleiden, is admitted into the university. His tuition shall be set at the rate of less 3 talents.
The words struck Kvothe like a blow. 3 talents, an impossible sum. He had fought so hard, and still it wasn't enough. He stood frozen, despair creeping in. Master Loren approached.
Did you say your father's name was Arleiden?
Kvothe bristled at the question.
Yes.
Arleiden the Bard?
Irritation flared in Kvothe.
I don't see how that matters.
Loren regarded him calmly, then handed him a slip of paper. Confused, Kvothe unfolded it.
Kvothe, spring term, tuition minus 3 talon, less 3 talents.
Relief crashed over him. His knees buckled, and he sank to the floor, overwhelmed. He had done it. He was in the university. Chapter 11. The Burden of Knowing. Loren led Kvothe across the courtyard, his voice steady and measured.
Everyone must have a tuition,
he explained. In an unprecedented decision, the university had admitted Kvothe, while granting him 3 talents instead of demanding payment. The bursar, Rem, a sour-faced man, grumbled as he counted out the coins, clearly displeased. Kvothe took them with quiet triumph, still grappling with the surreal nature of it all. Before parting, he hesitated and fished a crumpled receipt from his pocket, offering it to Loren.
Master Loren, I appreciate you retrieving my book. I hope you won't think me ungrateful if I ask another favor.
Loren regarded him impassively.
Feel free to ask.
Kvothe took a breath.
That book is all I have left from that part of my life. I'd like to buy it back when I have the money.
Loren gave the barest nod.
That can be arranged. It will be kept as safely as any book in the archives.
With that, he gestured to a passing student, a sandy-haired boy with an eager but nervous air.
Simon. This is Kvothe. He needs to be shown around, signed to classes and the like. Kilvin wants him in artificing. The rest, I leave to your judgment.
Simon agreed readily. Without another word, Loren turned, his black robes billowing as he strode away. Simon was a couple of years older than Kvothe, though his boyish demeanor made him seem younger.
Do you have somewhere to stay yet?
He asked as they walked. Kvothe admitted he hadn't thought that far ahead. Laughing, Simon led him toward the mews, explaining the housing situation. A single talent got Kvothe a bunk and meals for the term, cheap but serviceable, which was all he could afford. After settling in, Kvothe followed Simon to the mess, where he met 2 other students, Willem, a quiet, dark-eyed sheld, and Mane, a grizzled, long-time student with a permanent air of casual disinterest. The conversation drifted to tuition and studies. When Kvothe admitted his focus was on the Chandrian, Mane scoffed, but Simon and Willem seemed intrigued. Mane, always pragmatic, made a bet that Kvothe would reach the Arcanum before his 3rd term. Willem, ever skeptical, took the other side. Their conversation was interrupted by Sovoy, a high-born Modigan who fumed about his tuition. 68 strelem, an insult, in his opinion. He ranted about the university and its treatment of nobility before storming off. Mane chuckled.
That's Sovoy. Not a bad sort, though usually not so drunk.
Later, Kvothe finally approached the archives, eager to enter its depths. Instead, he found himself facing a scowling young man behind the desk, idly tapping a pen against a ledger. His fine clothes and air of condescension marked him as wealthy and privileged.
Name?
He asked, without looking up.
Kvothe.
A flip through the ledger, a frown.
You're not in the book. Feel free to piss off.
Kvothe held up his admission slip.
Master Loren gave me this
I don't care if he carried you here piggyback.
The young man interrupted, re-dipping his pen.
Now quit wasting my time.
Kvothe's temper flared.
Do you have any idea what I went through to get here?
The boy smirked.
Oh, let me guess. Smartest boy in some dung heap village. Parents saved up, bought you shoes, sent you off wrapped in a pig blanket.
He flicked Kvothe's sleeve with mock curiosity. Behind him, 3 students chuckled. Kvothe gestured toward them.
Aren't you going to check if they're in the book?
Ambrose turned, still smiling.
Here. You're just another brat with a big mouth. So run along, or better yet, take a swing at me. I'd love to see you thrown out on your ear.
Kvothe walked away, his anger simmering. You might think this crushed me. Quite the opposite. Ambrose had just confirmed what I already knew. Power and cruelty ruled here, just as they had in Tarbeen. And anger, when used properly, was a tool. One I knew how to use. Mains was the oldest building at the university, sprawling and chaotic, a maze of hallways, dead ends, and hidden courtyards. Kvothe's first class, Principles of Sympathy, was held there, and despite getting lost, he arrived early. The room was a small theatre, seating 50 students in tiered rows around a central stage. He settled in, excitement running through him. Master Hemme entered, dark-robed and imposing.
So you want to be arcanists? You want magic like Taborlin the Great?
His voice dripped disdain.
If that's what you're looking for, leave now. It doesn't exist.
Hemme revelled in humiliating latecomers, assigning them essays on sympathy clocks and foreign calendars. His cruelty culminated when a young woman arrived. He softened instantly, guiding her to a seat before making a crude joke at her expense. Kvothe's enthusiasm dimmed. This was no great mind of the university, just another bully who enjoyed his power. The lecture was painfully basic. Kvothe listened, hoping for new knowledge, but everything was beneath him. After class, he approached Hemme, treading carefully.
Master Hemme, I appreciate today's lecture. The principles you covered will be an excellent foundation for the other students.
Hemme preened at the compliment before narrowing his eyes.
Other students?
I'm already familiar with the 3 laws and 14 corollaries. I've also memorized the first 90.
Yes, fine.
Hemme cut him off.
See me tomorrow before class.
Kvothe nodded, not knowing if he'd been dismissed. With his morning wasted, Kvothe made for the archives. This time, the desk was manned by Phaela, a striking young woman with long, dark hair and bright eyes. She smiled.
Your name?
Kvothe, son of Arleden.
She found him in the ledger and waved him through. He strode toward the doors labelled stacks, eager to explore, but Phaela stopped him.
Those are Arcanum only. First time here?
He nodded. She led him to tomes instead, revealing a vast reading room lined with books.
You'll find required texts here. For anything else, submit a request.
Kvothe's heart sank at the restriction, but consoled himself. Half a loaf was better than none. Settling in, he requested books on the Chandrian and the Emir. When his request reached Master Lauren, the archivist summoned him.
Curiosity is commendable,
Lauren said.
But be mindful. The Emir are the stuff of childhood stories. Others will see such inquiries as foolish.
With an unyielding gaze, he struck through Kvothe's request in the ledger. The next day, Kvothe arrived early to catch Hemme before class. Instead, Hemme turned the tables, calling Kvothe to the stage to deliver the lecture himself. Expecting him to fail, Hemme took a front row seat to watch the humiliation. But Kvothe didn't falter. He explained sympathy with confidence, crafted a wax doll, and used a hair from Hemme's head to demonstrate a sympathetic link. He spoke on the 3 laws: correspondence, consanguinity, and conservation, and emphasized the difficulty of generating energy in sympathy. When he applied heat, Hemmer yelped, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. The class erupted in laughter. Seeing the reaction, Kvothe pressed his advantage.
Imagine what would happen if I threw this doll into the fire.
He dangled the wax figure over the brazier, his tone casual. Hem stormed onto the stage, but Kvothe extended his hand. Before a room full of students, Hemi had no choice but to shake it, though his grip was painfully tight. Kvothe gave a slight flourish and nodded to the students. Knowing how to command an audience, he signaled them into applause before turning and leaving the hall without a backward glance. He had won the day and humiliated his first true enemy at the university. After his stunt in Hemi's class, Kvothe's name spread across the university like wildfire. Students waved and grinned at him as he passed, relishing Hemmer's embarrassment. But beneath the thrill of victory, a cold worry settled in his gut. He had made an enemy of a master, and that was no small thing. Over dinner, his friends made sure he understood just how much trouble he was in. Savoy shook his head.
They're going to string you up for this.
Any harmful sympathy falls under malfeasance,
Manet added gravely.
Keep your head down around the masters. They can make your life hell.
Before Kvothe could protest, a runner girl arrived.
Your Kvothe? They want you in the Master's Hall.
A hush fell over the mess as Simon volunteered to escort him. Kvothe took his time finishing his meal, more to prove a point than anything else. As they walked, Simon fidgeted.
All kidding aside, you're in trouble. There hasn't been an expulsion this term, but you might set a record.
Kvothe was led into a windowless room where the 9 masters sat in a crescent. Jameson, the administrator, called the meeting to order. Hemi wasted no time.
Kvothe performed sympathy on me with malicious intent.
The charges were severe: unauthorized sympathy and malfeasance, which carried punishments of lashes and expulsion. Kvothe, feeling the weight of his situation, steadied himself.
I had permission,
he said calmly. The master stirred.
Explain,
the Chancellor demanded. Kvothe laid out his defense. Hemi had publicly invited him to teach the class, and he had demonstrated the laws of sympathy using a wax doll and a strand of Hem's hair. Hemi's expression darkened as the masters processed this new information.
You let the boy make a mommet of you, and then brought him here on malfeasance?
Elxadal scoffed.
You deserve worse than you got.
Kilvin stroked his beard.
He couldn't have caused harm with just hair and wax.
Kvothe explained the second binding, linking the candle to a brazier to amplify the heat. Even so, he admitted, the effect was stronger than he had expected. With the tide turning, the charges were reduced to reckless use of sympathy, punishable by 3 lashes. Before the meeting adjourned, Kvothe seized an opportunity.
During admissions, you said my entry into the Arcanum was contingent on proving mastery of sympathy. Does this count?
Hemi exploded, but Eladin chuckled.
There are students in the Arcanum who couldn't do what he did.
A vote was called. By a narrow margin, Kvothe was admitted to the Arcanum. As the masters dispersed, Kilvin approached.
Skip basic artificing. My workshop noon.
Kvothe sighed.
I have an appointment then, sir.
Kilvin frowned.
First bell then.
And straight to the Medica after.
Arwul added, with a wry smile.
We'll stitch you up.
That night, Simon met him outside.
So, how'd it go?
I'm to be whipped and admitted to the Arcanum.
Simon laughed.
Do I buy you a bandage or a beer?
Kvothe grinned.
Both.
The morning of his whipping, Kvothe wandered the university, restless and unable to focus. The waiting gnawed at him, and though he tried to distract himself, he found no comfort in books or conversation. Eventually, he settled onto a bench, staring out at nothing in particular. Whelan found him there, and with the quiet perception Kvothe had come to expect from him, he sat down without a word. They sat in companionable silence until Kvothe finally spoke.
Where's the Medica?
He asked, forcing his voice to sound casual. Will didn't comment on the question, nor did he ask why Kvothe suddenly needed to know. He simply stood and gestured for Kvothe to follow. As they walked, Willem pointed out the sprawling building and explained the university's policy of treating all patients, regardless of wealth. Kvothe nodded absently, storing the information away, but too preoccupied to appreciate it fully. They passed taverns and shops, the city carrying on as if nothing were about to change for him. Finally, Kvothe stopped and turned to Will.
I need a favor.
Will arched an eyebrow.
I need Null Route,
Kvothe said.
An apothecary won't sell it to me without suspicion, but they won't question you.
Willem considered him for a long moment before nodding. He didn't ask why, didn't lecture him, just accepted the request with his usual calm. When he returned with the powder, Kvothe washed it down with cider, the bitter taste barely registering. The numbness spread slowly, dulling his nerves in preparation for what was to come. When the noon bell tolled, Kvothe walked toward the pennant pole where a crowd of students had already gathered in anticipation. Their whispers and expectant glances washed over him, but he remained steady. His years of stage training had taught him how to hold himself before an audience, how to control his breathing, how to mask fear with confidence. Master Hemmer stood among the spectators, his smug satisfaction unmistakable. Kvothe met his gaze with an easy smile before turning away. Refusing to be tied, he stepped forward and gripped the iron ring above his head, feeling the cold bite of metal as he lowered himself into the heart of stone. The first lash landed, a bright, searing line of fire across his back. He made no sound. The second cut deeper, and the third traced a white-hot path from shoulder to hip. His knuckles whitened around the ring, but he did not flinch, did not stumble, did not break. When it was over, he stepped down, ignoring the hushed crowd. He gathered his shirt and cloak, draped them over his arm, and walked away without a word. Chapter 12, A Whisper of Names. At the Medica, Master Arwell examined him, clicking his tongue as he prodded the wounds.
It could be worse,
he mused.
2 cuts. Clean, shallow. If you follow my instructions, you'll have little more than silver scars to impress the ladies.
He turned to an assistant.
Fetch the next relar on the list. Tell them to bring what's needed for a straight, shallow laceration.
As they waited, Arwell studied Kvothe.
You're not bleeding much. What have you taken?
Kvothe considered lying, but saw no point.
Null Route. 2 scruples.
Arwell's frown deepened.
Why?
Kvothe hesitated, then spoke plainly.
Because I couldn't afford to show weakness.
He explained, his age, his enemies, the expectations placed upon him. He didn't dramatize it, just laid it bare. Arwell sighed.
Anyone who thinks men aren't cruel has never been a physiker. We see the effects of cruelty more than most.
Raylar Molar arrived, sharp-eyed and efficient. She assessed Kvothe's wounds and prepared her tools.
Anesthetized?
She asked. Arwell shook his head.
He says he doesn't need it.
She gave Kvothe a measured look.
And if he flinches, I'll tie him down and stitch him as I see fit.
Arwell chuckled.
Good. Proceed.
Kvothe focused on his breathing as Molar stitched his back, answering Arwell's occasional questions with confidence. She worked quickly, her efficiency impressive. When she finished, she stepped back.
Avoid sudden movement. Don't get the bandages wet. 2 days, then remove them.
Arwell dismissed her, then turned to Kvothe. He studied him a moment, rubbing his lip thoughtfully.
Aelur Kvothe, would you like to study here at the Medica?
Kvothe met his gaze.
Very much so, Master Arwell.
Arwell nodded.
Come back in 4 days. If you're clever enough not to tear those stitches, I'll have you here.
His eyes twinkled with something like approval. Kvothe allowed himself a small, tired smile. He had proven something today, even if he wasn't quite sure what. Buoyed by the Nowrat's effects, Kvothe eagerly made his way to the archives, excited to finally explore the stacks as a member of the Arcanum. However, upon arriving, he found Ambrose leaning too close to Phaela at the entry desk, his hand possessively resting on her knee. She looked uncomfortable, but unwilling to protest, knowing the consequences of angering someone as powerful as Ambrose. Kvothe seized the opportunity to intervene, loudly criticizing Ambrose's poetry.
I have damnable timing. You have 13 syllables in this line, and it's not even iambic. What is this? A limping verse? No, worse. A man tumbling down uneven stairs into a midden.
Kvothe quipped, tapping Ambrose's unfinished poem. Ambrose turned slowly, scowling.
Mind your tongue, earlier. The day I take criticism from you
is the day you have 2 hours to spare. 2 long hours, and that's just for getting started.
Phaela stifled a laugh, and Ambrose's grip on her knee loosened. Kvothe pressed on.
I mean, so same can the humble thrush well know its north? That's not even close to metrical. Gods, no wonder you have to hold women down to get them to listen to it.
Ambrose's face darkened.
You don't know the first thing about poetry, or about women.
Then it's a good thing I came to the archives to educate myself,
Kvothe said breezily.
Now be a dear and let me in.
Feigning bureaucratic concern, Ambrose claimed Kvothe's name wasn't yet in the ledger. Kvothe countered by lifting his shirt to reveal his bandaged back.
Can you read this well enough, or should I come closer?
Reluctantly, Ambrose relented, but not before conning Kvothe into paying a non-existent stack fee and handing him a candle instead of a proper sympathy lamp. Unaware of the deception, Kvothe ventured into the stacks, awed by the endless shelves of books. He wandered, feeling at home among the quiet and knowledge, until he stumbled upon a solid grey stone door embedded in the wall. Featureless, save for 4 copper keyholes and the word Valeritas chiseled into its surface, it radiated mystery. Before Kvothe could investigate, 2 scrivs spotted his candle and reacted in horror. They seized him and dragged him to Lauren. Ambrose, feigning shock, framed Kvothe as a reckless rule-breaker who had snuck inside.
He must have slipped past when I wasn't looking,
he said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Despite Kvothe's protests, Lauren, cold with fury, banned him from the archives indefinitely. Still dazed, Kvothe found Simon and Manet in the mess and confessed his banishment.
How long?
Simon asked.
He didn't say,
Kvothe muttered. Manet chuckled darkly.
You got banned on your first day? Haven't seen that in over a decade. What did you do? Piss on a book?
When Kvothe explained, Manet's laughter stopped.
There's no stack fee, you poor bastard. And you didn't need to buy a hand lamp. Students sign them out for free.
Kvothe's anger solidified as he learned just how dangerous Ambrose truly was. Wealthy, politically connected, and cruel, he had ruined other students before, including one who ended up in debtor's prison, and another who mysteriously vanished. Despite Simon's warning to tread carefully, Kvothe refused to be intimidated. Quoting Dionica about vengeance, he made it clear to all listening that he would not be cowed. Yet beneath his defiance, he felt the weight of his loss. Banned from the archives on his very first day, all because he'd let Ambrose outmaneuver him. The university had many challenges, but Kvothe hadn't expected to make such a powerful enemy so soon. The fishery was the beating heart of the university's artificery, filled with the hiss of bellows, the sharp ring of hammers on metal, and the tang of burning flux. Master Kilvin's workshop stood at the center, a cavernous space lined with thick-timbered work tables and half-finished projects. When Kvothe arrived, Kilvin was in the midst of bending an iron rod into shape. He glanced up, eyes assessing.
Are you well, Aelor Kvothe?
Kvothe, still sore from his run-in with Ambrose's sabotage, nodded.
Well enough, Master Kilvin.
Kilvin grunted approvingly.
Good. Boys your age shouldn't worry over small things.
Before Kvothe could respond, his eyes were drawn upward to the rafters, where dozens of glass spheres hung from chains. Each contained a flickering light, some burning with steady flames, others pulsing with odd, smoke-like fire. Kilvin's face split into a rare grin.
Ah, my lovelies.
Leading Kvothe up an iron staircase, Kilvin showed him the lamps one by one. Some burned without fuel, others danced with strange colors. One held a pure white flame, motionless in empty air.
For 10 years I have searched for the ever-burning lamp.
Kilvin said, voice reverent.
I do not hope. Hope is foolish. I make new lamps and take my measurements. That is the only way.
Back on the ground, Kilvin took Kvothe's hands, turning them over in his own massive ones.
You have Shaldar hands,
he said, a grudging compliment. Then, tilting his head slightly, he made his gruff statement, an invitation.
You will work here if you wish.
Kvothe barely had time to stammer his thanks before Kilvin cut him off.
Come to me if you have thoughts on the ever-burning lamp. If your head is as clever as your hands.
His dark eyes gleamed as he raised a massive finger.
Then me and mine will show you things.
A few days later, Kvothe sat with Wylam, Simon, and Solvoy at anchors, half drunk and discussing strategy.
You need to pick a master to cozy up to,
Simon advised.
You need a sponsor to make Relar.
I simply concentrate on being brilliant,
Solvoy said, sipping his drink.
And wait for the masters to realize it.
How did that work with Mandrag?
Wylam asked dryly. Solvoy scowled.
Mandrag is a horse's ass.
You threatened him with your riding crop,
Wylam retorted.
I was holding it at the time.
Solvoy protested.
If I'd been whoring and waved a corset at him, no one would think twice.
A moment of silence. Then Simon burst into laughter, Wylam close behind. Talk turned back to Kvothe's prospects.
Brander is out,
Simon said.
He carries Hemi's grudges for him.
What about the Chancellor?
Wylam asked.
You already speak Siaru, even if your accent is barbaric.
Kvothe shook his head.
I'd rather work in the archives, but Lauren won't have me.
Kilvin and Elxir Dal were the best options left, but before Kvothe could decide, another idea struck him.
What about Eladin?
Simon choked on his drink.
Eladin doesn't teach anything, except maybe advanced oddness.
He's cracked,
Wylam added solemnly.
Eladin was Chancellor once,
Simon explained.
Youngest ever, admitted at 14, Arcanist by 18.
Kvothe blinked.
Eladin, Chancellor?
That was before it.
Simon hesitated.
They locked him in the rookery for a while. Some say he escaped.
No arcanist worth his salt can be kept in a cell,
Kvothe pointed out.
You've never seen the rookery,
Simon said.
Wards on the doors, meshed stone, built to hold arcanists.
Kvothe nodded, his mind turning, thoughts clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. He thought of Taborlin the Great, the legendary hero who knew the names of all things. Not spells, not seaguldery, but something deeper, something woven into the very fabric of the world. He thought of Scarpi's stories, of namers and magic beyond simple sympathy. And then there was Eladin, the master namer, brilliant, erratic, unknowable. If anyone could teach him the truth of naming, it was him. Chapter 13, The Edge of Wisdom. As Chronicler wiped his pen and flexed his fingers, Bast stretched languidly in his chair. Kvothe leaned back, thoughtful.
It's strange how quickly it all happened. Those were likely the first stories told about me.
They're still told at the university.
Chronicler noted.
Your first class, your whipping. Is that when they started calling you Kvothe the Bloodless?
Kvothe nodded.
Possibly.
Bast hesitated before asking.
Reshi, why didn't you go looking for Scarpy?
Kvothe sighed.
What could I have done? They took him for heresy. All I could do was hope he had friends in the church.
He shook his head.
But the simplest reason? I wasn't living in a story.
Bast frowned.
I don't understand.
Kvothe gestured.
Think of any tale. The hero's parents die. He seeks vengeance. What happens next?
Chronicler answered.
He finds help. A talking squirrel, a drunken swordsman, a mad hermit in the woods.
Exactly.
Kvothe's voice grew wry.
Then he learns powerful magic and slays the villains. Simple, clean. But life isn't a story. My grief dulled. My struggles became immediate. Poverty, my low birth, the enemies I made.
He motioned for Chronicler to continue writing.
Still, even the wildest stories hold a shred of truth. Because I did find something very much like a mad hermit in the woods, and I was determined to learn the name of the wind.
Elodin was not an easy man to find. Kvothe searched the university, checked his office, which he never used, and even looked up the one class he supposedly taught. Unlikely maths. According to the ledger, the time was now, and the location was everywhere. Not particularly helpful. By sheer luck, Kvothe spotted him, striding across the courtyard in his black master's robes. Seizing the chance, he abandoned his plan to attend a medical observation and pushed through the crowd to catch up. By the time he reached Elodan, they were already past the northern edge of the university, following a dirt road into the trees.
I wish to study naming,
Kvothe declared. Elodan didn't even glance his way.
You aim too high,
he said.
Try again.
Kvothe adjusted his request.
I hope you'll accept me as a student and teach me whatever you think best.
Elodan stopped abruptly and turned to him.
Fine. Find me 3 pine cones.
He shaped a circle with thumb and forefinger.
This big, unbroken, go!
Kvothe scrambled into the undergrowth, and after several minutes of bramble-scratch searching, he returned with the pine cones, only to find Elodan gone. Cursing, Kvothe ran down the road and caught up with him.
So what did you learn?
Elodan asked idly.
That you want to be left alone?
You are quick.
Elodan spread his arms dramatically.
Here endeth my profound tutelage of Elir Kvothe.
Kvothe sighed. He could still make it to the Medica, but something told him this might be a test. Perhaps Elodan wanted to see his dedication before agreeing to teach him.
Will you at least answer a few questions?
Kvothe asked. Elodan held up 3 fingers.
3 questions? Then you leave me be.
Kvothe thought for a moment.
Why don't you want to teach me?
Elodan gave a dismissive wave.
Because the Edema Rue make poor students. Fine for rote learning, but naming requires dedication you Ravel rarely possess.
Kvothe's temper flared.
I'm sorry if your experience with the Rue has...
Ye gods a bootlicker too.
Elodan groaned.
No spine, no fortitude. You're unfit to be my student.
Kvothe fought down the retort, burning on his tongue, and rephrased his question.
You aren't telling the truth. Why don't you want to teach me?
For the same reason I don't want a puppy.
Elodan waved his arms like a madman.
You're too short. Your eyes are too green. You have the wrong number of fingers. Come back when you've got a decent pair of eyes.
With that, he turned and strode onward. Kvothe hesitated, then followed. They walked through the woods, Elodan tossing stones into trees, leaping to snatch leaves, and staring at ferns for long, silent stretches. Kvothe held his tongue, unwilling to waste his last question. Eventually, they arrived at the university's asylum, better known as the Rookery. Kvothe was stunned by its sheer size. When he nearly asked about it, Eladin grinned.
Almost caught you?
Inside, Eladin visited older Wyn, a thin, wild-haired man curled in blankets on the floor, too terrified to sleep in a bed for fear of falling. Kvothe was shocked to see a lead gilder around his neck. Wyn was a full arcanist. As they left, Eladin finally answered the unspoken question.
Wyn was my gilder. He knew the risks. You don't.
Kvothe pushed back.
I know this place isn't some fairy land. I was whipped and banned from the archives, remember?
Eladin stopped.
Then answer me this. Why does a school with less than 1,500 students need an asylum the size of a palace?
Kvothe scrambled for an answer.
Most students come from easy lives. They aren't prepared for...
Wrong.
Eladin opened a door. A man strapped to a bed thrashed and screamed.
They're in me! They're in me!
Eladin shut the door, silencing the horror.
Trigonometry doesn't do that.
At last, Eladin brought Kvothe to a peculiar room with an air of strange stillness. A cell of bare stone, thick copper doors, and odd, veined windows. His old room. Then, before Kvothe's eyes, Eladin turned to the wall, laid a hand on it, and spoke a word. The stone rippled and collapsed into a pile of fine grey sand. Sunlight and birdsong flooded in. Kvothe could only gape. Standing on the balcony beyond, Eladin turned to him.
What do you want?
I want to study naming under you.
Eladin met his gaze and pointed to the edge of the roof.
Jump!
Kvothe understood. A leap of faith is what was required, the moment from all the old stories. He paused, took a deep breath, stepped off the edge, and plummeted. Moments later, he landed. Hard. Pain exploded through him. He gasped, dazed, struggling for breath, staring up at the sky. Eladin stepped into his vision, looking down at him in utter disbelief.
Congratulations,
he said.
That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Ever dot.
And just like that, Kvothe's chance at naming was gone. Eladin refused to teach anyone reckless enough to jump off a roof. So Kvothe turned to artificing, instead, deciding, ribs broken, shoulder dislocated, pride in shambles, that perhaps a master who wasn't insane might be the better option after all. Kvothe's first term at the university, though turbulent at the start, settled into a steady rhythm. He immersed himself in the Medica, learning the intricacies of the body and its ailments, while also honing his Siru with Wylam in exchange for Ataran lessons. The artificery proved just as engaging, where he learned glass blowing, alloy mixing, wire drawing, and stone carving. His evenings were spent in Kilvin's workshop, performing mundane but steady work, grinding ore, cleaning glassware, and chiseling castings. Kilvin, ever precise, rewarded his efforts with a copper jot or two, each span, and Kvothe suspected the master kept an exact tally of every student's labour. Beyond academics, Kvothe picked up new skills, including a card game called Dog's Breath. Using his knowledge of psychology and sleight of hand, he turned the game in his favour, winning nearly 2 talents before his peers refused to play with him. Wylam and Simon became his closest friends, but most others kept their distance. His rapid rise to Elir status made him an outlier, admired or resented, but rarely approached. Then, of course, there was Ambrose. Their animosity was less a simple rivalry and more an ongoing duel, each determined to outdo the other. Ambrose, with his noble arrogance, offered insults disguised as compliments. Kvothe, raised on the stage, wielded his sharp wit in return. Though Ambrose was intelligent, he was no match for Kvothe's sharp tongue. Their confrontations fed into Kvothe's growing reputation, a reputation he carefully cultivated. Word spread of his remarkable entry into the Arcanum, his defiance of Master Hem, his silent endurance of the lash. Even the story of Eladin throwing him off the roof took on a life of its own, and Kvothe let the rumours swirl unchecked. Some he even started himself, absurd lies designed to spread, that he had demon blood, could see in the dark, or only needed an hour's sleep each night. With the help of Basil, his former bunkmate, he fanned the flames of these tales, using his growing legend as both armour and weapon. Despite all this, Kvothe remained keenly aware of his precarious financial situation. By the end of the term, he had only 3 talents and a single jot, far more than he'd ever had before, but not nearly enough to guarantee another term at the university. Admissions were crucial. A poor showing could double his tuition, and with several masters bearing grudges against him, he knew he had little room for error. Drawing a late admissions slot gave him extra time to prepare. Even so, the examination was grueling. Hemmer, openly hostile, crafted questions designed to be impossible to answer correctly. Brandir joined in, lending quiet support to Hemmer's vendetta. Lauren remained unreadable, though Kvothe felt his disapproval. The deliberation over his tuition grew heated, with Kilvin going so far as to shout and pound the table. In the end, the Chancellor restored order and delivered Kvothe's verdict. 3 talents, 9 jots, and 7 drabs. 8 jots more than he had. With less than a day to find the money, Kvothe scoured for options. The money changers refused him a loan. He had no family name or collateral to offer. He could not pawn his belongings, as he owned almost nothing. Borrowing from Willem or Simon was an option, but pride and caution held him back. He had too few friends to risk losing any over debt. Desperation led him to darker options. Cut pursing was too risky. If caught, he would face not only the iron law, but potential expulsion. Instead, he turned to the sort of men who lent money to the desperate. Copperhawks, Shimgulls, Gaelets. Finding them required more than simply asking. He spent hours in the rougher taverns around the university, dropping subtle hints and asking the right questions. His time in Tarbane had taught him how to navigate the world of shadows, and eventually his inquiries led him to a pawn shop called the Bent Penny. From there, the path became clear. If he wanted to stay at the university, he would have to cross the river to Imre and deal with the dangerous men over there. Chapter 14, Strings and Silver. Imre lay just over 2 miles from the university, a haven for nobility and artists alike. Musicians, dramatists, sculptors, and poets flocked there, drawn by its affluent, appreciative audience. Its proximity to the university meant easy access to sympathy lamps, plumbing, and fine glass, but despite the benefits, there was little love lost between the two towns. The university saw Imre's artists as frivolous, while Imre's citizens viewed the arcanum with wary suspicion. Still, both sides made use of the other when necessary. Despite Imre's reputation as a centre of music and performance, Kvothe had only visited once, and the experience had been unbearable. Sitting in an inn with Willem and Simon, he had listened to a trio of musicians play. Watching others make music while he remained silent was a torment he couldn't endure. It was like a starving man watching someone else feast, or a sweet eater in the depths of withdrawal. So he had stayed away until desperation forced him across the river once more. With his tuition deadline looming, Kvothe sought out Devi, the Gaelet known for lending to desperate students. Following whispered directions through narrow alleys, he climbed a stairway behind a butcher's shop and knocked on a heavy door. He expected a scarred thug, but was instead greeted by a petite young woman with strawberry blonde hair and an impish smile. Seated in her small, well-lit room, Devi got straight down to business.
How much?
She asked.
8 jots,
Kvothe said. She shook her head.
Not worth my time. Minimum loan is 4 talents.
Kvothe balked, but she made it clear there was no room for negotiation.
It's 2 talents of interest every 2 months until the principal is repaid. If you pay all at once, 6 talents settles the debt.
When he reluctantly agreed, Devi took out a small bottle and a long pin.
3 drops of blood.
Kvothe stiffened. Blood was a powerful link in sympathy. With it, Devi could track him anywhere, perhaps even harm him. He hesitated. Devi arched an eyebrow.
You expected some knuckle-breaking thug, but my way is better. I don't need to threaten or chase people. If they default, we come to an arrangement.
She smiled.
Or I sell their blood. Everyone has enemies.
It was too dangerous. Kvothe refused and left, pacing Imre's streets as he debated his next move. Pride kept him from asking his friends for a loan. He briefly considered theft, but dismissed it as too risky. He needed money, and he needed it now. That was when he saw the loot in a pawn shop window. It was plain, the varnish rough, the wood worn, but it was whole. Before he realized what he was doing, he was inside, haggling. He feigned disinterest, exaggerated flaws, and played slightly out of tune. When the price dropped to 2 talents and 3 jots, he pressed down the last of his money, barely breathing, until the shopkeeper took it. He left the shop with the loot slung over his shoulder and a hollow in his purse where his tuition money had been. But he had music again. That was something. With no other options, he returned to Devi. This time, he pricked his hand and let 3 drops of blood fall into the bottle. Devi sealed it with wax and etched a number on the glass.
Take this to any moneylender,
she said, handing him a slip of paper.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Kvothe walked back to the university, his burden heavier, but his heart lighter. His tuition was paid, his loot was his, and despite the cost, he could not regret it. It was secondhand, ugly, and had cost him dearly in money, blood, and peace of mind. But he loved it like a child, like breathing, like his own right hand. At the start of his second term, Kilvin granted Kvothe permission to study Sigildry, the art of inscribing symbols to channel forces. While it was a milestone, few reached so quickly. Those in the fishery had come to expect the unexpected from him. Sigildry was a language of nearly 200 runes, a puzzle of interlocking forces where a single mistake could lead to catastrophe. Kvothe approached it with single-minded determination, knowing that mastery would bring not just knowledge, but the means to earn his way. Where others took months, he passed the rigorous examination in a week, driven by the need for coin, by his sharp and restless mind, and by sheer luck. One evening, in search of solitude, Kvothe climbed to a secluded courtyard where he often practiced his lute. The music carried easily in the cool air, unbothered by the walls that shielded him from curious ears. Then, just as the sun slipped behind the buildings, a rustling in the hedge below. A hard, metallic thud. He stopped playing, listening. No footsteps, no hurried escape, just silence. Curiosity stirred, and he climbed down. The high window leading into the courtyard was closed. No one had entered that way. He pushed into the thick hedge and found an old drainage grate, its surface etched with Sigildry runes. His fingers traced them, Ul and Dok, runes of binding. He pulled at the grate, and it shifted slightly, but would not open. Then he spotted something strange, a single green apple resting near the grate, too far from the apple tree to have fallen naturally. Someone had placed it there. Someone had been here. Kvothe left the courtyard unsettled, his mind turning over the strange discovery. But he had no time to linger on mysteries. The next day, his study of Sigildry advanced, and with it, his place in the fishery. He was assigned to Manet, a longtime student who had attended the university for nearly 30 years. Though they held the same rank, Manet's hands had built more devices than most masters. He was patient, pragmatic, and utterly unconcerned with ambition, content to tinker, drink, and remain at the university for as long as they'd have him. In another life, he might have reminded Kvothe of Abinthy. Under Manet's guidance, Kvothe learned the delicate work of artificing, the formulas for twice-tough glass, the shaping of heat funnels, the balance required in heat eaters and sympathy lamps. The more advanced workings, sympathy clocks and gear winds, remained beyond his reach, for now. But Kvothe was no stranger to waiting. He knew mastery was only a matter of time. Owning a lute again meant Kvothe had his music back, but 3 years without practice had left him rusty. His hands, strengthened by artificery work, lacked the finesse required for long playing. It took frustrating days to rebuild his skill, and even then, time was scarce. Between medical lessons, mathematics, advanced sympathy under Elk-Sir Dale, and his apprenticeship in the fishery, there were barely enough hours to eat, sleep, and study, let alone play. Music, however, was not something to neglect. She was a jealous mistress, and Kvothe sacrificed sleep to keep her. After a few spans, exhaustion set in, but he pushed through with grim determination. By the 5th span, he became visibly worn. It was then, during a rare lunch with Willem and Simon, that they took notice. Kvothe sat in his usual spot beneath the pennant pole, a place that had once been a reminder of his public whipping, but had since become familiar. His friends, eating tavern-bought meals, eyed his meagre fare, stale barley bread, and a gristly sausage from the mess.
You haven't been around much,
Willem observed.
Sick?
Simon mocked.
A whole month?
Will scowled at Simon before glancing back at Kvothe.
You do look sick.
Simon grinned.
Lovesick, maybe. Been sneaking off to Imre to court some beautiful bard?
Kvothe shook his head, but the truth, his overwhelming workload and desperate financial situation, was not something he could confess. Poverty was an old shame, and he wouldn't let his friends see how badly he was struggling. Noticing his hesitation, Simon softened.
We'd like to see you more than just in passing, you know.
Willem, watching Kvothe closely, frowned.
How many terms have you been here? What classes are you taking?
Kvothe sighed.
Geometry, Medica observation, advanced sympathy, and my apprenticeship under Manet in the fishery.
Simon paled.
And you're still working in Kilvin's shop?
A few hours each night.
And playing the lute?
It keeps me sane.
Will and Simon exchanged looks.
Span and a half.
Will estimated.
Tops.
Simon agreed.
What are you two on about?
Kvothe demanded. Will leaned in.
Everyone takes on too much eventually. Some burn out, some quit, some crack.
He tapped his head.
It happens mostly to first years.
Kvothe was about to protest when the bell struck. He had to run to make it to advanced sympathy on time. Elk-Sir Dale stood between two braziers, fire reflecting in his dark robes.
The sympathist is tied to flame,
he declared.
We are its master and its servant.
As he paced, flames flickered from one brazier to another at his command.
The energy in all things belongs to the Arcanist, but fire is our greatest tool and greatest danger.
He turned to the class.
Dueling partners, take your places.
Kvothe was paired with Fenton, the second-ranked student.
Pick your poison,
Dal instructed.
Candles,
Fenton chose.
And the link?
Wick,
Fenton said, selecting a length of twine. Dal turned to Kvothe.
And yours?
Kvothe grinned and held up a piece of straw. A murmur ran through the class. It was an absurd choice, offering a terrible transfer of energy. Dal raised an eyebrow, but didn't object.
Energy source?
Fenton smiled.
No source.
Kvothe's stomach dropped. With no external heat, they'd have to draw from their own bodies. A dangerous gamble. As the duel began, he focused entirely on defense, but Fenton's candle began to smoke first. Kvothe shivered as the chill spread through him. Minutes passed, and the class watched in silence. Fenton trembled, his skin growing paler. Then his posture slackened, his eyes glazed, and his head slumped forward. His candle fled to life. He had pushed too far. Dal rushed forward, wrapping him in blankets.
Binder's chills,
he muttered.
Someone get the medica.
After Fenton recovered, Dal addressed the class.
This is why we study limits. Sympathy is not for the reckless.
He eyed Kvothe.
Alier Kvothe, stay behind.
Once alone, Dal gave him a speculative look.
How did the betting go?
Kvothe hesitated.
11-1.
He had doubled his money, enough to cover his debts. At least for now. Dal nodded.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Kvothe lied, though he had barely managed to hide his own shivering spell earlier. Dal gestured to the brazier.
Warm yourself, boy.
Later that night, Kvothe knocked on Wylam's door, in the mews. When Wylam opened it, his eyebrows lifted in mild surprise.
I'll be damned,
he said.
Twice in one day. To what do I owe the honor?
Kvothe pushed his way inside without ceremony, setting his loot case against the wall before dropping into a chair.
I think you know,
he said, darkly.
Kilvin's banned me from working in the shop.
Wylam sat forward on his bed, studying him.
Why's that?
Kvothe gave him a knowing look.
I expect it has something to do with you and Simon having a little chat with him.
Wylam held his gaze for a moment, then shrugged.
You figured it out faster than I thought you would.
He rubbed the side of his face.
But you don't seem terribly upset.
Kvothe had been furious. Just when it seemed like his fortune was shifting, his friends had intervened, costing him his only paying job. He'd nearly gone straight to them in a rage, but instead he had climbed to the roof of Main's and played his lute until the anger dulled to something quieter. Music had always been his refuge, and as he played, he forced himself to think. His apprenticeship with Manet was going well, but there was simply too much to learn. Firing kilns, drawing wire, choosing the right alloys. It wasn't something he could muscle through like he had with his runes. And even if he had the time, the pay from Kilvin's shop wasn't nearly enough to cover his debt to Devi, let alone his tuition.
I probably would be,
he admitted.
But Kilvin made me look in a mirror.
He gave Wylam a tired smile.
I look like hell. You look like beat-up hell,
Wylam corrected, then hesitated, suddenly uncertain. Before Kvothe could respond, there was a knock, followed by Simon pushing the door open. His expression shifted from surprise to guilt the moment he saw Kvothe sitting there.
Aren't you supposed to be, in the fishery?
He asked, weakly. Kvothe laughed, and Simon visibly relaxed. Wylam moved a stack of papers off a chair, and Simon slouched into it, still looking a little wary.
All is forgiven,
Kvothe said grandly, waving a hand.
On one condition, tell me everything you know about the Aeolian.
Chapter 15. The Lay of Sir Savien. The Aeolian was unlike any other place in Imre. While nearly every tavern had music, the Aeolian hosted the best. Entry cost a whole copper jot, but it was the stage that made it unique. Musicians paid 1 silver talent for the privilege of performing. If they impressed the audience and owners, they earned a set of talent pipes, small silver pipes worn as a pin or necklace. These pipes were a mark of distinction, granting free entry and the right to play at the Aeolian anytime. For some, it was about prestige. For others, it was about finding a patron. Kvothe's goal was clear. He needed his talent pipes, both for the reputation they carried and for the possibility of a wealthy patron who could ease his financial burdens. Time was running out, his tuition payment loomed, and Devi's debt weighed heavy. He couldn't afford to wait. Simon, sensing Kvothe's nerves, recounted stories of musicians failing to earn their pipes despite masterful performances. Kvothe, concealing his anxiety, assured him,
You still haven't heard me play.
His friends agreed to be there when the moment came. That night, after a quick meal, Kvothe retrieved his lute and climbed onto the rooftops of Mainz, choosing a secluded courtyard where he wouldn't be overheard. When he called out, a voice answered from below.
You're late.
Ori. She scampered up an apple tree, appearing on the roof with light-footed ease. Ori was small, waifish, with long, fine hair that floated around her like mist. She lived in the underthing, the hidden tunnels and forgotten spaces beneath the university. Kvothe had slowly gained her trust, bringing her food and speaking in gentle riddles, matching her peculiar way of seeing the world. She had been wary at first, but over time, she had come to meet him under the open sky. Tonight, she was eager.
What did you bring me?
She asked, practically quivering with excitement. Kvothe smiled.
What did you bring me?
Ori beamed and held out a small, gleaming object.
A key.
She declared.
For the moon.
Kvothe examined the little key with mock solemnity.
That should be useful,
he said.
If there's ever a door in the moon, I'll be ready.
Satisfied, Ori accepted his gift in return, a loaf of bread wrapped in cloth and a bottle of water.
What's in the water?
She asked, peering inside.
Flowers,
Kvothe said.
And a bit of the moon that isn't in the sky tonight.
Ori sipped, her eyes closing in pleasure.
It's lovely,
she said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. She nibbled at the bread while speaking of her adventures.
I went out last night.
She confided.
On top of things.
Kvothe raised an eyebrow.
Did you like it?
She nodded, grinning.
I saw Elodin.
Master Elodin?
Kvothe asked. She nodded again.
Did he see you?
Nobody sees me,
she said proudly.
He was busy listening to the wind.
Kvothe barely had time to process that before Ori clapped her hands eagerly.
Now play, play!
Laughing, Kvothe settled his lute in his lap. He couldn't have asked for a more perfect audience. Kvothe, Willem, and Simon made their way toward Imre under the warmth of the afternoon sun. Simon, ever observant, noted something different about Kvothe, an unusual sense of calm, like a coiled spring. Kvothe, filled with nervous energy, merely smiled. As they crossed Stonebridge, the ancient arch that's spanning the Omethi River, tradition dictated they spit for luck. Kvothe hesitated, then followed suit. He'd take all the luck he could get tonight. The Aeolian stood at the heart of Imre, its front doors facing a lively courtyard. Well-dressed patrons milled about, some carrying instruments. As they approached, Deoch, the doorman, tall, muscled, and affable, welcomed them with a nod. Kvothe, on impulse, offered to buy him a drink. Deoch, amused, laughed, and shook his hand, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Simon, who later revealed that Deoch owned the Aeolian and disliked flattery. Fortunately, Deoch seemed to have taken a liking to young Kvothe. Later, Deoch inquired as to what song Kvothe intended to play in an attempt to earn his talent pipes. Kvothe declared confidently,
The Lay of Sir Savien.
Swing, a piece so difficult few dared attempt it. Deoch raised an eyebrow, warning him of the challenge.
Damn it, boy. I hope you're as good as you seem to think you are. I could use someone else around here with Ilian's fire.
Kvothe remained steadfast, a slight smirk cresting his lips.
I need a place to burn.
As they waited for nightfall, the Aeolian slowly came alive, filling with the low hum of conversation and the scent of spiced wine. Candles flickered against the polished wood and velvet drapes, casting a warm glow as the evening crowd rolled in. One by one, talented musicians took to the stage, each hoping to win their pipes, a mark of true artistry and prestige within these hallowed walls. The performances varied wildly. Some left the room hushed in awe, while others barely stirred polite applause. A golden-haired singer with a voice like sunlight drew gasps from the crowd until her fingers stumbled across the harp strings. The sour note rang loud, and with an apologetic curtsy, she was gently turned away. Even Count Thrape, ever the jovial patron of the arts, stepped up for a boisterous rendition of a drinking song. The crowd roared with laughter and clapped along, more out of affection than musical admiration. Then Kvothe spotted him, Ambrose. The noble lounged, in a shadowed corner booth, surrounded by his usual gaggle of sycophants. He wore that familiar, smug expression, but what truly caught Kvothe's eye was the polished case resting beside him. A lyre, ornate, no doubt expensive, but still a musician's tool. Kvothe frowned. Ambrose? A player? Simon, leaning close, murmured that Ambrose had once tried for his pipes and failed, something he clearly hadn't let go of. Kvothe's lips pressed into a thin line. That settled it. Tonight wasn't just about performing, it was about proving something. To the masters, to the crowd, to Ambrose. He would earn his pipes tonight. At last, Deoch caught his eye and gave a subtle nod. It was time. Kvothe rose, heart steady, and crossed the floor with the calm of a man walking to his own funeral, or perhaps his coronation. The room quieted as he stepped onto the stage, a hush, falling over the crowd, like a blanket. He stood still, letting the silence build until it brimmed with anticipation. And then, he began. His voice rang out, clear and proud, threading through the hush like silk. His fingers moved across the lute with practiced ease, drawing out rich harmonies and delicate flourishes. The music wove through the room, catching and holding every ear. It was Sir Savien Tralliard, and Kvothe didn't merely perform it, he became it. The tragedy, the longing, the impossible love. It all flowed through him, as natural as breath. As the third refrain approached, Kvothe allowed the melody to linger, leaving space for another voice, Eluine's, to enter. A beat passed. Then, from the crowd, a voice rose, silver and soft, impossibly pure. It joined his, not overtaking, but complementing, like moonlight dancing over deep water. The duet blossomed, ethereal and aching. Kvothe nearly lost himself in it, the sound so heartbreakingly beautiful it made his chest ache. But he held on, guiding the song forward. Suddenly, snap. A string broke with a cruel sting, whipping across his hand. Pain flared. The spell of the music threatened to unravel. A collective breath hitched in the audience, but Kvothe didn't falter. He drew deep from old muscle memory, from hundreds of late nights spent practicing in silence. His fingers shifted instinctively, adapting, covering for the missing string. The music stuttered, then soared once more. He conjured harmony where there should have been none, and the lute sang with twin voices once again. The final notes hung in the air like smoke, trembling on the edge of silence. Applause thundered through the hall, wild, unabashed, crashing over him like a wave. Kvothe stood still, head bowed, not from pride or exhaustion, but from something deeper. His chest tightened, not with nerves or relief, but with the raw, haunting beauty of the song. The story of Savien and Eluine still lingered in the air, in the hearts of everyone who'd heard it. And in that quiet, personal moment, Kvothe wept. Not for himself, not for the audience, but for love, lost and found, for tragedy too deep to name, for the music, for the truth it had touched. As the last notes faded, Kvothe sat frozen, overwhelmed by the emotion of the song. The crowd sat in silence, not indifference, but the breathless stillness of an audience held captive. The room was taut with the weight of the song, every listener clutching their own sorrow, then a whisper of movement, the catching of breath, and at last, applause. It came like a storm surging through the Aeolian, a roar of thunderous approval. As the praise washed over him, doubt gnawed at Kvothe. Had the song moved them because of his playing, or simply because of its inherent beauty? Had his improvised ending truly conveyed its tragedy? As he restrung his lute, a thought struck him cold. His broken string had been cut clean, as if by a blade. Someone had tampered with his lute. Deoch returned, his expression unreadable. Kvothe rose, preparing himself for rejection, vowing not to give Ambrose the satisfaction of seeing him falter. But instead of a handshake of sympathy, Deoch pressed something firm into his palm, his talent pipes. A moment of stunned disbelief passed before realization struck, and Kvothe lifted them high. The room erupted anew, this time in triumphant welcome. Willem and Simon found him afterward, Simon red-eyed and barely coherent.
You have to warn me before you do that again.
He choked out. Willem, composed but clearly affected, simply nodded. Kvothe admitted he had forgotten how deeply Sir Savien could cut, recalling his own first time hearing it as a child. To ease the weight of the moment, Willem insisted on celebratory drinks, and Deoch led them to the bar, ensuring they received their due spoils. The metheglin Deoch provided was exquisite, and as the night wore on, well-wishers surrounded Kvothe, nobles, merchants, musicians, and patrons. Count Threep, a long-time benefactor of the arts, animatedly recounted Kvothe's performance, laughing at the near disaster of the broken string. In an unexpected gesture, he pressed 7 talents into Kvothe's hand.
It's not a reward,
he explained.
It's encouragement. Rain for the laurels.
Kvothe, stunned, accepted, knowing this money would keep him at the university for another term and free him from debt, at least for now. As the night stretched on, one question remained unanswered. Who had been his Alwyn, the singer whose voice had entwined so seamlessly with his own? He searched through the crowd, but she was nowhere to be found. At last, he moved to the upper levels, scanning every face, his hope dimming with each step. He chastised himself for his foolish romanticism. No woman could be as radiant as that voice. It was better this way, he told himself. Better not to be disappointed. Suddenly, he heard it, silver and burning, a voice like moonlight on river stones. He turned, and all he could think was, beautiful, beautiful. Chapter 16, Chasing Moonlight. Bast fidgeted, impatience clear in his posture.
And then what, Reishi? Did you talk to her?
Of course I did. There would be no story if I hadn't.
Kvothe's voice was measured, but his expression softened.
But first, I must describe her, and that is no small thing.
Bast's eagerness dimmed as Kvothe struggled for words.
She is important. More than important. I cannot think how to describe her without falling short.
Bast brightened.
She had perfect ears. Perfect little ears. Like they were carved from.
Chronicler laughed, surprised at himself.
Her ears?
Bast gave him a pitying look.
You know how hard it is to find a pretty girl with the right sort of ears.
Kvothe smiled, but shook his head.
It is not just her appearance, Bast. There was something about her. Something intangible. A fire that drew you in, not just with its light, but with its warmth.
Bast frowned slightly.
She had a crooked nose, Reishi, and her face was a little narrow for my taste. She wasn't perfect.
Kvothe looked at him solemnly.
We are more than the sum of our parts, Bast.
Bast nodded.
I'm not saying she wasn't lovely. She smiled at me, and it went right through me.
Kvothe's voice grew distant.
You see the difficulty then. If I say she was dark-haired, you might think of someone you know. But no woman you have ever met would be anything like her.
He hesitated.
No matter where she stood, she was in the center of the room. Not because she was loud or vain. People turned toward the flicker of a flame, but they stepped closer because of its warmth.
His expression darkened as he spoke, words rasping, as if each one pained him. Then suddenly, he stopped.
What am I doing? How can I explain her to you, when I never understood her myself?
Chronicler, uncertain, hesitated with his pen. Kvothe's eyes caught his, hard, cold.
Crossed that out.
When the scribe hesitated, Kvothe tore the sheet apart and placed a blank one before him.
Copy only this,
he ordered, his voice like iron. Chronicler obeyed.
She was dark-haired, dark-eyed, fair-complected. Her face was oval, her jaw strong and delicate. She was poised and graceful. Say, finally, that she was beautiful. That is all that can be well said. She was beautiful through to her bones. To Kvothe, she was the most beautiful.
For a moment, it seemed Kvothe would rip this page away too, but then he slumped, exhaling.
And to be honest, she was beautiful to others as well.
Kvothe stood frozen as he saw her, Denna, the girl from Roent's caravan. Half a year had passed since their meeting, a brief time in a story, but an eternity to live through. She had changed. Where once she had been pretty, now she was lovely, dressed in a flowing gown rather than road clothes. The silver ring, with its pale blue stone, still adorned her hand. She climbed the last step onto the third level of the Aeolian, her gaze downcast, thoughtful. Then she looked up, and the moment she saw him, her face lit like a candle, suddenly sparked to life. She rushed toward him, only to hesitate at the last moment, glancing at the people around them. In a single graceful motion, she transformed her eager run into a demure greeting, stopping just short, steadying herself against his chest with a light touch. She smiled, warm, sweet, and slightly embarrassed. Kvothe had no words. He simply stood, caught in the moment, feeling as if he had become a sheet of ice underfoot, suddenly splintering in 1,000 places, not breaking, but barely holding together. His courtly training took over where his wits failed. He reached out, clasping her offered hand, then stepped back into a flawless bow. A kiss on the hand seemed appropriate, light, respectful, just long enough to draw a breath.
I am at your service, my lady,
he murmured. Denna tilted her head.
My lady.
She echoed playfully.
Very well, if you insist.
With a teasing smile, she curtsied.
Your lady.
They settled into conversation, Kvothe expressing his gratitude for her help during his performance. He tried to offer her his newly earned talent pipes and thanks, but she refused with a knowing grin.
I'd rather have you in my debt,
she said, pressing them back into his palm.
This way, you still owe me a favor.
The crowd hushed, drawing their attention to the stage below, where an old man unveiled a rare court lute. Kvothe was captivated, but not by the instrument. His mind reeled at Denna's presence, at the fact that she hadn't recognized him from their time together on the road. The song passed without him truly hearing it. As the applause faded, Denna turned to him.
I thought you'd made a mistake when you doubled the chorus. I couldn't believe you really wanted a stranger to join in.
I trusted someone would know the part,
Kvothe said, with a shrug. Denna admitted she had only heard the song twice before.
I wasn't sure if I'd remember all of it.
Twice,
Kvothe echoed, incredulous.
You have an incredible ear.
Denna smiled, amused.
You're not the first man to say that, but you might be the first to actually be looking at my ears when you do.
Their conversation was interrupted by Sovoi, Kvothe's friend from the university, who greeted Denna warmly, slipping an arm around her waist. Kvothe masked his disappointment as Sovoi invited him to join them at their table. They exchanged easy banter, but the moment had shifted. When Denna asked Kvothe's name, he offered it in exchange for hers. She leaned close and whispered,
Diane.
He repeated it, savoring the sound, but she only smiled mischievously.
I hope to see you again,
she said as he prepared to leave.
There's always hope,
he replied, but the words felt clumsy. He shook her hand, resisting the urge to kiss it again, because Sovoi was his friend, and that was not the sort of thing friends did. The morning after his triumph at the Aeolian, Kvothe trudged to the admissions lottery, nursing his first real hangover. The crowd of students bartering and complaining about their exam slots did little to ease his pounding headache. When his turn came, He reached into the velvet bag and pulled his tile, Hepta noon. 5 days to prepare. Plenty of time, but how much could he truly accomplish without access to the archives? With that thought, he raised his hand, fingers signaling that his slot was for sale. Soon, Galvin, a railer from the Medica, offered 5 jots to trade for his early slot that afternoon. Kvothe hesitated, realizing that yesterday 5 jots had seemed like a fortune. Today, with his purse heavy from the previous night's earnings, it felt different. Before he could decide, Whalem and Simon appeared, looking no better for wear after their night of celebration. Simon, grinning, pointed out a stroke of poetic justice. Ambrose had drawn a slot for this afternoon. Kvothe turned just in time to hear Ambrose ranting about the lottery, his eyes sweeping the crowd for someone willing to trade. When he finally spotted Kvothe's raised hand, he stopped short, his expression flickering between scorn and calculation.
What are you charging?
Ambrose sneered.
5 talents.
Kvothe replied smoothly. The crowd murmured at the audacity of the price. Ambrose laughed sharply.
You'd be lucky to get one.
Kvothe shrugged.
I'd settle for 4.
You'll settle for 1.
Feigning reluctance, Kvothe sighed.
Maybe 1 and 4?
Ambrose smirked.
1 and 3. Consider it charity.
Kvothe nodded meekly, drawing out the exchange while a crowd gathered to watch. When Ambrose fished through his purse, Kvothe seized his chance.
You must have travelled in Modeg with your father's retinue. Is it true their nobility view haggling as something only the lowborn or desperate do?
Ambrose froze, hand half withdrawn from his purse. The crowd chuckled. Kvothe pressed the moment, holding out the tile.
Here, take it for a halfpenny. I'm always happy to help the needy.
Ambrose's face darkened. He snapped his purse shut.
Keep it and choke.
With a hissed promise of vengeance, he turned and strode away, leaving Kvothe to bow to the applause of the gathered students. Later, he sold his slot to Jexim, a desperate railer, for 6 jots and a favour. Admissions came and went. With no access to the archives, Kvothe had little to prepare. Hemi remained hostile, Lauren unreadable, and Elodin barely conscious at the table. His tuition was set at 6 talents, more than he currently had. That meant another trip to Imre. First he stopped at the Aeolian to retrieve his loot, left behind in last night's revelry. There, Count Thrape greeted him enthusiastically, lamenting that he had just taken on his 3rd musician as a patron. Had he known of Kvothe's talent, he would have waited. Instead, he promised to help Kvothe find a proper patron among Imre's nobility. Kvothe also inquired about Denna, though he knew little more than her name. Deoch, ever perceptive, gave a knowing smile.
She comes and goes,
he said.
Careful, boy. Men fall for her like wheat before the sickle.
From there, Kvothe paid a visit to Devi. He could have cleared his debt entirely, but opted to pay only the interest, keeping his coin for tuition and expenses. In exchange for his payment, Devi offered him access to her personal collection of books, a small but valuable trove for someone exiled from the archives. His last stop was Kilvin's office. Kvothe laid the exact amount he owed for materials on the table.
I trust you came by this money honorably?
Kilvin asked, eyeing him.
I earned it playing music in Imre,
Kvothe admitted. Kilvin grunted.
Music pays better than working in my shop, then?
Kvothe's stomach dropped.
I still want to work here.
Kilvin let the moment stretch before his broad face split into a smile.
Good. I wouldn't want to lose you to the other side of the river.
With a dismissive wave, he sent Kvothe back to his work in the fishery. With his tuition still due, Kvothe made his way to the Horse and Four, one of the best inns in Imre. He showed his talent pipes, bargained with the innkeeper, and secured a deal. Free room and board in exchange for 3 nights of playing a span. On top of that, he would earn 2 silver talents a month, more than enough to keep him afloat. That night, he dined on venison, fresh fruit, and fine vintage wine. For the first time in months, he did not worry about tuition, hunger, or cold. When he fell into the feather bed in his private suite, he slept without fear, lost in the vast comfort of it all. Chapter 17, Undignified, Mischief. With admissions behind him, Kvothe found himself with time to breathe. He spent the days catching up on sleep, working in Kilvin's shop, and revelling in the comfort of his new lodgings at the Horse and Four. But despite his best excuses, he found himself repeatedly drawn to Imre, scouring the streets and the Aeolian in search of Denna. Again and again, he came up empty. After nearly a dozen fruitless trips, he had to accept the bitter truth. She was gone. On one of these visits, Count Thrap delivered troubling news. Ambrose Jacus, never one to let a grudge lie, had been poisoning the nobility against Kvothe, ensuring no wealthy patron would take him on. While Kvothe had gained the respect of his fellow musicians, Ambrose's influence kept him from any real opportunity. Thrap, full of sympathy and wine, led Kvothe in composing a biting song about Ambrose. It was crude, catchy, and simple enough for anyone to remember. They titled it Jackass, Jackass. It spread like wildfire. By the next day, the university was humming with the tune. Kvothe had expected retaliation, but was still caught off guard when he was summoned to the Master's Hall for
conduct unbecoming a member of the Arcanum.
Ambrose laid out his case for defamation, but the Chancellor dismissed it with barely concealed amusement.
Relar Ambrose, are you a donkey?
He asked, deadpan. When Ambrose, furious, denied it, the Chancellor shrugged.
Then I don't see the issue.
The charge was downgraded to undignified mischief, and Kvothe was ordered to write a public letter of apology. Ambrose seethed, but before he could storm out, Eladin cheerfully sang a line from the song.
He's a well-bred ass. You can see it in his stride. And for a copper penny, he will let you take a ride.
Kvothe might have laughed if he had known how far Ambrose was willing to go. Within days, the Horse and Four had a new owner, and Kvothe was unceremoniously evicted. He searched for new work, but every respectable inn turned him away. Ambrose had blacklisted him. Furious but determined, Kvothe tried every tavern in Impre until he reached Anchor's. The gruff innkeeper, unimpressed by noble meddling, hired him on the spot. In exchange for playing 4 nights of span, Kvothe received a small attic room and food whenever he was around. It was a far cry from his luxurious suite, but in time, it would feel more like home than anywhere else. Still burning from Ambrose's attack, Kvothe took special care in drafting his apology. It was a masterpiece of venomous sincerity. He lamented his terrible error, included a full copy of the song with additional verses, and apologized in excruciating detail for every vulgar insinuation. With the help of a friend at a print shop, he made over 100 copies. Then, the night before the fall term, Kvothe, Will, and Sim plastered them on every flat surface in both the university and Imre, using an alchemical adhesive that would require chisels to remove. Looking back, Kvothe would admit it was foolish, the kind of foolishness that goads a bull into charging. And if he had to pinpoint a moment that led Ambrose to try to kill him, this would be it. Under pointed advice, Kvothe limited his studies to 3 fields: advanced sympathy under Elxir Dal, a shift in the Medica, and his apprenticeship under Manet in artificing. With no patron to support him, he threw himself into his work in the fishery, knowing it was his best chance at financial independence. If he could stay ahead of his debts and survive the dangers of the workshop. One day, a crowd of students gathered in the fishery for a demonstration. Kilvin revealed a massive, sealed canister containing Regum Ignal Neratum, known informally as bone tar, a volatile, highly corrosive liquid that boiled at room temperature and burned upon exposure to air. As Kilvin decanted a small amount into a vial and tossed it into a firewell, The room watched in stunned silence as the dark liquid boiled into a dense, pooling fog before igniting in a brilliant sodium red fire. The lesson was simple: be mindful or suffer the consequences. Manet chuckled at the spectacle, explaining to Kvothe that bone tar was used to create a rare blue emitter for sympathy lamps, fetching a high price. Kvothe, always eager to learn, convinced Manet to show him the process. That night at Anchors, Kvothe spotted Denna in the crowd, singing along to Drover's Daughters. The sight of her startled him so completely that he lost track of his playing, much to the crowd's amusement. She greeted him with a teasing smile, chiding him for being so easily undone by a wink. When she invited him to walk with her after his set, he hastily arranged an early exit, playing an extended rendition of Tinker Tanner to keep the tavern entertained in his absence. After slipping away with Denna, Kvothe stowed his loot via his usual rooftop route, drawing an impressed remark from her. As they walked under the moonlight, their conversation turned playful and flirtatious. She dismissed Sovoy's attentions, unimpressed by his predictable gifts of roses, and challenged Kvothe to choose a flower that suited her. He carefully considered, discarding common choices before settling on the Celis flower, a rare, deep red bloom that thrived in shadow yet sought the light. Denna, pleased but modest, claimed she preferred simple daisies. When she turned the question back on him, she immediately answered, a willow blossom. Kvothe, caught off guard, noted that willows didn't have blossoms, but Denna insisted the comparison fit.
You move easily when the storm comes,
She told him.
but never farther than you wish.
Hours passed like minutes, and before long, they reached the oaken oar where she was staying. At the door, Kvothe hesitated, feeling the weight of the moment, the tension between them. He wanted to kiss her, but doubted himself, unsure if what he sensed was real or simply Denna's natural charm. In the end, he only bid her goodnight and watched her disappear inside. As he walked back through the quiet streets, his emotions seesawed between euphoria and doubt. Had he been too bold? Too cautious? Had he ruined everything with his words, or not said enough? He replayed their conversation, dissecting every detail, wondering if she was glad to be rid of him, or secretly hoping for more.
Steal me.
She had said. He should have been braver. He should have kissed her. Kvothe arrived late to lunch, setting his loot beside the bench as he joined Willem and Simon. He'd been across the river, purchasing quicksilver and sea salt, expenses that stung, but with his journeyman project approaching, he was hopeful his financial troubles would soon be over. More truthfully, though, his mind was elsewhere. He had wandered through Imre, past the inn where Denna was staying, but she hadn't been there, nor at the Aeolian or the park where they had spoken the night before. Still, the thought of her left him in a fine mood.
So, where were you last night?
Simon asked, too casually. It was only then Kvothe remembered he'd promised to meet them for corners. Guilt pricked him.
I forgot,
he admitted.
I'm sorry, Sim. How long did you wait?
Simon grinned, shrugging off the offense.
Not long. We ended up in the library drinking and looking at girls.
Willem added,
Fenton was furious. He called you a fluff-headed Elir with no respect for his betters.
And made some interesting claims about your parentage.
Simon added, mouth full of sweet cake. Kvothe chuckled, but Willem pressed further.
Where were you? I met someone,
Kvothe said, hesitating.
A girl.
Willem surmised. Kvothe tried to downplay it.
She found me, actually.
Simon's grin widened.
So, did you make any music?
Kvothe sighed.
I just walked her home. For 6 hours?
Willem asked, raising an eyebrow. Kvothe hesitated, then nodded.
We talked,
he admitted.
About songs, places we'd been.
His words trailed off.
I thought about doing more, but...
But what?
Simon pressed. Kvothe ran a hand through his hair.
You'd be scared too, if you'd met her.
His voice was quiet, his hands suddenly restless.
It's all I can do to sit here instead of running off to Imra, hoping to see her through a window or passing on the street.
Simon gave him a gentle push.
Then go.
Kvothe didn't move.
It's not that easy.
Wheeler muttered.
Nothing's ever easy with you.
Simon shook his head.
Of course it is. Tell her what you just told us.
Kvothe scoffed.
As if it were simple as singing. Besides, what would she want with me?
Simon looked him squarely in the eye.
She came looking for you. She obviously wants something.
Kvothe had no response to that. He quickly changed the subject.
Manet gave me permission to start my journeyman project.
Already?
Simon asked, surprised.
Will Kilvin go along with it?
I didn't cut any corners.
Kvothe said.
I just picked things up quickly.
Simon frowned.
What are you making? A sympathy lamp?
Everyone does a lamp.
Wellham said. Kvothe sighed.
I wanted to try a gearwind, but Manet told me to stick to the lamp.
The belling tower struck 4. Kvothe gathered up his loot case, ready to leave for class.
You should tell her,
Simon urged.
If you like a girl, you have to let her know.
Kvothe bristled.
And how often has that worked for you?
Simon frowned, and Willem deliberately looked away. Kvothe sighed, feeling guilty.
Besides,
he muttered,
there's nothing to tell. I like spending time with her, and now I know where to find her.
Kvothe's search for Denner was, as usual, an exercise in frustration. A lead at the Oaken Oar turned up a dark-haired girl named Dinner, but by the time he finally returned to find her, she had vanished, slipped away in the dead of night, leaving an unpaid bill and more questions than answers.
It's her nature,
Deoch reminded him,
to disappear like this. Trying to track her down was as useful as calling for a cat.
Kvothe knew it was sound advice, but he ignored it. His distractions weren't all of the romantic variety, though. In Kilvin's workshop, Kvothe presented his first solo project, a sympathy lamp of his own design. He had cast the plates, doped the emitter, and inscribed the sigildry himself. If Kilvin approved, Kvothe would earn not just a commission, but also the right to work on his own projects. More importantly, it was a step toward the rank of Rella and financial security. Kilvin turned the lamp in his massive hands, his expression unreadable.
This is finely made, Aelor Kvothe, but the design is not typical.
Kvothe nodded eagerly.
I made a few changes. If you turn it on...
Kilvin silenced him with a noise somewhere between a grunt and a chuckle. He darkened the room before flipping the lamp on. A narrow, sharp beam of reddish light sliced through the darkness. It was more focused than a standard sympathy lamp, revealing only part of the room. Kilvin was unimpressed.
This is the sort of thing used by burglars and spies.
His tone darkened.
Unsavory folk.
Kvothe felt the sharp bite of anxiety. He had assumed this was a mere formality, that Kilvin would see the cleverness in his work and approve it without question. Now, he realized, he might have miscalculated. All his time and money, nearly a full talent's worth, could be wasted. Kilvin examined the lamp a while longer before making his final judgment. Kvothe's skill was undeniable. His work was precise.
You have completed your apprenticeship and distinguished yourself in terms of skill, but I cannot sell this,
Kilvin declared.
It would gravitate to the wrong people. The lamp will be melted down for materials.
Kvothe was crushed. He had been counting on selling it, on the money it would bring. Before he could argue, Kilvin waved him off.
Go tell Manet your good news.
Manet was predictably smug.
Told you,
he said, when Kvothe recounted the conversation.
The Masters are conservatives at heart.
He asked what Kvothe planned to do next, and Kvothe mentioned working with blue lamp emitters. Risky, but profitable. Manet offered a cautionary tale about a careless artificer who had lost fingers in a single moment's mistake. Kvothe got the message. The conversation turned to the archives.
If you wanted to, could you get in without anyone knowing?
Kvothe asked. Manet narrowed his eyes.
I could, but I wouldn't.
He urged Kvothe to be patient, to wait for Lauren's anger to fade. If he impressed Kilvin, he might be able to get an intercession in another term or so, but patience was a luxury Kvothe couldn't afford. He needed the archives now. Later, passing Kilvin's office, he saw the master idly clicking his lamp on and off. A thought struck him. He knocked.
Master Kilvin, could I buy the lamp? I could use it to read at night.
Kilvin considered, then held it out.
You cannot buy what your own hands build,
he said.
But you cannot sell or lend this. If it falls into the wrong hands, it would reflect poorly on all arcanists.
Kvothe swore it would remain his alone. As he left the shop, he kept his expression neutral, but inside, he was grinning. Manet had told him exactly what he needed to know. There was another way into the archives, a hidden way. If it existed, Kvothe would find it. Chapter 18, Playing with Fire. Kvothe lured Willem and Simon to the Aeolian with the promise of free drinks, a generosity made possible by an old minstrel's trick. Many patrons, after enjoying his music, would offer him a drink, which he cleverly accepted by requesting an imaginary beverage. The bartender would serve him water, the patron would feel gratified, and the cost would be split 3 ways. It was through this system that Kvothe, despite his financial woes, secured a bottle of Scutton to share with his friends. As they sat, Kvothe proudly announced his latest achievement. Kilvin had approved his sympathy lamp, making him the Arcanum's newest journeyman artificer. Willem and Simon offered dry congratulations, Will noting how long it had taken him. Almost 3 months. Kvothe brushed it off and teased that getting them drunk might make Will more inclined to let him slip into the archives. Will, however, grew serious. He had considered it, but ultimately refused. If caught, they could both be expelled. Kvothe masked his disappointment, but the rejection still stung. To lighten the mood, they toasted to Ambrose's confusion and general misfortune. Simon, however, became distracted.
Great God, look what Deoch found,
he muttered, staring toward the entrance. Kvothe turned and felt his breath hitch. Denna. She was dressed differently than he'd ever seen her. Elegant, radiant, and she was with Deoch, laughing, her arm draped around him in an easy, familiar way. A heavy weight settled in Kvothe's chest, but then Deoch turned, spotted Kvothe, and pointed. Denna followed his gesture, met Kvothe's gaze, and beamed. Relief washed over him. He waved her over, and with a few parting words to Deoch, she began making her way through the crowd. Introducing her to Simon and Willem, Kvothe called her Diane, knowing she changed names often. They exchanged pleasantries before she turned to Kvothe.
I was hoping to find you here.
We were plotting the downfall of our enemies,
Simon said cheerfully.
And celebrating.
Confusion to the enemy.
Willem toasted. Denna smiled, but soon proposed something better than a drink. Dinner. Kvothe hesitated, not wanting to abandon his friends, but they were quick to push him along.
You'd do us a favor taking him away.
Willem deadpanned.
He drinks even more than he talks.
Denna laughed and took his hand. As they left, Kvothe caught a strange look from Deoch. Not jealousy, but something softer. Pity, sadness. He didn't dwell on it. He was with Denna. They bought a loaf of dark bread and a bottle of a Venice strawberry wine, finding a secluded spot in a garden. Denna danced barefoot through the grass. Light as a falling leaf, they settled beneath a willow tree, speaking of everything and nothing. Kvothe, drunk on her nearness, struggled to keep his words measured.
Your eyes were far away just then,
she said.
What were you thinking?
He hesitated, then played his hand carefully.
One of my masters once said there are 7 words that will make a woman love you. I was wondering what they were.
Denna laughed.
Is that why you talk so much, hoping to stumble on them by accident?
Before Kvothe could reply, she placed a hand on his arm.
Don't go quiet on my account. I'd miss the sound of your voice.
They talked long, into the night. Their words a careful dance, never too bold, never quite touching. When Kvothe finally returned to the Aeolian, Deoch was waiting at the door. He hesitated before speaking.
Women are like fires,
He said slowly.
Some are candles, steady, warm. Some are sparks, flaring bright and fleeting. Some are campfires, quick and passionate. And some are hearthfires, slow burning and deep. But Denna is a waterfall of sparks off a grindstone. Beautiful, unstoppable. You can't hold it.
Kvothe smiled at the warning.
Deoch, my heart is made of stronger stuff than glass.
He spoke in poetry, light and sure. Deoch shook his head, laughing.
God, you're young,
he said.
And brave.
Kvothe took that as the high compliment it was, but greater still was the knowledge that his search for Denna was over. Tomorrow, noon at the Aeolian. Lunch, talking, walking. The thought filled him with giddy excitement. Kvothe woke early, nerves twisting in his stomach at the thought of lunch with Denna. Knowing sleep was useless, he made his way to the fishery, eager to put his newly earned rank to work and earn some coin. His pockets held only 3 pennies after his recent spending, and he hated the idea of meeting Denna empty-handed. The workshop was quieter in the morning, the usual bustle replaced with a steady hum of work. Kilvin was in his office, and a few artificers were scattered at their projects. Kvothe decided on blue emitters for his first job, delicate work requiring bone tar, but profitable and quick. If all went well, he'd finish in time to meet Denna and maybe even get an advance from Kilvin. As he prepared, he noticed something odd. The bone tar canister was rimed with thick frost, the air shimmering cold around it. He asked a passing artificer, Huxim, about it.
Better too cold than not cold enough,
Juxim muttered, with a tired chuckle.
Kaboom!
Kvothe agreed, though unease prickled at him. He worked carefully, decanting the thick liquid into a vial before setting up at his fume hood near a drench, just in case. 2 hours later, a voice cut through the workshop's low murmur.
Oh my god!
Kvothe turned to see black liquid seeping from the canister, eating away the table leg. A heartbeat later, the leg collapsed. The canister struck the stone floor and shattered like glass. Bone tar spilled out in a dark wave, boiling on contact with the warm stone. Thick, caustic fog curled up, hungry for air. The spill split, racing toward 2 drains, trailing hissing fumes. Trapped between them stood Fela. She hadn't screamed, hadn't moved. Shock froze her in place, firelight flickering in her dark hair. She would burn like a torch. The workshop erupted into chaos. People shouted, ran. No one noticed Fela. Kvothe did. His mind leapt ahead, searching for anything useful. He saw a glass hemisphere and knew what he had to do. Smashing it against a basalt block, he grabbed a curved shard and his cloak before pressing his thumb to the glass. Blood welled. He murmured a binding, dropped the shard, and crushed it underfoot. A clap of impossible cold struck him, hollowing him out from the inside. The great drench beside him spider-webbed, then shattered. 500 gallons of water punched him off his feet, soaking him through. Drenched but grinning, Kvothe ran. The fire caught before he reached Fela. Red flames roared, following the tar's path to the drains, cutting off her escape. The fog burned as it rose, a black wall of fire between them. Fela scrambled along the wall, seeking escape. A drain hissed, then belched dark vapor, cutting off her path. She shrieked and backed away. Kvothe didn't stop. He hit the fire at a sprint, eyes shut, breath held, heat searing his hands and face. He landed hard on the other side, coughing as acrid fumes burned his throat. Fela was staring, eyes wide.
Put your arms down,
he shouted, spreading his soaking cloak. Understanding dawned in her face. She stepped forward as he wrapped the cloak around her.
I have to carry you,
he said, lifting her over one shoulder. He bolted from the encroaching inferno as it swallowed them whole. The burning air stole his breath. His legs ached as fog clawed at his skin. His head swam, his lungs burned, and then nothing. Kvothe woke to antiseptic air and a familiar voice.
First bell afternoon.
Mola said.
Don't try to get up.
He groaned. He was supposed to meet Denna an hour ago. Mola stood by a counter, noting his vitals.
How do you feel?
Sore,
he admitted. His legs tingled, but he could move.
Is Fela okay?
She'll live. A few bruises and burns, but she fared better than you.
The door creaked. Sim peeked in.
You're not naked, are you?
Mostly.
Kvothe deadpanned. Willem followed, arms crossed.
You're less pink than before. That's good.
I brought clothes,
Sim said, placing a bundle on the bed.
Yours were ruined.
Kvothe took them, wincing.
Did you find any shoes?
Sim hesitated.
You don't own another pair.
Kvothe sighed.
It's fine. I've been barefoot before.
Sore but intact, Kvothe limped 3 miles to Imre, praying Denna was still there. Deok spotted him first.
Lord boy, you look like you fell off a horse. Where are your shoes?
Kvothe ignored him.
Is she here?
Deok shook his head.
She waited almost an hour.
He hesitated.
Left with a fellow. White-haired. Patron type.
Kvothe swore.
Tell her.
He faltered.
I was unavoidably detained. Sound poetic.
Deok smirked.
I'll add your shoeless misery for effect.
Back at Anchors, Kvothe slumped into a corner booth, eating soup, while the common room buzzed with news of the fire. Eavesdropping, he heard the tale growing in the telling. How he had leapt through fire, carried Fela to safety, like Prince Gallant from a story. He had been building a reputation for himself for months, but this time, he realized, it was real, and he rather liked it. After lunch at Anchors, Kvothe made his way to the fishery, bracing himself for the aftermath of the fire. Rumors suggested the damage had been contained, but he needed to see for himself. If luck was on his side, he might even recover his missing cloak. The workshop was eerily empty. The northeastern quarter was a ruin of broken stone, charred wood, and melted metal, but the rest had survived remarkably well. Knocking on Kilvin's door, he found it empty. That explained the lack of cleanup. Without Kilvin, there was no one to direct the work. Kvothe finished his work on the emitters, struggling against his bandaged thumb and lingering injuries. As he prepared to test them, he heard Kilvin's heavy footsteps in the hallway, punctuated by curses and CRO. Through the window, he saw the Master Artificer waving off a Medica student, his hands wrapped in the thick bandages. Kilvin beckoned Kvothe inside, his usual gruffness softened.
Do you see what I found after the fire?
He gestured to a charred mass on the table. Kvothe's cloak. A sharp shake sent his hand lamp rolling free.
We spoke of this lamp days ago, yet here it is, abandoned.
He gave Kvothe a hard look.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Caught off guard, Kvothe stammered, but Kilvin's frown turned into a grin.
I'm joking, Alir. I owe you thanks for pulling Raylar Fela from the fire.
Relief flooded Kvothe. Kilvin laid a small sack beside the cloak.
Your pockets were as full as a tinker's pack.
Then, more seriously,
you seem in a fine mood for someone who nearly burned.
Kvothe hesitated before asking.
How did you stop it?
Kilvin chuckled.
Good question. How do you think?
Kvothe recounted the rumors. Kilvin calling fire's name, taming it like Table in the Great. Kilvin laughed.
A good story, but no.
He gestured at the ruined shop.
If Eladin had been here, perhaps, he knows fire's name.
Kvothe's mind spun. Naming was real. He pressed for details, but Kilvin only shrugged.
Stories have roots in truth.
In reality, Kilvin had drawn the heat away, using a prepared heat eater.
Fire is the simplest of troubles I have prepared for.
Kvothe shook his head.
There's no way you moved that much heat.
Kilvin's expression was calm.
850 million thoms?
Kvothe was speechless.
But how?
Quickly.
Kilvin said, flexing his bandaged fingers.
No, but not easily.
Chapter 19. Ashes and Blood. Kvothe spent the next day, barefoot, cloakless, and brooding over his circumstances. His burns stung, his only clothes were worn thin, and his purse was empty. The contrast between his poverty and his fellow students' security weighed on him heavily. Others could call home for money. Kvothe counted every coin just to afford shoes. Every moment at the university reminded him how close he was to losing everything. At lunch, his sour mood led to bickering with Simon. Wheelam, ever pragmatic, stayed out of it, keeping his focus on his meal. In an effort to distract Kvothe, Sim and Will invited him to see a play across the river. Kvothe agreed, though his mind remained preoccupied with his struggles. Even when he learned Kilvin had already sold half his blue emitters, earning him a talent and a half, the weight of his situation didn't lift. He could afford shoes and a second-hand cloak now, but his tuition loomed, and his debt to Devi still hung over him like a storm cloud. Hoping to lift his spirits, Kvothe crossed the river to find Denna. She wasn't at the Aeolian. Instead, he ran into Fela, who greeted him warmly despite a fresh bruise darkening her cheek. When he apologized for dropping her during the fire, she laughed.
You're apologizing for saving my life?
Still, she admitted how terrified she had been, her voice dipping as she recalled the moment she thought she would die. Kvothe reassured her, pointing out that she had been searching for an escape, not frozen in fear. To show her gratitude, Fela gifted him a deep green cloak, tailored with hidden pockets. As she helped him put it on, Kvothe caught sight of Denna leaving the Aeolian. His first instinct was to chase after her, explain why he had missed their lunch. But then Fela smoothed the cloak over his shoulder, her eyes shining with gratitude. He swallowed the impulse. Fela's kindness deserved more than his distraction. Later that night, a sudden realization struck him. The bone tar from the fire had drained into the university's tunnels, where Ori lived. Panic seized him. Without hesitation, he rushed to the Medica, convincing Mola to come with him. They scaled the rooftops of Mainz, his injuries slowing him, his mind racing. He called for Auri, his worry growing with every silent moment. At last, she emerged, unscathed and cheerful.
You're late,
she chided. Relieved beyond words, Kvothe nearly collapsed. Ori handed him a silver coin, claiming it would keep him safe at night.
As much as anything can, that is,
she added solemnly. Kvothe gave her food and a small bag of precious sea salt. Ori beamed.
The dreams of fish.
She murmured, delighted.
And sailor songs.
Mola watched the exchange, fascinated but uneasy. When Auri offered her an apple, warning that it held a wish, Mola hesitated before taking a bite. The strangeness of it all settled into her as she sat quietly, observing. When Kvothe began to play his lute, Ori listened with rapt attention.
His voice is like a thunderstorm,
she told Mola.
And his hands know every secret hidden beneath the cool, dark earth.
As they left, Mola confronted Kvothe.
You should tell someone about her. She needs real help.
And if I do, they'll send people to find her,
Kvothe replied.
She'll run, and I'll lose what little chance I have to help.
After a pause, Mola sighed.
Fine, but I'm bringing her clothes.
Kvothe shook his head.
She won't wear them unless they're new. She says second-hand clothes are filthy.
Mola looked at him curiously, but didn't argue. Instead, she offered him an arm.
You're shaking. Lean on me.
He did, letting her steady him as they made their slow way back to anchors. Over the next two span, Kvothe's new cloak kept him warm on his walks to Imre, where he failed time and again to find Denna. He always had some excuse, borrowing a book from Devi, meeting Threp, playing at the Aeolian. But she was the real reason. Kilvin sold the rest of his emitters, and as Kvothe's burns healed, his mood improved. He had enough money for small luxuries, soap, a second shirt. On this day, he'd come to Imre for Basil filings, hoping to build a sympathy lamp that could turn a profit. After his errand, he stopped by the Aeolian. Deoch was at his usual post.
I've been keeping an eye out for your girl,
he said.
She's not my girl,
Kvothe muttered. Deoch rolled his eyes.
Fine. The girl. No one's seen her in a full span. She's probably left town.
Kvothe tried not to show his disappointment.
Thanks for asking around.
Deoch gave a crooked smile.
I wasn't just asking for you. I have a fondness for her myself.
Kvothe's expression tightened.
Oh?
Not like that.
Deoch chuckled.
Once, maybe. But I learned my lesson. These days, she reminds me of my littlest sister more than anything.
He invited Kvothe for a drink, and they sat at a corner booth, sharing a bottle of wine. Deoch spoke of Denna, how she was the same as when he'd met her years ago. Restless, lovely, always slipping away.
She's got no family, no safety net,
he said.
What choice does she have but to move where the wind takes her?
They drank a quiet toast to her. Then, tipsy and lost in thought, Kvothe stumbled back to the university, unaware he was being followed. Halfway down Newhall Lane, something struck him hard from behind, and he was dragged into an alley. A massive hand clamped over his mouth.
Struggle and I stick you,
a rough voice murmured, a knife pressed against his ribs.
Check the finder.
Panic surged. This wasn't just a mugging.
We know it's him. Let's just do it and be done.
The finder. They were tracking him. Kvothe dropped his bottle of blackberry brand, and as it shattered, he muttered a quick binding. The spilled brandy ignited, flames that licking at their feet. His captor flinched, and Kvothe twisted free, but not fast enough. The knife slashed across his ribs as he bolted, but his escape was short-lived. The alley dead-ended in a sheer brick wall. He turned, chest heaving, as his attackers advanced. Fumbling in his pockets, Kvothe found the Basil filings. He flung them at the men and with reckless desperation pulled heat from his own blood. The alley exploded in a blinding white flash. One man screamed, clutching his eyes. The other staggered, then collapsed. Kvothe seized the moment.
Who sent you?
He demanded, voice cold as stone. The blinded man whimpered.
Don't know a name, just got half the coin and a hair. We never meet.
A dowsing compass. That's how they tracked him.
If I see you again, I'll call down worse than fire,
Kvothe warned. Then he ran. Bleeding, shaken, and still half drunk, he made his way to Anchor's, only to find his window wedged shut with a note. He tore it open. Denna. She had come looking for him. She had waited. She had left a message, and he had missed her. Too weary to dwell on it, he cleaned his wound and bound it as best he could. The assassins still had his blood. They could find him again. He gathered his things and slipped into the night. At the edge of the river, he stuffed his bloody shirt into a wine pot, sealed it with wax, and let it float downstream. If they doused for his blood now, they would think he was running.
Let them chase ghosts,
he thought. Kvothe woke abruptly, the remnants of sleep clouding his thoughts. Instinct screamed danger, though he couldn't immediately recall why. Then it came back. An inn near Imre's docks. A dresser shoved against the door, the window tied shut. He stretched carefully, mindful of the wound on his side. Looking at his excessive precautions in the morning light, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He'd been on edge, but whether it was assassins or bed bugs that had kept him from the bed, he wasn't sure. After washing up and tending his bandages, Kvothe filled his belly with eggs, sausages, and potatoes. The simple comfort of food settled his mind, but his instincts still kept him wary. He sat with his back to the wall, eyes on the inn's entrance, turning over the previous night's attack. In Tarbine, he had expected danger at every turn. The university had made him soft. His first impulse was to flee, to leave Ambrose and his vendetta behind. But he had too much to lose: his studies, his scarce friendships, his dwindling hope of gaining a patron. And Denner. Running wasn't an option. While sewing up his torn cloak, he caught a snippet of conversation from a pair of dock workers. The words struck him cold.
Blue fire, a slaughter, an entire wedding party dead.
His pulse quickened. He listened as the tall one swore he'd seen the aftermath firsthand. The house burned to cinders, bodies strewn like ragdolls.
Less than a day ago, in Trebon.
Kvothe pricked his finger on the needle, barely noticing the pain. His mind raced. The Chandrian. For years he had searched for even a whisper of them, and now, at last, their trail lay before him. But it wouldn't last long. Superstitious villagers would burn or bury any sign of their passing. If he wanted answers, he had to leave now. He hurried to the bar, pressing the innkeeper for information. Trebon lay 70 miles away, a grueling journey on foot. He needed a horse, a good one, but horses cost money, and Kvothe was nearly broke. There was only one person who might lend to him: Devi. He found her in her small, candlelit room, and she greeted him with her usual sharp charm. Before business, she shared the latest gossip. A red-haired student had fended off two attackers with fire and lightning, leaving one blind and the other still unconscious. Kvothe had become a legend overnight. At least something's going my way, he thought wryly. But Devi's amusement turned to concern when he revealed the truth. These men hadn't been common thieves. They had been sent after him with a dowsing compass and a lock of his hair. Her playful demeanor faded, and she stitched his wound with quiet efficiency, promising to spread the right rumors. Let anyone else thinking of taking that job know Kvothe was not to be trifled with. Then came the real business. Kvothe needed 20 talents. Devi laughed outright. He offered collateral, his loot, his talent pipes, his few possessions. Not enough. She offered 12 talents. Still not enough. He played his final card: access to the archives. Not yet, but soon. He could find another way in, and when he did, he would share it. Devi hesitated, hunger flickering in her eyes. The archives were her own white whale. But after a long moment, she shook her head.
Too much risk,
she said, firm but regretful. Kvothe sighed, gathering his things.
Then I'm afraid we have no deal.
Devi's lips pursed. She tapped her fingers against the desk. Then finally, she exhaled.
Fine. 20 talents. But if you die before paying me back, I will find a way to collect.
Kvothe grinned.
I'd expect nothing less.
With coin in his pocket, he left in search of a horse. He had 70 miles to ride, and he had no intention of wasting another second. Chapter 20, The Azure Glow. Kvothe strode into the livery, urgency written in his step. A well-dressed, Sholdish man greeted him with polished charm, introducing himself as Kvothe, but Kvothe cut straight to business. He needed a horse, fast, strong, and ready for 6 hours of hard riding. Kvothe tried to temper his impatience with pleasantries, but Kvothe was having none of it. He shook his purse, the ring of Sholdish silver, underscoring his resolve.
If this horse fails me,
he said, with quiet intensity,
I'll burn your house down, and when you flee, I'll eat you on your lawn.
Kvothe, caught between alarm and calculation, relented. He presented a black Kershane fourth horse, 18 hands of power and speed. Kvothe named his price, bracing for a fight, but to his surprise, Kvothe dropped from 20 talents to 16 in a blink. Too quickly. Kvothe should have suspected something, but the horse was magnificent, and time was short. They struck a deal. Kvothe mounted up, named him Keth Selhan, and set off at a measured pace, knowing a foolish rider killed a horse with impatience. Through rolling countryside, past farms and fields, Kvothe balanced caution and urgency. He warmed Selhan up carefully, letting him stretch into his speed, only when the road was clear and straight. The wind tore at him, his cloak billowing like a banner before he stuffed it into a saddlebag. By the time they reached the wilder lands beyond, both horse and rider ached, but they had covered miles upon miles in record time. A stream forced a delay. Kvothe had to unsaddle Selhan, wade across, dry him, and resettle the tack. An hour lost, and a growing worry gnawed at him. What if this was all for nothing? What if the Chandrian were gone? Or worse, had never been there at all? Pushing forward, he passed a small town, its inhabitants scarce due to harvest. The road narrowed, worsening with rocks and washouts, slowing their pace. The air carried the acrid scent of solvents, hinting at mines or refineries upstream. The winding stream forced multiple crossings, each time worsening the foul odor. Selhan, despite his endurance, showed signs of fatigue, and Kvothe knew their hard ride was nearing its limit. At a crossroads, he met a tinker with a problem. His donkey was lame, and he needed a replacement. Trebon was only half a mile away, and Kvothe had no use for a horse he couldn't afford to keep. The tinker, knowing a bargain when he saw one, offered a trade. The horse for a loden stone, a rare drawstone worth a fortune at the university. Kvothe begrudgingly took the deal. It was only then that the tinker chuckled, pointing out something Kvothe had missed in his haste. Kith Selhan wasn't entirely black. The acrid waters they'd crossed had washed away a dye job, revealing a white sock on his hind leg. His name hadn't meant first night, as Kvothe had thought. It meant one sock. Kvothe had swindled him, but at least the trade with the tinker had left him better off. Arriving in Trebon, he quickly sensed something was wrong. The townsfolk were hushed, wary. The shamble men stuffed with straw hinted at deep-seated superstitions. At the inn, the presence of a single survivor of the wedding massacre set the town on edge. When Kvothe opened the door, he froze. Denna, bruised, bandaged, but alive. She met his gaze, a flicker of surprise, before her usual wry amusement returned. Kvothe and Denna attempted to leave the inn quietly, slipping out through a back stairway, only to find the alley door locked. Forced to pass through the tap room, Kvothe felt the weight of many eyes on them. They were nearly free when the barkeep called out, demanding payment for Denna's room, meals, and the doctor's visit. Kvothe, unwilling to delay, tossed 5 jots onto the bar with a scathing remark and stepped outside. Denna stood leaning against a horse post, face tilted toward the sun. She admitted that the townsfolk had been kind at first, but suspicion had crept in. An old woman had watched her with cold disapproval, and the constable had taken liberties that made her skin crawl. The mayor, too, had come, but only to interrogate her about the massacre. Kvothe bit back his own questions. She had no interest in answering them now. Instead, he noticed something.
Your things,
he said.
They're still in your room.
Denna hesitated, then dismissed it.
Nothing of mine was there,
she said simply.
I leave where I'm not welcome. Everything else I can make up along the way.
They set out toward the Moothen farm, Denna leading the way through winding roads and golden fields until a slow-moving cart approached. A weary farmer offered them a lift part way, and they climbed aboard, riding in silence. Kvothe's mind churned. He'd come searching for the Chandrian, but Denna complicated things. He didn't want to lie to her, but he couldn't tell her the full truth either. As they walked the last stretch to the farm, Denna revealed that she had been meeting a secretive, potential patron. He had sent her to the wedding, but never arrived himself. She had been playing her lyre at the wedding, expecting to see him when he signaled her. He had led her into the woods, questioning her about the guests, then left her alone. She waited, but when she heard screaming and saw fire, she fled, only to knock herself unconscious in the woods. She had no memory of what happened next. When Kvothe pressed her about the fire, she admitted it had burned blue. They reached the Morthen farm to find it ruined. The barn was a heap of ash, the farmhouse a hollow husk, its timbers sagging. There were no bodies, only deep ruts where wagons had carried them away. Kvothe poked at the charred wood, finding it strangely brittle. Even the iron pump handle crumbled in his grip. A creeping certainty took hold of him. This was no ordinary fire. Denna sensed his unease.
What do you think happened here?
Kvothe hesitated. Then, softly, he recited a children's rhyme.
When the hearth fire turns to blue, what to do? What to do?
Denna paled.
Chandrian.
They sat in the quiet shade of the trees, both absorbing the truth. Kvothe felt an odd relief. He had always feared that the memory of his parents' murder had been some grief-stricken delusion. But now, here was proof. The Chandrian were real. Denna watched him carefully.
Is this what you were looking for?
I didn't expect to find it.
Kvothe admitted.
It's like chasing a rainbow. You run after it, but you never think you'll actually catch it.
Denna laughed softly, and for a moment, the heaviness lifted. She teased him about his habit of eating apples down to the core. Then, after some prompting, sang a single verse of Come Wash. It was short, playful, and entirely hers. Kvothe would keep it to himself. They decided to search for her patron, retracing her steps from the night before. As they walked through the autumn woods, Kvothe considered the mystery before him. Why had the Chandrian attacked a wedding? Why had they killed his family? What was their purpose? Denna, ever pragmatic, turned the question on him.
How do you propose to solve the mystery of the ages?
Kvothe sighed.
I need to think on it. But first, let's find your mysterious Master Ash. I'd love to ask him a few questions myself.
Kvothe sat by the river, lacing his damp boots, when a faint rustling in the trees caught his ear. He touched Denna's shoulder, motioning for silence.
I think I hear something,
he whispered. Denna, pale in the forest's dim light, clutched his sleeve.
Like hell you're going alone. That's exactly what Ash said before he disappeared.
The sound grew closer, snuffling, heavy breathing, not human. Relief faded as he recognized the guttural grunt of a wild boar.
Get behind me,
he murmured, flicking open his pitiful folding knife. The boar emerged from the brush, massive and covered in mud. It lifted its head, nostrils flaring. Denna, utterly unconcerned, spoke in a normal tone.
She's not dangerous. She's just curious.
Kvothe took another look. She was right. It was a sow, domestic at that. Kvothe flushed, realizing how ridiculous he must look. Half-crouched, one boot on, knife, poised like a fool.
Merciful Telu, I feel like an idiot.
Denna smirked.
It's flattering, actually. No one's ever leapt to my defense before.
She eyed his knife.
You're holding it wrong. Here.
She adjusted his grip.
This way you don't cut your own thumb.
Been in many knife fights?
He asked, bemused.
Not as many as you'd think,
she said, retrieving a slender blade from a slit pocket in her dress. It gleamed wickedly.
Easier to seem harmless.
Kvothe watched, impressed, as she demonstrated a proper grip.
I suppose you're seducing me by teaching me how to defend myself?
He teased.
Like you have any virtue left to steal.
She shot back, with a laugh. Just then, a voice called through the trees.
Lou pegs. Peg, peg, peg.
The sow trotted off toward a swineherd, emerging with his sounder of pigs. The man, Shem, was lean and leathery, with an accent thick as tar. Kvothe mirrored his speech, easily slipping into the dialect. Shem, delighted, welcomed them like old friends. Over roasted piglet and swigs of brandy, Kvothe carefully steered the conversation toward the Morthen wedding. Shem spat.
Morthens are fools. Built their house on Borrorill, digging up bones and barrow stones. Should have stopped, but they didn't. Even pulled up a sealed stone chamber. Morthen said it was a wedding surprise. Kept it secret.
Kvothe and Denna exchange glances.
You hear anything odd lately?
Kvothe asked casually. Sheem hesitated.
2 nights ago, blue fire in the North Bluffs. Not a campfire, not a candle. It flared up, gone in a blink. Happened 3 times.
He took another drink.
I'm not going near it. Folks stay away from the bluffs. Always have.
As they broke camp, Kvothe led Denna back to Morthen's burned farmhouse.
Look at the stone,
he said.
Not local. It's quarried. Someone built something solid here long ago. This wasn't a barrow. It was a fortress.
Denna considered this.
What now?
Kvothe pointed to the tallest hill.
We go there. We'll see the bluffs from above. If Ash is out there, he'll see our fire.
Denna sighed, shouldering her pack.
Better than stumbling in the dark.
Kvothe grinned, gesturing grandly.
Ladies first.
As the sun dipped behind the mountains, Kvothe and Denna reached the peak of a northern hill. Trees ringed the base, but the summit was bare, offering a sweeping view of Treben's brown buildings to the south and the wild, uninhabited land stretching north. At the hill's crest stood ancient greystones, massive, weathered sentinels. Denna perched on one, watching the darkening sky as light rain began to fall. They set up camp with practiced ease. Kvothe built a fire and prepared a simple stew with leftover pork, onions, and wild herbs, while Denna gathered wood. The rain passed quickly, and they ate by the fire, sharing warm bread and baked apples. As Denna reclined against a greystone, content, she mused that all that was missing was Kvothe's loot and a bottle of fruit wine. He admitted he had passed on a tinker's offer of strawberry wine earlier that day. Denna sighed.
That's what you get for ignoring a tinker's wisdom.
Just then, a flicker of blue light glowed in the distance. They turned, breath held. Another flare, stronger this time, rose from the bluffs beyond Treben. The sight sent a chill through Kvothe. He marked the direction with 2 broken twigs in the earth, ensuring they could find the spot come morning. Denna wrapped herself in Kvothe's blanket as he took first watch. They discussed the Morthen farm, theorizing why the Chandrian had attacked. Kvothe believed it was tied to something Morthen had unearthed. Denna countered. If it had been an object, they could have taken it quietly. The Chandrian wanted to erase all knowledge of it, ensuring no one lived to speak of what had been found. The realization left Kvothe shaken. It was exactly what had happened to his family. Denna soon fell asleep, leaving Kvothe alone with his thoughts. He fed the fire, keeping watch for more blue fire on the horizon. None came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled him under. He woke to Denna's finger pressed against his lips.
Listen,
she whispered. At first, all he heard was the wind. Then, a low, grating noise. Something was moving up the hill. A long, splintering crack shattered the night. It wasn't the sharp snap of a twig underfoot. It was the deep, wrenching sound of thick wood being torn apart. Then came the growl. Not a lion's roar, but something deeper, something that vibrated through Kvothe's chest like distant thunder. A dark shape loomed at the hill's crest, massive, moving strangely. Another branch snapped, closer this time. Denna grabbed Kvothe's arm.
Run!
They sprinted, but Denna pulled up short before the steep hill's edge.
We'll break our necks.
Instead, she pointed to the greystones.
Boost me up.
Kvothe laced his fingers together, heaving her onto the stone. Then he scrambled up himself. Almost. His fingers slipped, his body sliding back. Just as he was about to fall, Denna seized his shirt in one hand and a fistful of his hair in the other. With an ungentle yank, she helped him onto the stone. Below, their fire cast flickering light over the enormous creature. It was black, squat, thick-necked, moving with a heavy, side-winding gait. It was larger than a wagon, broad as a team of oxen. As it entered the fire's glow, its scales gleamed darkly. It was a lizard, but like none Kvothe had ever seen. Then it opened its wide mouth and exhaled a rolling wave of blue fire. The heat seared the night air. Denna cried out, shielding her eyes. Kvothe stared, heart pounding.
A dragon.
Chapter 21. A refined palate. As Kvothe recounted the events at the hilltop, he paused, expectantly, waiting for a reaction. Chronicler continued writing, unconcerned.
I'm giving you the chance to say something.
Kvothe said.
That can't be. Or, there's no such thing as a dragon.
Chronicler wiped his pen clean.
It's not my place to comment. If you say you saw a dragon...
He shrugged. Kvothe looked disappointed.
This from the author of The Mating Habits of the Common Dracus. The great debunker?
This from Devon Lochis, who agreed not to interrupt or alter a word of the story he is recording.
Chronicler replied smoothly.
Because those were the only terms under which he could hear it.
Kvothe gave him a measured look.
Ever heard of White Mutiny?
I have,
Chronicler said with a smile.
I could say it, Reshi.
Bast offered.
I haven't agreed to anything.
Kvothe sighed.
There are few things as nauseating as pure obedience. Both of you would do well to remember that.
Then, with a resigned gesture, he continued.
Very well. It was a dragon.
Denna stared in horror at the enormous creature below.
It's a dragon,
she whispered.
Telu hold and overroll us. It's a dragon.
Kvothe, ever the scholar, shook his head.
It's a dracus, and it's an herbivore, like a big cow.
Denna let out a strangled laugh, covering her mouth to stifle it.
A cow? That thing is going to eat us.
Before Kvothe could argue further, another gout of blue flame lit the night. Denna's eyes went wide as she whispered,
Mo.
That was all it took. They collapsed into helpless, muffled laughter, shaking from the absurdity of it all. Their mirth died as the Dracus lumbered toward their fire, rolling over it like a hog in a wallow, snuffing out the flames.
It's putting out the fire,
Denna observed.
It probably has to. If it didn't, it wouldn't last long in the woods.
They watched as the Dracus continued its ritual, snuffing flames, rolling over embers, and swallowing half-charred logs whole. When it finally settled down atop the remnants of their fire, Denna sighed.
How have I never heard of these things?
They're rare,
Kvothe said.
That one's probably 200 years old. There aren't many left.
Denna shivered, pulling her arms close. Kvothe wordlessly handed over his cloak. She hesitated, then wrapped it around herself.
You, Master Kvothe, certainly know how to show a girl a good time.
Wait until tomorrow,
he said.
I'm just getting started.
Denna drifted to sleep, warm in his cloak. Kvothe watched over her, unaware of the tragedies the next day would bring. Kvothe woke stiff and sore, his muscles protesting the abuse of the previous day. Denna, perched beside him on the greystone arch, smirked at his slow, pained movements. He had collapsed onto her in his sleep, completely unresponsive to her cursing. Examining his hands, Kvothe found his knuckles scraped raw from his desperate scramble up the stone the night before. Denna feigned horror at the sight, lamenting the damage to his musician's hands. The Dracus had wandered off at dawn, leaving behind a hilltop, marred with furrows and scorched patches where it had rolled and burned. They climbed down with difficulty, using Kvothe's travel sack strap as a makeshift rope, though the bag ripped in the process. While he stitched it back together, Denna entertained herself with his loden stone, fascinated by its pull on iron. Together, they speculated on the nature of its force, and Kvothe explained how the Dracus likely ingested iron through the stones it ate, reinforcing its scales and bones over centuries. He presented her with one of its shed scales, smooth, heavy, and almost metallic. As they examined the fire pit, it became clear the Dracus had devoured every last scrap of wood, and even some of the rocks. It was starving for fuel. Their earlier amusement faded as they spotted a thin trail of smoke rising from the northern bluffs, the direction of the strange blue fire they had glimpsed the night before. Denna's stomach tightened at the thought that her elusive patron might have made camp there, unknowingly drawing the Dracus to him. They set off at once. The journey was slow. Their sore bodies protested every step, and distractions like a patch of ripe ashberries and a shallow stream delayed them further. By early afternoon, they reached the source of the smoke and found a scene of devastation. A hidden valley torn apart. Trees were uprooted and blackened. The ground churned into deep furrows as if a monstrous plough had ravaged the land. They discovered a ruined cabin with a body crushed beneath the wreckage, his crossbow snapped in two. The smell of decay hung thick in the air. Nearby, a steep cliff wall bore the marks of clawed desperation. Something had tried to dig its way in. They squeezed through a narrow crevasse and found a ladder leading to a hidden lookout. Inside a wooden box, Kvothe found provisions and a stash of deadly crossbow bolts. Down below, the Dracus reappeared, knocking over a tree with effortless strength before devouring it, bark and all. While Kvothe theorized about the Dracus's fire-breathing abilities, Denna noticed something peculiar. The fallen trees had been arranged in neat rows. This wasn't a random stretch of forest, it was cultivated. Searching further, they found a secluded clearing filled with shallow metal pans, used for boiling down syrup. But the substance left behind wasn't maple sugar. It was Denna resin. The entire valley was a hidden drug operation. Denna, unaware of the danger, took a bite of the black residue. Kvothe knocked it from her hands, forcing her to rinse her mouth and eat charcoal to counteract the poison. She grew flushed and giddy, caught in the euphoric grip of the drug, but Kvothe assured her she'd recover. Their attention turned to the Dracus once more. It had been consuming Denna-laced trees for weeks, unknowingly addicted. With only a few trees left, it would soon grow desperate and search for more, likely heading straight for Traben. There was no choice. They would have to kill it. Denna laughed at the absurdity of the idea, until Kvothe found a barrel packed with refined resin, worth a fortune. High on Denna resin, Denna giggled about all the things they could buy. A harp for her, tuition for him. But before they could celebrate, the Dracus roared. The Dracus let forth a sound like stone, and thunder rolled into one, shaking the earth beneath Kvothe and Denna. The sudden noise startled them both. Denna knocked her head into Kvothe's nose, sending him staggering in pain, while she collapsed into a laughing heap. As they climbed back to their vantage point, they saw the Dracus rampaging through the valley, trampling trees like a child knocking over stalks of wheat. It lunged at an ancient oak, shattering its branches before smashing it down with its massive head. It rolled over jagged rocks, belching flame in a wild, frenzied display.
There's no way we can kill that,
Kvothe muttered.
It's like trying to attack a thunderstorm.
We lure her off a cliff,
Denna said simply.
She?
Kvothe raised an eyebrow. Denna shrugged.
Why not? We know it follows fire. We hang a burning pan from a branch near the cliff's edge, and when it charges, to put it out.
She mimed a fall with her hands. Kvothe considered, then nodded.
It should at least injure it.
Denna smirked.
You're just upset you didn't think of it first.
With the Dracus finally gone, they searched the ruins of the house. Kvothe found no rope, only twine, while Denna excitedly returned with another Dracus scale, pressing it into his hand like a gift. Without proper rope, they needed another plan.
Any magic from the university?
Denna asked. Kvothe turned the scale over in his hand, considering a mommet, dark magic that could wound from afar. But even if he could pierce its scales, he wouldn't know if it had worked. Worse, he couldn't risk letting the beast die miles away in another village's flames.
No,
he said.
But we can poison it.
Denna frowned.
You have barrels of arsenic hidden somewhere?
Kvothe nudged the sacks of resin at their feet.
The Denna resin, it's already acting like a drug. If we feed it more, enough to overdose.
Denna sighed.
There goes my pony money.
I think we'll make even more from the Dracus itself.
Kvothe reassured her.
Its scales, its body, naturalists at the university would love it.
Denna grinned.
We get to be heroes, kill a dragon, and take its treasure. What's not to love?
Kvothe suggested, luring it to the Greystone Hill, but Denna hesitated.
Why not wait here? It's coming back.
Look around. How many Denna trees are left?
Kvothe pointed to the barren grove.
It's eaten all of them. If we act fast, we can kill it tonight and be back in Trebon by morning.
Denna narrowed her eyes.
You're lying again. What's the real reason?
Kvothe met her gaze.
I want to get you to Trebon, in case you've ingested too much resin. I don't gamble with the lives of people I care for.
Denna's teasing grin returned.
I like your manly bravado. You should do it more often.
Kvothe and Denna made their way back to the Greystone Hill, though progress was slow. The Denna resin still coursed through Denna, leaving her erratic and easily distracted. When they crossed a shallow stream, she insisted on bathing, singing raucous songs and making playful invitations for Kvothe to join her. He kept his distance, unwilling to take advantage of her altered state. Upon reaching the hilltop, Kvothe set to work, preparing a large fire pit, while Denna, brimming with energy, gathered firewood. He carefully measured out the resin, calculating how much it would take to poison a 5-ton lizard. He settled on 42 doses, though he and Denna both agreed to double it again, erring on the side of caution. It was a staggering amount, enough to kill the entire town of Trebon many times over, but the Dracus was massive, and they needed certainty. Even so, they kept a third of the resin, dreaming of a future where they could sell it and buy new instruments, new clothes, a bit of freedom. As they ate their meager meal, Kvothe regaled Denna with the tale of the fire at the fishery, eager to impress her, but also to assure her that missing their lunch had been out of his control. She was a perfect audience, gasping at all the right moments, though the resin was beginning to wear her down, leaving her slow and dreamlike. As night deepened, Kvothe checked her over for signs of poisoning. Her pulse was slow but steady, her pupils wide and sluggish. She rambled softly, drifting between lucidity and delirium. She spoke of dying as a baby, of wondering if her life had been a mistake. Then, more poignantly, she revealed something darker. Master Ash, her enigmatic patron, had been with her the night of the Mothan farm fire. He had found her before she could be questioned, had told her that her survival would be suspicious, that she needed to be hurt to make it believable. And then he had hit her. Worse, he had made her ask him to do it. A hard anger burned in Kvothe's chest. He told her she deserved better, but Denna only smiled, eyes heavy with exhaustion.
Who knows what I deserve?
She murmured.
Him or hungry?
As she shivered, she invited Kvothe to lay with her under the blanket, insisting that he wasn't a priest, that there was no harm in staying warm. He hesitated, but eventually lay beside her. She fit against him as if she belonged there, her breath slow, her presence intoxicating. She mumbled one last thought before sleep claimed her, her voice tender and drowsy.
I know you don't think of me like that.
Kvothe swallowed, uncertain, his heart aching with things left unsaid.
I think about you all the time, Denna.
But she was already asleep, curled into his arms, the fire flickering beside them and the night stretching wide and silent before them. Chapter 22. A Legend's Regret. Kvothe lay awake, savouring the warmth of Denna sleeping beside him. The quiet moment shattered as he heard branches breaking in the distance. The Dracus was coming. Gently, he tried waking Denna, but she was too deeply asleep, lost to the Sweet Eater's slumber. He covered her carefully and positioned his bags beside her to keep her from rolling off the greystone. Then he moved to the edge, checking the baited bucket below. The plan was simple. draw the Dracus with the resin, let it consume a lethal dose, and end this before it reached Traben. The Dracus lumbered into view, eyes gleaming red in the firelight. It huffed, released a plume of blue fire, and circled the flames before turning its attention to the bucket. Sniffing once, it swallowed the entire thing in a single bite. Kvothe exhaled in relief. Now, all that remained was waiting for the resin to take effect. At first, the Dracus behaved as expected, rolling in the fire, snuffing out embers, and consuming charred wood. But as time passed, Kvothe's confidence wavered. By all calculations, it should have collapsed into delirium and death. Instead, it continued to move, huffing and grunting, its energy only increasing. Then Kvothe saw the firelight from Trebon. The town's harvest festival blazed in the distance, bonfires leaping into the night. Before he could act, the Dracus turned, staring at the lights with wide, hungry eyes. It let out a deafening roar, then bounded toward the town. Kvothe shook Denna roughly, but she only muttered sleepily. He checked her pupils, normal now, free from the drug's effect. She was simply exhausted. He wrapped her in blankets beneath the shelter of the greystones, then gathered his supplies, stuffing bolts, a Dracus scale, and a bottle of brand into his pack. Then he ran. The mad dash through the woods was reckless, his sympathy lamp bobbing wildly. He stumbled, fell, lost his hatchet, but kept running. When he reached the outskirts of Traben, it was already too late. Houses burned, people screamed, and the Dracus, high on Denna resin, was rolling in the wreckage of the town square. Kvothe climbed onto a rooftop to get a better view. The town's bonfire had been scattered, setting buildings alight. People fled, some forming a bucket line, others hammering at the locked church doors, seeking shelter beneath the massive iron wheel bolted above them. The Dracus roared again, a terrifying silhouette in the glow of the flames. And just like that, Kvothe knew his role. The fear left him. He was on stage, and it was time to act. He sprinted across rooftops, seizing a burning shingle from a flaming roof. He leapt, slid, and scrambled up to the town's cistern. With quick, desperate sygaldry, he turned the water into a massive heat sink, dampening the fires enough to give the townsfolk a chance. Then he moved to the church. There, beneath the towering iron wheel, he set a trap. He poured brandy onto the last sack of resin, ignited it, and climbed the church wall, drawing the Dracus closer with a blaze of acrid smoke. The beast took the bait, snapping up the flaming sack, but it wasn't enough. The Dracus thrashed in the town square, flames licking at its scales as it roared in agony and frenzy. It spun wildly, crashing through buildings, sending walls toppling like children's blocks. Kvothe knew the resin would take time to work, but time was running out for Traben. Desperate, he climbed higher, scaling the church's facade until he stood atop the iron wheel itself. He broke his mind into 3 parts, his last gambit. In one hand, he held the Dracus scale, in the other, the loden stone. He whispered his bindings, feeling the unnatural weight of sympathy pressing against his mind. With a final breath, Kvothe let go. The great iron wheel above the church groaned, then tore free from the stone with a terrible shriek of rending metal. It fell faster than gravity could account for, angling impossibly toward the Dracus, as if drawn by Tyloo's own hand. The beast looked up just as the wheel struck, smashing into its massive skull with a deafening crash. The force drove it to the ground, sending a tremor through the earth. The Dracus twitched once, then lay still. Smoke curled into the night air, mingling with the dying flames. Traben was battered, broken, but saved. Kvothe stood atop the church, breathless, looking down at the fallen Dracus. The massive beast lay crushed beneath the great iron wheel, its body still at last. Relief washed over him, but beneath it, regret. The Dracus had been a hapless, confused creature, not a monster. It hadn't deserved to die like this. He tucked the scale and loden stone into his travel sack, but before he could dwell on the thought, the church groaned beneath him. The front buckled, the roof collapsing, Kvothe leapt for the charred oak, caught a branch, but it snapped. He plummeted towards the ground, struck his head, then fell into darkness. Kvothe awoke in a bed, in a room, in an inn, his body aching as though he had, quite literally, been struck by a church. He was thoroughly bandaged, from the knife wound he'd sustained days ago to the fresh bruises covering his body. Even the abrasions on his hands had been tended to. Someone had taken great care of him. His attempt to stand was an education in pain. His ribs protested, his knee throbbed, and his head pounded as if it had its own heartbeat. Still, he forced himself to his feet, dressed, and made his way to the window. Trebon was a ruin of soot and ash. The church had collapsed, and parts of the town still smouldered. But miraculously, no one had died. A young serving girl, Nell, arrived, shocked to find him upright. He asked after Denna, but she shook her head.
It's just you, sir.
Denna was gone. Downstairs, the innkeeper greeted him with the same scowl as before. Kvothe ordered food, drink, and a bottle of a Venish fruit wine. The man sneered, reminding him that the constable would be coming for answers. Kvothe, still aching and in no mood for delay, let a slow, dangerous smile that spread across his face. He placed an iron drab on the counter and focused. A thin curl of smoke rose from the coin as the varnish beneath it began to bubble and char. The innkeeper paled.
Fetch me what I asked for,
Kvothe said quietly.
Or I will burn this place down around your ears and dance among the ashes of your charred, sticky bones.
The innkeeper scampered off, returning swiftly with Kvothe's order. Back at the Greystone Hill, Denna was nowhere to be found. Her belongings were gone, but Kvothe's remained untouched. He waited, long past the point of reason, then called out for her.
Denna!
His voice echoed in the trees. She had left, thinking he had abandoned her. He set out food and water, wrote a note, and scrawled her name on the greystone before making his way back to Trebon, his thoughts bitter. In town, he reclaimed his boots from the rooftops and checked the cistern, where his hastily constructed sigildry had slowed the fire but hadn't stopped it completely. The town bore the scars of the blaze, but thanks to him, it had survived. He met with the mayor and constable, who looked at him with a mix of reverence and trepidation. He let the silence stretch, knowing they saw something more than a bedraggled boy. They saw the man who had killed a demon. They revealed what he already suspected. The town had spent the day digging a great pit and burning the Dracus, its remains lost forever. A fortune in rare iron and an irreplaceable natural wonder gone to ash. Before leaving, Kvothe played his last hand.
To ensure your safety, I need to know what Malthan dug up.
His carefully chosen words spurred action, and the town promised to send anyone who knew anything about the relic from Barrow Hill. The next day, a timid knock at his door revealed Nina, a girl with tear-streaked cheeks and hollow eyes.
I seen it.
She said.
The thing they got out of the barrow.
It had been a great, ornate vase, covered in strange writing and painted images. One of a hooded figure with a mirror and moons, another of a man with a dog biting his leg, and another of a woman holding a broken sword. And yes, there had been a figure with black eyes and white hair. The Chandrian. It had been their signs. Tears welled in her eyes.
Are demons going to come for me too, since I seen it?
Kvothe hesitated, then placed a piece of sigildry-marked metal into her hands.
This is a charm,
he told her, weaving words into protection. He whispered phrases in Tamer, deep and resonant, making it feel powerful.
No matter what, it will keep you safe.
Her tears stopped. She clutched the charm to her chest, relief flooding her face. She kissed his cheek, a grateful, fleeting gesture, and hurried away. Kvothe sat in his room, thinking. He had battled fire, called down lightning, and killed a beast that might have been a dragon or a demon. Yet, as he sat in the quiet, he realized this was the first time he had truly felt like a hero. Kvothe descended to the common room, where the townsfolk murmured in awe at his miraculous recovery. Only yesterday, he had been swathed in bandages. Today, he bore nothing worse than a few bruises. He caught snippets of hushed conversations. His wounds had vanished overnight, another sign that he was something more than ordinary. The innkeeper, sullen but grateful, refused to take Kvothe's money. Kvothe insisted, but the man remained steadfast. With a thoughtful expression, Kvothe asked instead for a bottle of strawberry wine. That at least, the innkeeper was willing to part with. At Eavesdown docks, he secured passage downriver and inquired after Denna. A dock worker recalled a dark-haired girl leaving the previous afternoon. Relieved that she was safe, Kvothe couldn't help but wonder. Why hadn't she come to Trebon? Had she thought he abandoned her? Had she remembered their quiet moments together atop the Greystone? The unanswered questions gnawed at him. Back in Imre, he went straight to Devi, bartering the Loden stone and a single talent to clear his short-term debt. The loss of the stone stung, but 20 talents had been a weight around his neck, and he would not miss it. Though still 4 talents in the red, it felt almost manageable now. Returning to his life was no small task. He made his apologies to Count Thrape, Manet, and Phalar, all of whom accepted them with varying degrees of exasperation. Anchors had gone without music for 2 nights, and the lack had been keenly felt. Even Ari, in a quiet way, reproached him for his absence. His professors met his explanations with cool disapproval, and Kvothe knew his tuition for the next term would reflect their disappointment. Will and Sim, however, were another matter. They had heard rumours of a student attacked in an alley, and given Ambrose's smug expression as of late, they had feared the worst. They had expected him to be either run out of town or drowned in the Omethi. Only they received the full truth, though not the entire reason behind his pursuit of the Chandrian. Kvothe showed them the scale, and they were properly astonished. They listened, rapt, but made one thing clear. Next time, he would leave a note, or there would be hell to pay. As for Denna, Kvothe searched for her, retracing old paths, listening for the whisper of her music in the streets and taverns of Imre. But, as always, looking did no good. She was gone, leaving nothing but questions in her wake. Chapter 23, Heeding the Call. Kvothe found Denna purely by accident. After days of fruitless searching, he turned a corner and nearly collided with her. The sight of her was like a blow. Her dark eyes, her easy smile. He had imagined this meeting 1,000 times, rehearsed a dozen reactions, but Denna was simply delighted to see him.
Kvothe,
She took his hands in hers.
I've missed you. Where have you been?
Relief washed over him.
Oh, here and there.
Before he could say more, Denna introduced the man standing beside her, Lentaren. Tall, well-dressed, and handsome in a way that suggested wealth and good breeding. Kvothe forced himself to smile and exchange pleasantries. He waited for Denna to confirm if this was her elusive patron, but a slight shake of her head said otherwise. Kvothe made his invitation casual.
We should have lunch soon. I have stories to share.
Denna smiled.
I do love a good story, but I'm afraid we have a riding appointment.
Don't let me keep you.
He stepped aside as they left together, and he watched them disappear into the streets of Imre. At the Aeolian, Will and Sim were already waiting, a quiet understanding in their expressions, as Kvothe slumped onto the bench beside them.
Didn't go well?
Sim asked gently.
Didn't turn out the way I'd hoped.
Kvothe admitted. They nodded, letting the silence settle. Then Will spoke, his voice thoughtful.
There's a hole in her story.
He pointed out that Denna had claimed to be searching for her patron, yet later admitted she had already found him on the night of the fire. Sim, ever the romantic, dismissed it.
She was making an excuse to spend time with you.
He listed all the times Denna had sought Kvothe out.
She's obviously stupid for you, and you're just plain stupid.
Kvothe laughed, but said nothing, watching the way the wind moved through the fountain's spray. Then Sim's expression changed, going suddenly blank. Kvothe turned and saw Ambrose holding his lute. Ambrose played at mockery, dragging his fingers carelessly across the strings, twisting his voice into a sing-song taunt.
There once was a revel named Kvothe, whose tongue was quick at quipping.
Laughter rippled through the gathered crowd. Kvothe stepped forward, voice calm and tight as a bowstring.
Give it back.
Ambrose smirked, gripping the lute carelessly.
Catch.
He tossed it, a cruel, careless throw. Kvothe lunged, fingers grazing the wood, but the lute twisted awkwardly in the air. It struck the cobblestones with a splintering crack. The sound pierced Kvothe like a blade. The laughter died away. Something inside him broke loose, raw and unchecked. He opened his mouth, but no cry of anguish or curse emerged. Instead, a word tore from his throat, ancient and unknown. The wind howled. It struck the courtyard like a tempest. A carriage skidded sideways, horses rearing. Loose papers and sheet music flared into the air like startled birds. People staggered, bracing against the sudden gale. Ambrose was lifted off his feet, his arms pinwheeling as he was hurled backward. He hit the ground hard, blood running from a gash on his forehead. His friends stumbled away from him, eyes wide with shock and fear. Then, just as suddenly, the wind was gone. Silence fell over the square. Kvothe stood in the center of it all, his throat raw, his body trembling. The only sound was the ragged rise and fall of his breath. Kvothe stood before the masters, his fate balanced on the edge of a blade.
6 lashes and expulsion,
the Chancellor decreed, and the word hit him like a hammer. Expulsion. The complete, violent severing from the university. He barely noticed Ambrose's smug satisfaction radiating beside him, too stunned by the finality of it all. Then, Elladan spoke.
I oppose.
One by one, hands of opposition were raised. Elxadal, Kilvin, Lauren, the Chancellor himself. The vote overturned Kvothe's expulsion, and shock flooded his body, overwhelming his relief. Ambrose's gloating flickered, then vanished altogether as another motion was raised. Elladan's, again.
I move that Kvothe be raised to the rank of Relar.
The decision was swift. Just like that, Kvothe was not only still a student, but elevated in rank. Ambrose's outrage was almost comical as he stormed after Hem, both of them too furious to remain in the same room. Kvothe stood, stunned, until Elladan shook his hand, grinning like a delighted child.
Come walk with me,
Elladan said.
I'll explain.
They stepped into the afternoon sun, and Elladan shed his master's robes with careless ease, revealing a loose shirt and tattered pants, barely held up by a bit of rope. He was barefoot. Kvothe had never noticed before.
Do you know what Relar means?
Elladan asked. Kvothe answered, but it was clear Elladan wasn't looking for a simple translation. He launched into the history of the Arcanum, how it began as a small, secretive order of scholars who knew the names of things, how one rose in rank by proving understanding, not by mere study.
And how do you think they became Relar?
Elladan pressed.
By speaking,
Kvothe answered.
Right. But speaking what?
Names?
Names!
Elladan repeated, eyes gleaming.
Names are the shape of the world, and a man who can speak them is on the road to power.
Kvothe had questions, endless questions, but Elladan was as slippery as ever. He gave a demonstration instead, calling a young boy by name and effortlessly commanding his obedience.
Do you see? Names have power, even the common ones.
That's not magic,
Kvothe argued.
He obeyed because you're a master.
And you are a Relar,
Elladan countered.
You called the wind, and it listened.
Elladan explained the waking and sleeping mind, how Kvothe's own rage had stirred something deep, something ancient, to respond.
Like a great bear jabbed with a burning stick, it reared up and roared the name of the wind.
The words made Kvothe shiver. They walked on, Kvothe's mind spinning with revelations. Hope sparked when Eladin spoke of new privileges that came with his rank.
Does this mean I can access the archives now?
Ah.
Eladin smiled.
No.
But Kvothe wasn't done pushing. He asked about the locked stone door, the 4-plate door hidden in the archives. Eladin laughed.
Oh, no. You don't aim for small secrets, do you?
He clapped Kvothe on the back.
Valeritas, I still remember what it was like standing there, wondering.
His expression turned oddly serious.
It almost killed me.
Kvothe barely had time to process that before Eladin changed course again, this time diving into the nature of names. He challenged Kvothe to describe the color blue, a task that quickly unraveled into frustration.
Words are pale shadows of forgotten names,
Eladin declared.
A word is nothing but a painting of a fire. A name is the fire itself.
Kvothe admitted he still didn't understand. Eladin only laughed.
Using words to talk of words is like using a pencil to draw a picture of itself. On itself. Impossible. Confusing. Frustrating.
He lifted his arms high.
But there are other ways to understanding.
Then, in true Eladin fashion, he threw his head back, bellowing to the sky.
Blue, blue, blue!
Kvothe sat, with Simon and Wylam at anchors, nursing a drink and his frustrations. His recent dealings with Master Eladin had left him both awestruck and exasperated.
He's completely mad,
Kvothe insisted.
Brilliant, yes, but utterly cracked.
Simon, ever diplomatic, reminded Kvothe of Eladin's genius, while Wylam pointed out that, mad or not, he'd kept Kvothe from expulsion. The conversation turned to Kvothe's upcoming punishment. Though he had avoided expulsion, he was still set to be whipped for malfeasance. Simon was outraged at the injustice, slamming his fist against the table so hard he spilled his drink. Kvothe, half drunk and weary, burst into laughter, his tension momentarily lifted by Sim's earnestness. Later that night, Kvothe made his way onto the roof of Mainz, where Ori was waiting for him. The delicate, barefoot girl perched on a chimney, swinging her feet. She greeted him with her usual ethereal charm.
Good evening, Kvothe.
He smiled.
Good evening, Ori. How are you?
I am lovely.
She declared, shifting from foot to foot.
And it is a lovely night.
They exchanged gifts, as was their custom. Kvothe presented her with a bottle of honey wine. She took it with wide-eyed delight.
A princely gift.
She mused.
Think of all the tipsy bees.
In return, she gave him a ring of smooth wood.
It keeps secrets,
She explained solemnly. When he held it to his ear, she gently corrected him.
It doesn't tell them, it keeps them.
Auri invited Kvothe to dinner, and he accepted with equal formality. She scurried away and returned with a delicate porcelain teacup. Together, they shared a meal of bread, cheese, apples, and hard-boiled eggs under the open sky. Ori's dainty sips from her silver beggar's cup made the rooftop dinner feel like a royal affair. As they ate, she spoke of the underthing.
The wind has been bringing leaves into the tunnels, and a mother owl has taken up residence in the Grey 12.
Kvothe chuckled.
She must be an odd one. Owls are meant to be cautious.
She is bold,
Ori said, eyes gleaming.
fearless. She has a face like a wicked moon.
After draining the last of the honey wine, Ori hooted into the empty bottle and demanded her promised question. Kvothe hesitated, then asked,
Would you show me the underthing?
Ori hesitated, but then beamed.
I thought you were a gentleman.
She teased.
Asking to see a girl's underthing.
Then, after a proud pause, she grinned.
I'm joking. Isn't it wonderful?
She led him through a hidden grate into the underthing, a labyrinth of tunnels and forgotten spaces beneath the university. Pipes and stairways twisted in impossible ways, and abandoned rooms bore signs of a long-forgotten purpose. They descended through the Grey 12, past the owl's empty nest, and into a vast space called Through Bottom. It was cavernous, lined with enormous rusted machines, hulking shapes half melted with age, remnants of some unknown past. Kvothe could only stare, awed and bewildered by the mystery hidden beneath his very feet. Chapter 24, Fading Echoes. The Waystone Inn sat at the crossroads of quiet and forgotten places. It was a comfortable thing, warm and familiar, filled with the quiet murmur of farmers, old men, and weary travellers. But this night, the peace of the felling evening was broken. The door swung open, and the regulars, Cobb, Shep, Jake, and Graham, entered, hungry from the day's work. Kvothe, now Coat the innkeeper, played his part well, the humble, self-effacing man behind the bar, offering drinks and stew, deflecting questions with a well-placed joke. Chronicler, the scribe, come to collect a legend, watched with sharp eyes. This was a man who had once shaken the world, but now he seemed nothing more than an innkeeper, quiet and unassuming. The night rolled on with easy banter until the smith's apprentice, Aaron, arrived, his hands gripping a thick iron rod like a lifeline. He was shaken, haunted by dreams of the monstrous, spider-like creature, the Scrael that had attacked a few nights past. Carter, still nursing wounds from that night, dismissed his fears, but the prentice held fast, unwilling to be caught defenseless again. Then the door opened once more, and a stranger stepped inside. The air thickened. He was a mercenary by the look of him, leather armor, heavy boots, and a sword at his side. But he had the haggard, lost look of a man who had seen too much. His shirt, a once fine blue linen, was torn and dirtied. His eyes, hollow and sunken, flickered restlessly. He mumbled something in a tongue that prickled the air, unfamiliar and unsettling. Chronicler stiffened.
I know him,
he said.
He and his men robbed me on the road.
Silence settled over the room. The mercenary remained unfazed, his focus slow and strange. Chronicler, anger rising, grabbed for the man's sword, but it stuck in the scabbard. When he finally pulled it free, its edge was rusted and slick with dried blood. The mercenary looked down at the blade, then up at Chronicler. Then he smiled, a terrible, too-wide grin. The room turned electric with the wrongness of it. Bast, Kvothe's ever-loyal student and companion, tried to catch his master's eye, tried to warn him, but before he could act, the mercenary reached out, brushing the blade away as if it were nothing. The motion sliced his palm open, and as his own blood ran over his fingers, the stranger's eyes cleared. His grin grew wider, and his voice, thick and foreign, spoke something guttural and sharp.
Temerant shalut, amaun.
A heartbeat later, he threw back his head and laughed. The sound that tore from his throat was sharp and fierce, like the cry of a hunting hawk riding the wind. Still clutching the broken tip of the sword in his bloodied hand, the mercenary took another step toward Chronicler, his movements slow, deliberate, like a predator closing in on wounded prey. In a blur of motion, Bast barreled into the mercenary, driving him into the heavy mahogany bar. He struck again, slamming the man's head down once, twice, but the stranger barely seemed to notice. In a sudden burst of strength, he threw Bast aside as if he weighed nothing, sending him crashing through a table. Shep, seeing an opening, grabbed a kitchen knife and drove it deep into the mercenary's shoulder. It should have felled any man, but the mercenary only laughed, a wild, inhuman sound. He turned, lashed out, and Shep fell, his blood spilling onto the floor. The laughter continued, ringing sharp and hungry in the dim light. Then Aaron stepped forward. With both hands, he swung the iron rod down hard, striking the mercenary's ribs. The man staggered, screeched, clawing at his wound like a wounded beast. The apprentice swung again, striking his arm, his leg, his spine, driving him down. The mercenary crawled toward the door, bones broken, body ruined, but still he tried to move, shrieking like something not entirely human. With one final blow, Aaron caved his skull in, and at last, the stranger was still. After the carnage, the entire town came. Whispers spread like fire. He had been a bandit, a deserter, a madman, lost to den of resin. The constable took notes, the priest muttered prayers. Shep's brothers came to collect his body. Bast quietly swept up broken furniture. Kvothe mopped the floor again and again, until the water in the bucket ran clear. As the crowd thinned, only Aaron remained, staring down into his cup.
That weren't no sweet eater,
he said, voice low.
I think it had a demon in it.
You're right. It was something more.
Aaron exhaled, nodding slowly.
Right. Needed to hear it. Needed to know I hadn't gone cracked.
With that, he stood, lifted the iron rod onto his shoulder, and left without another word. Turning to Kvothe, Chronicler demanded,
What the hell was that thing doing here?
Kvothe's gaze darkened.
Looking for me,
he said, simply.
What do you think it was?
Bast hesitated.
Maybe a skin dancer, but it was dumb. Sloppy.
He shook his head.
And we're still alive. Which means it wasn't one of the old ones.
Chronicler ran a hand over his shoulder, shivering.
It must have been a demon. Where it touched me still feels cold.
Bast moved quickly, inspecting the wound. Chronicler winced as Bast pressed into his flesh.
Not too bad,
Bast murmured.
We'll mix a salve. It'll pass.
Kvothe moved to fetch the ingredients, returning with garlic and goose grease. After tending to the wound, Chronicler was soon sitting straight again, pen poised, ready to write. Kvothe took his seat, eyes distant, the weight of the night heavy on his shoulders.
Now,
he said, quietly.
Where were we?
Kvothe was whipped in the wide cobblestone courtyard, once known as the Quoyan Heil, the House of the Wind. He found the name fitting. The spectacle drew a massive crowd, students spilling from windows, doorways, and even rooftops, eager for free entertainment. 6 lashes, each one deliberate, cut across his back. He refused to cry out, refused to bleed, refused to collapse. When it was over, he walked away on his own 2 feet, head held high, giving the crowd exactly what they came for, a story worth retelling. Mola stitched his wounds once more, 57 tidy sutures, and Kvothe, ever resourceful, sought solace in Imre. With Ambrose's money, he bought an exquisitely crafted lute, fine second-hand clothes, and a small vial of his own blood. Most importantly, he found a warm dress for Ari, a quiet kindness that meant more than all the rest. For a day that had started in pain, it ended with a kind of triumph, a lesson learned, a price paid, and a debt collected. All in all, not a bad afternoon. Kvothe spent his nights exploring the underthing with Auri, winding through the forgotten corners beneath the university. She led him through places with peculiar names that made perfect sense once he saw them. The crumbling halls of the woods, the trickling water of Cricklet, the narrow cracks of vaults. But it was when she brought him to Bellows, filled with a steady wind, smelling of dust and leather, that he knew he was close to finding what he sought. He puzzled over the name until Auri, with her quiet delight, guided him to the answer.
Billows,
he realized, watching the wind catch his cloak like a sail. Understanding settled over him, and they began their search in earnest, navigating the winding tunnels, blocked passages, and sheer drops that barred his way. Finally, they found an ancient, mouldering door. The wood crumbled at his touch, revealing a sloping tunnel too low for Ori to follow. She warned him of tight places, of getting stuck, but he pressed on, promising to return. He crawled through the suffocating dark, sweat dripping as he wormed forward. The air was still, the weight of the stone above him oppressive. Then he made a mistake, his arm pinned to his side. Panic clawed at him. He struggled, heart pounding, until at last he freed himself. Trembling, he forced himself onward, and at last he found what he was looking for. Emerging from the underthing, grimy and ragged, he made his way into the women's wing of the Muse and knocked softly on Fela's door. She answered, sleepy and confused, wrapped loosely in a bedsheet that did very little to conceal her. Kvothe, struck dumb for a moment, remembered himself only when she spoke his name.
I need a favor,
he said urgently, ignoring the wild state of her hair, the long stretch of bare leg.
Meet a friend of mine in the archives tomorrow evening. 5th bell by the 4-plate door.
Fela, still dazed, agreed. Kvothe thanked her and left, only realizing halfway back to Anchors that he had just turned down an invitation from a half-naked Fela to step inside her room. A measure of his excitement, if nothing else. The next evening, Fela slipped into the archives, making her way through the twisting halls to the 4-plate door. When a hooded figure stepped out of the shadows, she nearly gasped.
Kvothe!
She whispered, eyes wide.
What are you doing here?
Trespassing,
he answered easily. She pulled him into a secluded reading hall, shutting the door behind them.
Do you want to get us both expelled?
She hissed.
They wouldn't expel you.
He reassured her.
They don't whip women.
He rolled his shoulders, feeling the stitches pull across his back.
Which seems a little unfair if you ask me.
When she pressed him on how he got in, he dodged the question. He had found an old, forgotten entrance through billows, a passage meant for ventilation. He had no intention of sharing his secret. Instead, he asked for her help, navigating the chaos of the archives. The moment she heard his frustration, she stopped, pulled a book from a shelf, and handed it to him.
What's the subject?
She asked. He flipped through.
A memoir,
he guessed. Then he spotted a map.
No, a travelogue. Wait, these places don't even exist anymore. This is over 400 years old. Maybe it's a history.
Fela smirked.
See the problem?
As they walked, she explained the mess of conflicting cataloguing systems, the holy war between scribs who swore by different methods. Books had been hidden, misfiled, even deliberately sabotaged. When a master archivist died, a new system would rise, then collapse when the next one came along. Thousands of books were lost in the chaos. Kvothe listened, understanding for the first time why the archives were such a labyrinth.
Like an endless chain of half-built houses.
Fela said bitterly.
No one finishes what came before.
By the time they reached the stairs, Kvothe had gained something unexpected, a new appreciation for the madness of the archives, and perhaps a guide to help him navigate it. Chapter 25, The Hollow Mask. Fall term at the university settled into a steady rhythm. Kvothe spent his time studying in the archives, chasing whispers of knowledge, and enduring Elodin's maddening lessons in naming, which felt more like riddles than instruction. His frustration grew, but he pressed on, determined to understand. When not buried in books, he braved the winter winds to Imre, seeking Denna. As the season deepened, she was at the Aeolion more often, and Kvothe found her there about once in every 3 visits. She always greeted him with a radiant smile, pulling him eagerly into her circle. But she was rarely alone. There was always some new man at her side, different faces, none good enough for her. Kvothe despised them all, and they, in turn, resented him. The unspoken battle played out over drinks and conversation. They tried to stake their claim with casual touches and possessive glances, but Kvothe knew something they didn't. He held a part of her they could never reach. And when they were gone, cast aside, like all the rest, he would still be there, making her laugh. She moved through lovers like a wind through leaves. Sometimes they left her, frustrated and confused. Sometimes she left them, heart sore but never truly broken. There were moments of sorrow, quiet tears, not for any lost love, but for some deeper hurt she never named. Kvothe never pried. Instead, he simply stayed, offering comfort where he could, never risking the friendship that bound them. Simon and Willem, good friends as they were, offered their advice. Pursue her, woo her with poetry, bring her roses, but they didn't understand.
Men fall for Denna all the time,
Kvothe told Sim.
She's tired of it. I won't be just another suitor.
Sim frowned.
I don't understand what you see in her. She's charming, yes, but she seems cruel.
Kvothe didn't argue.
She is,
he admitted.
But not wicked or mean. She's cruel the way a storm is cruel. It acts according to its nature, and sometimes things get broken.
Sim, ever honest, mentioned Sovoy, one of Denna's past lovers, still heartbroken, still confused by her departure. Kvothe only shrugged.
Chasing a wild thing never works. You stay still and hope it comes to you.
One evening, Kvothe read Denna's latest note one last time before tearing away her signature. He let the slip of paper twist and dance in the wind. It spun across the courtyard, caught in the current. Yes. Number maybe. Elsewhere. Soon. The House of the Wind gave no answers, only possibilities. Meanwhile, his old feud with Ambrose lay quiet for months. Kvothe began to believe the noble had finally learned his lesson. He was wrong, of course. Ambrose was only biding his time. When his revenge came, Kvothe was caught entirely unprepared. But that, as they say, is a story for another day. As the night drew to a close, Kvothe signaled to Chronicler to set down his pen. That should do for now, he said, stretching his back.
Tomorrow we'll have my journey to Alvaron's court, learning to fight with the Atom, Felurian. Some of my favorite stories.
Dismissing Chronicler and Bast with a wave, he busied himself with closing the inn, slipping into the quiet rituals of sweeping, scrubbing, and polishing bottles in silence. There was no humming, no singing, just the steady motions of a man lost in thought. Chronicler retired upstairs, but found himself restless, unable to sleep despite his exhaustion. He methodically cleaned his pens, replaced the bandage on his shoulder, and opened the window to let in the autumn air. The crisp linen of his freshly changed bedclothes smelled of lavender, a small luxury that unsettled him more than it soothed. After some hesitation, he locked his door and placed the iron wheel back around his neck before finally lying down. But sleep did not come easily. After an hour of tossing and turning, Chronicler sighed and relit the lamp. He pushed the heavy chest of drawers against the door, a precaution against nameless anxieties. With that small barrier in place, he finally drifted into sleep. It was dark when he woke with a hand clamped over his mouth. Panic flared as he thrashed instinctively, but a voice hissed in his ear.
It's just me, Basti.
The tension in Chronicler's body eased slightly, though his breathing remained rapid. Bast promised to light the lamp, but only if Chronicler remained silent. When the room was bathed in soft, flickering light, Chronicler sat up against the wall, still gripping his blankets. He shot a glance toward the door. The dresser was unmoved.
That shows a certain lack of trust,
Bast noted dryly, eyeing the heavy furniture.
You better not have scratched the floors. He gets mad as hell about that.
Chronicler ignored the jibe.
How did you get in here?
Bast waved the question away.
That's not important. What is important is why you're here.
Chronicler frowned.
I'm here to collect Kvothe's story, that's all.
Bast gave him a pitying look.
You think you just stumbled onto him. I sent for you. Left messages in bottles, so to speak. You're the first to come.
Chronicler hesitated.
I thought you two were hiding.
Oh, we're hiding all right.
Bast said bitterly.
So well that he's fading into the woodwork. This place is killing him.
You mean he's unhappy?
Chronicler asked, confused. Bast's eyes flashed.
More than that. He's forgetting who he is.
Bass leaned forward, voice low and urgent.
Do you know the story of the Ha'penny King? The boy who became a better king than the real one. The girl who dressed as a countess and became one. There's a truth to it. A connection between seeming and being. Everyone tells themselves a story, and they become it. Kvothe wore the mask of a hero, and it became true. Now he wears the mask of an innkeeper, and...
Bass trailed off, looking troubled. Chronicler swallowed.
And now he believes it?
Bass nodded grimly.
He's slipping away. But you can help him remember. Since you arrived, he's been more like himself than I've seen in months.
Chronicler frowned.
What if his real story isn't all heroics and adventure? What if there are dark parts?
There are dark parts,
Bast admitted.
But don't let him dwell on them. Keep him focused on the good. His travels, his cleverness, his victories. But don't...
Bast's expression darkened.
Don't ask about his music or his magic.
Chronicler hesitated.
I'm not here to manipulate him.
Piss on your story.
Bast snapped, his voice suddenly sharp.
You'll do what I say, or I'll break you like a kindling stick.
Chronicler stiffened.
You're saying I work for you?
Bast's smile turned cold.
I'm saying you belong to me. 3 ways I own you. I drew you here. I fed you at my table. And I saved your life. That makes you mine. An instrument of my will.
Chronicler's jaw tightened. Slowly, he raised a hand to the iron wheel around his neck. Bast's expression didn't change as he reached forward, grabbed the amulet, and held it tight. His arm trembled, his grip tightened. But he did not let go. His blue eyes brightened, pale as lightning.
You think iron can keep you safe?
Bast murmured.
You think this is a game?
His grip on Chronicler's shoulder turned painful.
I swear by stone and oak and elm, if you cross me, your life will be an orchestra of misery. I swear by the ever-moving moon, if you drive him to despair, I will cut you open and dance in your blood.
His eyes, now white as opal, locked onto Chronicler's.
You don't know the first note of the music that moves me.
A long silence stretched between them. Chronicler sat frozen, breath shallow. Then, as suddenly as the storm had come, it passed. Bast let the iron wheel fall to the floor with a dull ring. He exhaled, running his hands through his hair.
There's no reason we can't be friends,
he said, lightly, as if nothing had happened.
You get your story. He gets to tell it. Everyone wins.
Chronicler reached for the iron wheel, his fingers trembling.
And what do you get?
The question caught Bast off guard. His mouth opened, then closed. For a moment, he looked lost.
I just want my Reshi back,
he admitted, voice raw.
I want him to be himself again.
The room sat heavy with those words. Bast straightened suddenly, forcing a grin.
I should be going. Can I bring you anything before you sleep?
Chronicler shook his head numbly. Bast nodded once and slipped through the window, vanishing into the night. Another night had settled over the Waystone Inn, bringing with it a silence of 3 parts. The first was a hollow quiet, the absence of what should have been. No stamping of hooves in the stable, no murmuring guests gathered by the hearth, no distant strains of music curling through the rafters, no clatter of mugs, no low hum of voices, no warm laughter rolling through the tap room. These things were missing, and so the silence remained, unbroken, filling the empty spaces where life had once been. Inside, a man lay still in his bed, eyes open in the dark, waiting for sleep that would not come. His silence was smaller, but no less significant. A fearful hush, woven into the larger emptiness of the inn. He did not toss or turn, nor sigh in frustration. He merely lay there, unmoving, his breath slow and measured, as if listening to the silence itself. The third silence was deeper, harder to notice. It clung to the thick stone walls and to the sword hanging behind the bar, its edge untouched by time, but heavy with history. It lurked in the dim candlelight of an upstairs room and settled in the mad pattern of a crumpled memoir that lay fallen and unforgotten atop the desk. It rested in the very bones of the man who lay there, his hair red as flame, though dulled in the candlelight, his eyes dark and distant. The waystone was his, just as this final silence was. It wrapped around the others, vast and deep, heavy as a river stone, still as autumn's end. It was the sound of a man waiting to die. The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. Thank you for listening to our retelling of The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss, the first book of the Kingkiller Chronicles. Please consider subscribing if you enjoy our work. Other retellings, books, and series are available on our channel and via the links in the description below.